streaming buddy is here real quick. We got snacks, we got glee, watching movies, you and me. The screen flickers, the night thickens. Streaming buddy, streaming buddy, my streaming buddy, my dear. Streaming buddy, streaming buddy, always close, never fear. Always close, never fear. The heroes fall, the villains rise, emotions swim in our teary eyes. The credits roll, the lights come on, another movie marathon gone. Who needs sleep? Who needs the sun? When epic stories have just begun. With every scene, with every line, our friendship grows oh so fast. Streaming buddy, streaming buddy, my streaming buddy, my dear. Streaming buddy, streaming buddy, always close, never fear. Always close, never fear. Always close, never fear.
Grab the remote, it's a countdown game. 5 seconds to glory, we're one and the same. Streaming buddy on the line, we're locked in tight, we're keeping time. Pause the world, let the pixels glow. One screen to rule us in the show. Chat lights up, it's a digital fire. Sinking hearts, sinking desire. 5 seconds sync, it's how we play. We count to 3 and press today. 1, 2, 3, then let it fly. 5 seconds sync, we're live all night. 5 seconds sync, we're live all night. The screen flickers like neon dreams. Laughter spills through the pixel beams. You say ready, I say go. We sing together, a perfect flow. Clock ticks down, it's a cosmic rush. Silence breaks with a virtual hush. Across the world, yet side by side, a watch party ride we can't divide. Fingers hover, hearts race fast. This is the moment, it's here at last. Fingers hover, hearts race fast. This is the moment, it's here at last. 5 seconds sync, it's how we play. We count to 3 and press today. 1, 2, 3, then let it fly. 5 seconds sync, we're live all night.
Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're back. We're doing it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Today's the day, you guys. Today's the day. Inquisitorial agents, fellas. We're going to be opening this guy right now. We're going to get started. We're going to listen to some... Oh, my chat's not working? Damn. Hold on, you guys. See a whole bunch of you chatting over here on the side, but it's not popping up for me over here. So just give me 1 sec. Technical difficulties. That's stupid. I want to know who's saying what. I hope you're all doing well, having a good week, chilling. Grab your snacks, your drinks, all your 40K hangout enhancers. All right, let's see. What did I miss? This is my second favorite of your songs after Black and Gold. Nice, hell yeah. Wait, this was at 33? That was 5 minutes ago? Or, yeah, the one before this one? Hell yeah, dude. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, smoke that, all that. Bella Truth, hello, here we are. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We're getting started on the Inquisitorial agents, you guys. We're doing it. The glare. There it is. And then we got some of Buddy to listen to again, that Border Prince that we listened to before. Kill my music.
Companies and holding the ground gained against all odds. The officers of the regiment are primarily those born to one of the many noble houses of
Oh,
Jura.
that's a little bit better.
And unlike many of the ruling aristocracies
I'll
of
close
other
Buddy's chat
worlds,
over there.
those of Jura are, in the main, well respected and honourable. Those born to nobility have to earn the respect of their fellow soldiers by serving in the PDF regiments, and those selected to join the guard are of proven courage.
Yeah, let's open
and
this
ability.
bad boy up. Wait,
As such,
before
the
we
guardsmen
open this
of the
guy,
Durans trust
open
their
up your
officers
drinks,
not to
you
lead them
guys.
into harm's way
Cheers.
without
Thank you guys
good
for
reason,
being here. Thank you for
and
watching.
followed them
Thank you
through
for
many
hanging out.
horrific battles where other regiments, with perhaps a lesser faith in their commanders, might have faltered. Exemplifying the Duran regimental motto, the brave.
I had a crazy idea.
Yeah, I gotta keep an eye out for those commercials too. They'll sneak up on you, just like demon hosts.
Are raised. Duran Free is a hot industrial world where the bulk of the regiment's strength is drawn, and where many of the locally produced munitions and vehicles are forged. Duran 5
I brought
is
out
an
my water
agri-world
cup and
with a
everything
small,
and grabbed some paper
hardy
towels and
population,
getting ready for the
and where a
paint.
great many of the
Pulled out
ruling
my big
families
old
of the
thing of
system own
paints and
extensive estates.
oh yeah,
and
we're not
cultivated
painting, we were just putting
carnivores.
these guys together.
The system capital Jura
Oh yeah, which
is a
reminds
verdant
me.
and wealthy world.
What did you
ruled
guys
over
vote
by
on?
A hereditary aristocracy whose high-born sons and daughters
Let's
form
see
the
what the
majority
fellas
of the officer
voted
class
on.
of the regiment. It is seen as part of every family's duty to send at least one of their scions to serve in the world's
Wow.
planetary defense force.
Well,
where
I
they
guess you
will
guys are a
spend at
little
least
bit of
5
help.
years
So it's a
training
tie
and fighting
between
in and around
Death
the system.
World
The very
Veteran
best will be
Agent
mustered to join
and
the regiment,
Mystic
and it
Agent.
is a source of great pride to have
If anybody
a son
votes,
or daughter
like,
chosen to join the Duran regiments.
Well, actually, you can
Each
still
noble
vote,
house
I guess,
maintains
because
its own
we're not going to
records
paint
of
them
its
until later.
ancestors' heroic deeds, and the sprawling hall of
Well,
heroes
I
on Jura
guess,
also
I guess you
contains
guys are all
every
right.
record of service, listing the actions of each regiment
I just
raised
figured
on Jura,
that,
with each officer, guardsman, and tank crew.
you guys
who
wouldn't
has
leave me
earned a
hanging with the
commendation,
multiple
whether
choice still.
posthumously or still serving.
That's all good. No, that's perfect.
Listed on that regiment's roll of
You
honor.
guys still got some time.
An army of scribes, quell servitors, and notaries
hold on.
spend their
Let me get the
entire
camera.
existence cataloguing their world's regiments' exploits across the galaxy. Though, given the time dilation inherent in communication and travel over such vast distances, there is a never-ending task
Yeah.
of cross-referencing, backtracking, and updating, and every regimental adjutant is meticulous in their sending back of detailed after-action reports. Currently, the veracitors of the Hall of Heroes are attempting to confirm the fate of the 383rd Regiment, from whom they have received nothing in the way of records or after-action reports for nearly a decade now. Last listed as being seconded to the Adeptus Mechanicus for an indefinite time, requests for their current status have been
There it
ignored
is.
by the priests of the Machine God, who
There it
repeatedly
is.
deny that any such regiment has ever been attached to their order. However,
Guy with the
in
spear?
the most recent days, a lone soldier has been
Death's
returned
World's
to
veteran
Jura
agent?
by the
All right.
Imperial Fists chapter of Space
We'll
Marines.
see. We'll see how the votes go
And
by,
has
I guess,
repeatedly
next week.
claimed that the regiment was annihilated by a force of Chaos Space Marines
Everybody
on a
cast your
distant desert world. But this man is a known low character with a history of repeated
Here we go.
drunkenness and disciplinary infractions, and his claims are not taken seriously. The Elegan Salient.
I don't know what this is.
During the final stages of the Erwint
Yeah.
campaign, the 327th Duran Dragoons took part in a massive combined attack on the fortifications and trench lines surrounding the last pockets of resistance around the rebel-held capital. The Durans were part of a force given the task of attacking an area of the line known as the Elegan Salient.
That's for the big
Intelligence
guy.
had claimed
Gun
that
servitor
repeated
with heavy
bombing
bolter
sorties
and
launched
servo
by
claw.
marauders of the Imperial Navy had disrupted supply columns to such an extent that the forces defending the salient had ammunition for perhaps a few
Guys,
volleys
what's
at
up, dude?
most.
Half a kill
Normally,
team? Yeah, bro.
armored companies
You gotta
would
be-
undertake
you gotta get
such an
started
action.
somewhere.
The decision was taken to send in the
Thanks for rolling
Durans,
through.
given that resistance
Get
was
these guys
expected
started.
to be minimal. The attack commenced at dawn
Next week we'll
after
paint
a
'em.
lengthy bombardment.
If you want to vote
from
on
a
which one
dozen
we'll paint
artillery
first, it's in
platoons
my
attached
YouTube
to the
posts.
327th. The Chimeras, carrying the Duran guardsmen, sped across the cratered ground at speed towards the enemy lines. But as the gap closed, a concentrated fusillade of anti-armor fire decimated the lead vehicles. As volley after volley hammered the Durans, it became clear that the rebels were as well supplied as any other part of the line. As casualties continued to mount, a blazing Duran Chimera crashed down into a portion of the enemy trenches and collided with an ammo gurney transporting heavy ordnance, levelling a huge portion of the trench and blowing a gap in the defences. Seizing their chance, the Durans drove with all speed towards the gap and, anchoring themselves at the breach, debarked in their hundreds to flank the defenders on either side. For a bloody 3 hours, fierce hand-to-hand fighting
definitely
raged
feel-
through the labyrinthine trench
few
network
miles.
until the Duran battle flag
yeah.
was raised
Fun
over
time,
their
fun time.
shattered remains. Rebel forces counterattacked 3 times during the course of the day in an attempt to dislodge the Durans from their position, but were repulsed each time.
What?
And as
That
dusk
sounds
drew
wild.
in,
I'm not too
Armenian
familiar
armored
with
companies arrived to
the
relieve
tabletop
Durans.
game.
The follow-on
I've never played.
forces arriving to
I'm
consolidate
still kind
the
of
breach
learning how to play.
allowed
Not
the
really
Durans
though.
to pull back and
'cause it's-
assess their losses.
Oh, it's a little much,
which
but
amounted
we enjoy
to nearly
painting them. So far,
2/3
we're
of their
painting them.
strength.
We got a
In the
few guys
aftermath of the
made, and
campaign, every man and woman
once we have a
who had
few
taken
more,
part in the battle
maybe
was
we'll
awarded
play
the
somebody.
Medallion Crimson, and the regiment's
See what this
colonel
is.
was awarded the Macarian Cross. The Savlar Chem Dogs. The Savlar system, just over 100 light years from Armageddon, is a desolate place, little valued by the Imperium, save for the rich chemical deposits on the volcanic moons of Savlar Penitens. Unsatisfied by poor mining quota returns, the Adeptus Terra regraded Savlar as a penal world in the 39th millennium, shipping in criminals by the thousand from the recent Bokar rebellion,
Oh, they're like
along
those
with
little
special
pieces,
detachments
token
of the
things.
Adeptus Arbites to ensure productivity.
Cool.
Within 3 decades, chemical production from Savlar was supplying 3 civilized worlds and 2 forge worlds in the surrounding subsectors. The population of the moons was subsequently swelled by regular influxes of thieves, murderers, and traitors from across the Armageddon sector. The high mortality rate in the poisonous mines of Savlar became notorious among the criminal fraternity, leading to it being known as the Dead Dog Moons,
Put that back
and
for
phrases like dead as Savlar. The Bokarite Uprising. 2 centuries of successive pirate raids devastated almost all production facilities on Savlar in the early 40th millennium.
Do you
Despite
guys
their best
recommend
efforts, the
sub-assembly?
Adeptus Arbites were simply not numerous
Should
enough
I
to
do
protect all
sub-assembly?
of what had by now become a valuable commodity. Leave was sought and eventually granted to raise defence militia regiments from the populace of Savlar. Better access to filter masks and medication was a benefit of membership in the militia, so volunteers were plentiful, and Judge Callistar of the Arbites used a careful selection process and arming policy to ensure no
preferred
insurrection
method?
could take
All
place. Or so he thought. The descendants of Bukar
And if
had
I do
never
decide to
truly
do
abandoned their
sub-assembly,
ancestors'
it's what do I leave off? Their
anarcho-capitalist
heads
and they moved carefully to
and
infiltrate
their
the
arms,
defense militias.
and then
After
just
decades of
connect the
preparation,
bodies as
the
much as I can, but
Bokkarites
leave their arms and
staged
heads
a major
off.
uprising across all of the Dead Dog Moons, seizing several armories and precinct forts. Soon a column of Chimera carriers and mining trucks full of troops were pushing along the main highway through the impassable nitrous marshes which surround Lutsk, the precinct capital.
Damn, dude, we
While
haven't
his
even decided if we want to
arbitrators
do
fought to
like the A
contain
or
the
B
Bokkarite
model.
rebellion, Judge Callistar sought some kind of solution to crushing it. The Bokkarites controlled, at best, 25 to 30% of the total militia regiments on Savlar, although they were better motivated and trained than most. The problem was that the remaining regiments would likely leave the Bokkarites and Arbites to fight each other, so they could loot the battlefield afterwards. Eventually, he concocted a plan. The Bokkarite thrust was a scant 12 kilometers from the precinct capital when it ran into heavy opposition from Arbites using dismounted orbital cannons dug into hills on the route. Heavy fighting continued until dusk, with individual chimeras having to draw back to the truck column to replenish their ammunition. As the light faded, chem-crazed militiamen emerged from the supposedly
Like,
impassable
how do I
nitrous
decide?
swamps on either
I think
side
I'm just
of the
gonna go
highway.
by the ones that look cooler, I
ragged
guess,
figures were
since
soon
I don't
cackling
play.
insanely and
They're
shooting
just gonna
wildly,
hang
while
out,
militia
and I'm gonna
vehicles
show them to people.
chem riders
We'll
appeared
just
on the roadway
do which
itself.
one looks cooler.
The Bokkarite column was densely packed and found itself in serious trouble. Vehicles and men struggled to turn about and deploy, taking constant casualties as trucks blew up from las fire and grenades. Finally, the order was given to disengage, and the Bokkarites tried to fight their way clear, but they were hemmed in on all
Dude,
sides.
I don't know.
Individual pockets
Well,
of
for
resistance
sure, I
flared,
do like
where
the
a
Mystic
squad of
Agent
Chimera stood
with
off
the
swarming
pole.
convicts for a time,
Not the
but
Mystic
all too
Agent.
quickly the Bokkarites were dragged down
looks
by their
kinda
less
weird.
ideological fellow inmates.
Yeah, we want
By
we want
dawn,
that
the
one.
highway
So
had
I think
been
we're gonna
picked
start with that
clean,
one.
save for the skeletal wrecks of burnt
Thankfully,
out
it's the first
vehicles.
one too.
In light of the ability of Savlar to control its own affairs, the right to raise defense
Wait, or is
regiments
it?
stayed in place despite the Bokkar incident. By the mid-30th millennium, Orc
Oh, never mind,
incursions
never
into
mind.
the Armageddon sector had reached such severity that the first Savlar recruited Imperial Guard regiments of so-called chem dogs were sent off-world to fight. Records show that Judge Callistar always delighted in telling the story of how the Savlar chem dogs first came into being. According to
Hang on.
tradition, he also cited two motivational imperatives to every procurator colonel forming up a new regiment. 1. Tell them they can keep anything they take off the enemy. 2. Tell them that if they break the law, they'll be sent back to the Dead Dog Moons. The Death Corps of Krieg. Editor's note. Again, I would direct you to a previous Vox cast covering the origins of the Death Corps during their planet's apocalyptic civil war. And I would inform you of a lengthy Vox cast coming in the not-too-distant future, detailing the notorious Siege of Vrax's campaign. Today, however, we shall be covering a smaller but no less glorious engagement. The Eyes of the Emperor.
Thanks, dude.
In 213 M41, the Forge World of Casterberg in the Bathamore system fell to a surprise
all right.
attack from a
Hell yeah.
vast force of orcs led by warlord
So
Scar.
just his head then, right?
The cost of recapturing the planet was sure to be formidable, and the Death Corps regiments were amongst the first to volunteer to take part in the counterattack. In the period prior to the Imperial invasion, the Orcs constructed a system of bunkers and citadels centered upon two forge refineries known as Tahar Prime and Megan. Tahar Prime was taken swiftly in a flanking maneuver by the Krieg Death
All right,
Riders
so we're gonna start
on
with
their
that guy first, I
bionically
guess.
enhanced mounts, but Megan would prove to
The
be
Mystic
much tougher
Agent.
to crack open. Without detailed intelligence on the Orc defences, casualties were expected to be extreme and progress slow. Early in the war, Orc Storm Boys had seized Mount Herneck, a sensor outpost. Commanders with the information they needed to successfully assault Megan. Due to the vital strategic importance of the outpost, high priority was placed on its capture, and the 95th Death Corps Regiment and the Black Guard were tasked to retake this heavily defended location. As armoured panzer divisions and infantry forces prepared to cross the Jaxartes River towards Megan, a Death Corps breaching battalion made its way in chimeras to Mount Herneck. The battle plan was to outflank the Orcs here also, but the designated approach proved to be heavily mined and inaccessible to the
15 and
force's vehicles.
16.
Despite this, the guardsmen pressed forward, abandoning damaged and destroyed vehicles along the way. Casualties were high, and many of the Death Corps' commanding officers were killed. Eventually, the Death Corps was forced to abandon the flanking manoeuvre, and Captain Venick, the highest-ranking officer left alive, decided upon a new plan, which required a direct frontal assault. Of course. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, the Death Corps disembarked from its remaining vehicles to approach the Eyes of the Emperor on foot. The force was divided into two groups, with each group attacking one of the two peaks on which the outpost was situated. Under cover of darkness, Death Corps members began scaling the steep cliffs of Mount Harnack, and 6 hours later, after fierce fighting, they captured the lower bunkers. By morning, a firebase had been secured near the mag loader station that ran to the top of the mountain. Ammunition was running low, and so the Death Corps soldiers were forced to use shooters and combi weapons liberated from dead Orc defenders to augment their attack. Upon reaching the outer perimeter of the fortifications, the leading platoons flattened the razor wire coils by lying down on the wire, allowing the following soldiers to step across them and assault into the fort. The attack swept into the trenches, where fighting was at desperately close quarters, with horrendous casualties on both sides. The combat raged for several more hours until fresh troops were ferried to the mountain top by the captured magloader, and the tide of battle turned in favour of the Death Corps. Flamer and Melter teams moved in to clear the trenches, and soon the Death Corps' regimental flag was raised to the top of the base's listening post antennae. The battle had lasted for 12 bloody hours and had killed 600 Death Corps members and wounded nearly 1,000 others. Captain Vinick, posthumously promoted to the rank of colonel, also died in the attack. Even after taking a mortal wound in the early stages of the battle, he had continued to direct his soldiers until finally being carried down the mountain by medics. After recapturing the Eyes of the Emperor, Death Corps regiments joined Colonel Milos Ran's panzer divisions in their thrust towards Megan. The campaign was to last another 6 months, and thanks to the intelligence provided by the Sensor outpost, Imperial casualties were significantly lower than projected estimates. Editor's note: yes, it does say panzer divisions. I'm not making it up. Elysian Drop Troopers. The Elysians come from a verdant world some 30 light-years from Armageddon, towards the galactic hub. The Elysia system and surrounding wilderness space is notorious for its pirates, as a main trade route through the sector passes through Elysia, and the system's many swirling gas clouds and hundreds of asteroid fields provide perfect ambush sites. Through combating this ever-present threat, the Elysians are therefore well trained in ship-to-ship boarding actions and fighting in concert with orbital support when attacking isolated pirate bases. The Scopius Incident. The preferred operational style of the Elysian drop troops is amply demonstrated in accounts of the Scopius Incident. Scopius was a large asteroid in intersystem space, roughly a week's warp travel from Elysia. It was populated by the Adeptus Mechanicus, who used the otherwise lifeless rock as a facility for dangerous experimentation and analysis of potentially hazardous discoveries. It was therefore natural that when, in 873 M38, the explorator vessel Incalculus Stellar came across an alien edifice floating in wilderness space not far from Scopius, they would take it to the asteroid facility. Astropaths in surrounding sectors began to report all manner of ill omens in their messages. Dreams and visions were blood red and filled with screaming faces. A routine patrol by the Imperial Navy reported no contact with Scopius, and the 22nd Elysian Regiment was sent to investigate. Colonel Prinz of the 22nd treated the whole of Scopius as potentially hostile and deployed several recce companies to act as scouting parties alongside Imperial Navy ground observation officers. The recce teams had first reported Scopius deserted, although the machinery seemed to be working at full volume. As the Elysians proceeded, there came sporadic reports of fighting, but Prinz could get no details. Each landing party that signalled engagement with the enemy soon fell silent. Scattered comms chatter identified the enemy as humanoid, extremely fast and powerful. Prinz first suspected the Eldar, and he ordered the rest of his regiment onto full drop alert, ready to respond at a moment's notice. The two surviving companies made steady progress across Scopius, working their way towards the main factory complexes at its northern pole. It was Captain Schultz of the 3rd Recce Company who first called in an amazing discovery. The production lines had been completely altered, transformed into something completely unrecognizable to the naval tech priests accompanying the guardsmen. They were producing what at first seemed to be statues of skeletal
12,
humans, but on
13,
closer inspection, the tech priests concluded
14,
that the factories were making artificial
J.
warriors. It seemed none of them were active yet, but it was only a matter of time before there would
Gotta
be
clean 'em
thousands
off.
of warriors ready. Prinz ordered the recce companies to locate the control center and shut down the whole facility, and they were to call for help the moment they ran into trouble. That trouble lay in wait for them at the control complex. Just as the first reports of renewed combat came up from Scopius' surface, the fleet astropaths warned Colonel Prinz that they had detected something incredibly ancient and utterly evil on the asteroid below. They were half insane with terror at what they had found, and it was impossible to get any clear information from them. The Elysian colonel ordered a full launch onto the control center. The guardsmen had simple orders: destroy anything they found. As the dropship screamed down through Scopius' thin atmosphere, the sky burned with retro thrusters of the Elysian landers. Prinz himself was one of the first into the complex and was horrified to find nothing of the recce companies. It was a short while later that he found the alien edifice, sarcophagus-like and exuding a menace that even he could detect. As Prinz and his command company watched, the coffin-shaped monolith began to glow, and as the light became almost blinding, a silhouette appeared inside. The creature that stepped from the gateway, for that is what the object appeared to be, was tall and lithe, almost skeletal. It appeared unarmed, but as Prinz ordered his men to open fire, the alien exploded into life, leaping into the guardsmen so fast it was merely a blur of darkness. The screams of the dying and the wounded echoed off the metal walls of the command center as the ancient monstrosity carved its way through squad after squad of men, ripping them apart with its hands, seemingly impervious to their weapons. It was then that the metal warriors from the factory burst into the command center, blasts of energy from their guns disintegrating anything in their path. The firefight became intense. Alien machines were blown apart by fusillades of heavy bolter fire. Las cannon beams crisscrossed the chamber of the command complex. Plasma bolts burned through walls, while beams of bright energy made men evaporate into nothing. The Elysians were taking heavy casualties, and Prinz ordered the survivors to retreat back to the landers and take off for orbit. As they retreated, the fleet set up a bombardment to cover the drop troops' withdrawal, the shells and missiles from the ships plummeting onto Scopius barely 50 yards from the Elysians. As the last drop troops left Scopius, the fleet pounded the facility with torpedoes and broadsides until the asteroid was shattered. The bombardment continued, smashing the fragments of Scopius into smaller and smaller pieces. Even then, no one was sure if the sarcophagus had been destroyed. For the last 300 years, a wide area centered on the remains of Scopius has been declared purgatus, and Imperial Navy patrols ensure the quarantine is not breached. Prinz and the 22nd Elysians were exonerated of all responsibility and later went on to garner great fame and respect in the Cathalan Crusade, during which the colonel was eventually promoted to War Master. Armageddon Orc Hunters. In the years following the defeat of Orc warlord Ghazghkull Thraka, the world of Armageddon began the long process of rebuilding its shattered hives and defences. The Orc army had been destroyed, but due to the unique spore-based reproductive system of the Orc race, infestations of greenskins continued to plague Imperial forces. In response to this, the head of the ruling military council of Armageddon, General Kurov, conducted several xenocidal campaigns to destroy such infestations throughout the equatorial jungles of Armageddon and the ice world of Kosin. The forces involved in these battles suffered
51,
extremely
what's up,
high
dude?
losses, and many
Thanks for
units were
rolling
reduced
through.
to below a tenth of their operational strength. Rather
Here
than
we are.
disperse these soldiers to other regiments, General Kurov decided to harness the valuable experience the survivors had gained and form them into a number of specialized orc hunting regiments. Soldiers from dozens of different planets, and with almost no common culture, were now merged into specialized extermination regiments. The main area of operations for these units would be in the depths of Armageddon's jungles, where orcs continued to proliferate despite regular purges. These feral orcs proved to be extremely adept at fighting within the jungle environment, and frustratingly difficult to engage in a decisive battle. The orc hunters therefore built Cerberus Base in the middle of the jungle, providing them with a forward staging area and extensive training facilities. The sweltering heat and brutal training regime soon earned the base the nickname of Helltown. The Orc Hunters' training included a broad array of new techniques to learn and master, such as demolition, escape and evasion, survival and intelligence work. The trainee soldiers of the Orc Hunters were expected to become experts in all the weapons and tactics were rewarded with the badge of the Orc Hunters, a small metal pin with an orc skull.
Adrian, what's up, dude?
This became the regimental symbol and the source
Thanks for rolling
of their
through, man.
unofficial name, the Skull Takers. The Battle of Helltown. The kind of fighting involved in rooting out orcs breeds a different kind of soldier, one who fights with a savagery and low cunning almost equal to that of the greenskins. The Orc Hunters were quick to carve themselves a bloody reputation, halving the number of orc raids within a month. Their battles were fought at close quarters, and the Orc Hunters were to take part in some of the bloodiest actions in the years between the Second and Third Armageddon Wars. As a result, units from other regiments were frequently posted to Helltown to learn from the Orc Hunter instructor sergeants. However, the Orc Hunters were regarded with disdain by other more illustrious regiments, who view them as little better than vermin exterminators. This situation came to a head in 984 M41, when units from the Pyran Dragoons were assigned a tour of duty in Helltown for jungle warfare training. The rough demeanour, insubordinate behaviour and coarse language of the Orc Hunters disgusted the blue-blooded Dragoons, and they abandoned their posts, returning to their base around Infernus Hive. The Dragoons had been responsible for patrolling zones to the west of the base, and as night fell, orc lobber shells began exploding within the wire. A huge force of orcs had approached unseen through the gap in the patrols and now attacked Helltown with terrifying ferocity. Troops sprinted to man the defences, but it was too late. The greenskins were already within the perimeter. The orcs pushed deep into the camp and overran the few defenders before being checked by heavy fire from a secondary defensive line of bunkers and foxholes. Time and time again, the orcs assaulted the defences, and each time they were driven off by deadly accurate laser fire. As the orcs prepared to attack once more, heavy monsoon rain began, turning the ground into a quagmire of deep mud and collapsing several sandbagged bunkers. Visibility dropped to less than 15 metres, and this enabled the orcs to bring up rockets which destroyed the more heavily fortified bunkers. The rain flooded foxholes and trenches, and the battle degenerated into a sprawling, mud-caked melee. Explosions and flashes of laser fire lit up the night as reinforcements were rushed in from other sectors of the camp. Hundreds of dead orcs littered the ground before the Imperial defenders, but still they came on. The scale and savagery of the orc attack was threatening to break the Orc Hunters' line, and something drastic was required to prevent a massacre. In a potentially suicidal move, Helltown's commanding officer, Colonel Pertinax, ordered the base's heavy mortars to begin shelling the rear of the orc force and to gradually walk their fire towards his own men. The ground rocked as rounds smashed into the orcs, wiping out whole mobs in the opening barrage. Dozens more were shredded as deafening explosions marched through the orcish horde, dropping dangerously close to the Imperial lines. But it seemed as though nothing could stop the orcs. Then, a mortar shell, perhaps guided by the Emperor's own hand, landed square on the orc war boss and obliterated him instantly. With their leader dead, the orcs' courage was broken, and they turned to flee back into the jungle. Exhausted beyond words, the orc hunters did not pursue and set about consolidating their defences, lest the orcs attack again. For 5 uneasy hours, the Imperial troops remained on full alert. But the orcs had had their fill of fighting for one night, and there were no more attacks. As dawn broke and the rain ceased, the extent of the slaughter became apparent. Over 3,000 decapitated orc corpses were thrown in a mass grave before being thoroughly incinerated. The Battle of Helltown had been won, but it was a costly
Hell yeah,
victory.
dude, get on it, bro.
Only half the base had been destroyed
Let's
in the
model
fighting,
together,
and
G.
900 of the orc hunters were killed in action. In the recriminations that
everybody,
followed,
bust out your
the
models.
orc hunters accused the Pyrans of desertion, and the regiments have remained bitter rivals ever since the battle. And with that, Imperial citizens, I shall leave you suitably morally boosted. The Imperial Guard, or the Astra Militarum as they call them now. Always my favourites, and I hope you did enjoy this. Like I mentioned, check the description and the pinned comment in the comments to find the more detailed vids on some of the individual regiments I've mentioned, including the Vostroyan Firstborn, the Praetorian Guard, and one on Cadians. Some of these are very old now. They're some of the first videos I did, like about 3 or 4 years ago probably, so they don't have the flair and skill that you've become accustomed to. But I think they're still decent. I did a lot of research into them. I did my best on them. At the time, it's just the... it's not the content itself, it's the presentation, which probably needs working on, which needed working on. I don't know. Anyway, definitely go and check them out, and definitely check out the Sabbath Worlds video if you've never done that before. If you're new to the channel or you've just missed it, the Sabbath Worlds was the first thing I did, and it's a big series that it took a long time for me to finish, and I did the best I could with it. And I hope you do enjoy it. It goes through the entire, basically the entire Gaunt's Ghost novel series is based in the Sabbath Worlds Crusade, this big campaign. So it goes through the start of that campaign all the way to the current era. And yeah, it's well worth it. If you like Imperial Guard stuff, if you like 40k stuff, you'll get a lot of understanding about the Imperium works, particularly in these sort of big crusades, these big multi-planet campaigns with multiple fleets and army groups and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, definitely go and check that out. And yeah, well, that's it really. Thanks for everybody supporting the channel. Your names are going by here as I ramble. And if you'd like to help me out, please do consider using the links in the description and becoming a member by Patreon or Subscribestar, or just on YouTube, becoming a YouTube member. It all helps me out. Please do like the video, subscribe if you're not subscribed, share this to anyone you think might be interested in viewing it. Really appreciate that. A lot of this stuff is from really, 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 really old. Well, not that old. I don't want to say I'm that old, you know what I mean? But like these are like white dwarfs from. They're at least 20 years old, all of them. I think pretty much. I think they're all at least 20.
ferocious and sharp-looking regiments to ever grace the annals of the British Empire. I mean, the Imperium of Man. The Praetorian Guard naturally come from the planet Pretoria, which lies in the segmentum Tempestus, near to the crucial naval base of Bacca. Well, relatively close when compared to the size of the
Take me to
Milky
your
Way galaxy,
bud
at least.
tender. Hell
Pretoria is one of the most profitable hive worlds
Speaking
in the
about
Imperium,
bud tender.
with its elites being amongst some of the richest nobles in the Imperium. Which means they are ridiculously wealthy. I mean, like, insanely wealthy to be considered like this. Anyway, the population itself is pretty much treated as a slave or serf class, toiling in the vast manufactorum of the city's hives. These are some of the grimmest situations imaginable. In fact, it seems to be one of the worst hive world setups where the very air is rationed, and the laws of the land are draconian and harsh. In the grand scheme of things, though, this is worthwhile, as the world produces vast amounts of products which are then sent off into the stars on board the ships of the Praetorians' vast merchant fleet. This mini trade empire benefits greatly from its proximity to Bacca, which is the hub for all imperial naval operations in the segmentum, meaning that the chances of piracy or raids by Xenos or other nasty types is fairly low. The Praetorian Guard have gained a reputation for iron discipline and courage, willing to face hordes of enemies without a step back and stubbornly holding their ground, and refusing to break, when it's clear they probably should have. Praetorian culture has developed an utter disgust for slovenliness and laziness, probably due to the harsh regime they live under. Such individuals are considered useless and a drain on the community. This ethos has been transferred into their military training and discipline, with the help of an officer class implementing draconian punishments for the slightest insubordination or infraction. Although these methods are found upon many worlds, on Pretoria they appear to be effective, probably as a result of the culture of the general population, and produces regiments of guardsmen which are brave and ferocious soldiers who will throw themselves at an enemy line without hesitation, or stand in the open and tank point-blank artillery fire without blinking. The Praetorian officer class believe that the lower orders need this kind of, what would be considered amongst polite society, harsh treatment, lest they fall into laziness and disorder. It has often been commented upon by observers that even in the midst of battle, the Praetorians will ensure that the parade ground formations and firing lines are precise, and that each and every soldier has their uniforms crisp and correct before they deign to give their attention to the foe. The Praetorian Guard are roughly categorised as a standard infantry regiment, although some heavy infantry formations have been raised in the past. They are usually deployed on foot on the battlefield, but nearly all regiments are semi or fully motorised with chimera transports, allowing for swift deployments, even if they do not use these transports in direct attack, relying on their firing lines. The standard armaments of the Praetorian Guard in urban settings, being that they originate from a sprawling hive world. Probably this preferred tactic of theirs originates from the need to maintain order within the hive cities, when a mob of ungrateful peasants occasionally decides it needs more air to breathe, or water, or some other trivial plebeian concern, and the need arises to be able to mow down these roving bands of peasants and remind them of their place in the social structure. The Praetorians make extensive use of all of the standard heavy and special weapons utilised by the Imperial Guard, but they do seem to have a lack of plasma weaponry within their ranks. Occasionally these do come up, but they're usually custom jobs. The Praetorian Guard are recognised across the Imperium due to their scarlet uniforms, which would normally only be seen on the parade ground, unlike some other Imperial Guard regiments from lesser stock, who concern themselves with camouflage and other base tactics. The Praetorians eschew such considerations as cowardly, and will march forward into kill zones with their banners unfurled, blazing like the sun. The other distinguishing part of their uniform is the pith helmet,
We'll be
which,
blazing like the sun
granted,
here in a
again,
minute.
is not the best protection against most weaponry, but it looks amazing, and that's all that really matters, dear boy. The Praetorian Guard have fought and been deployed to battlefronts and war zones across the Imperium, and despite a snarky attitude, are always valued by Imperial commanders for their courage and valour, and their ability to take casualties and hold the line where other regiments would break and flee.
Yeah, buddy.
Their most recent major engagements were as part of the defence of Cadia during the 13th Black Crusade. But being as though Cadia has gone boom now, that all seems a bit pointless. Their most notorious engagement in recent times, however, was the massacre at Big Tooth River in 987 M41. The Monterre system was invaded by a fairly sizable, but still minor, Orc war, led by warlord Bolgarg, who had entered the system on a drifting space hulk. When I say minor, I mean it wasn't quite Gazgul Thraka Invasion of Armageddon size of orkiness. I mean, they hadn't even built engines on their space hulk, they were just drifting around space randomly.
Adrian's
This was
River.
just one nomadic tribe who had boarded a hulk when it had drifted near to
time for
whatever
a
world they
hoot.
had been on originally, and decided to jump on in the hope of glory. We are probably
Rocco's
talking
Modern
about
Life, you
a
guys.
couple of thousand orcs, probably
Back
less
in the
than
90s when it used to
10,000,
be good.
and their associated armour and other rust buckets that pass for armour. In addition, of course, being a tribe, it had all the other aspects of orc society, like the thousands of gobos, obviously, but also herds of vicious squigs, which act as livestock. Once they entered the Monterre system, every boy worth his chopper followed Bolgarg into whatever landing and space-capable craft they had, and immediately started attacking settlements and installations, and basically conquering Montar 7, apart from a few isolated settler communities.
Warlord Belga.
Now, Montar was a sparsely populated system, and I mean sparsely. The entire population of this star system was less than 700
Yeah, pick
humans,
that nose.
and some number of abhumans, we're not completely sure. So this force of orcs was more than a match for the planetary governor Kinwa's PDF of basically a militia of 30 dudes and a few heavy weapons based on Monterre Prime. So the governor did the sensible thing when the orcs invaded. To protect his tiny little realm, he sent a message off to the wider Imperium begging for help. Unlike most underdeveloped Imperial colony systems who find themselves in this kind of situation, help came rather swiftly, rather than the decades or centuries it can take for help to arrive. And that's probably too late.
Got our glue.
Luckily for Monterre, it is situated relatively close to the
Yeah.
desert world of Talan, so is near the main hub of Imperial commerce and communication within the Segmentum. This is the main reason why Lord Commander Sheridan actually received the pleas for help, and was able to dispatch a relief force in short order. Sheridan had just completed a campaign against Eldar pirates, which had been fought across 12 sectors and over 30 worlds, finally catching and annihilating the Corsair fleet when their request for aid was received. Elated over his victory against the Xenos, Sheridan, without further reconnaissance or thought, dispatched a scratch force of veterans to the world from the troops currently under his command. The main element of this expeditionary force, and the reason we are telling this story, was the 24th Praetorian Guard, a veteran regiment who had suffered massive casualties during the campaign against the Xenos, and had been reduced from 1,500 to 300 men. In addition, the majority of the senior officers of the regiment had been killed, and command fell to a 21-year-old Captain Glean of C Company. Additionally, the remnants of the 135th Talon Desert Raiders were sent along with a small detachment of Cadian shock troops. The force also had a Bandblade and a full battalion of Lehman Russ battle tanks. In addition, both regiments were almost completely mechanised, with squads transported in Chimera transports, as well as several platoons of Talons being mounted on horseback, armed with hunting lances in the fashion of the Attilian Rough Riders. The expedition was placed under the command of Colonel Al-Tiyar of Talan, which you could say added a disruptive element to the chain of command, as the Praetorian Guard made up the main bulk of the force, and they didn't take quite kindly to being ordered around by some Death World savage. Disgustingly, a number of Orc blood axes were hired as mercenaries to assist the Imperial forces, and this was probably a contributing factor to their defeat. This sort of thing does occur, but is frowned upon, especially by the Inquisition, and every faithful Imperial citizen.
Is it okay to
But
squeeze
from
them?
time to time, an
Squeeze the
Imperial
pieces
commander
together
will
while
find it
they're
acceptable
like
to hire a group of
drying, kind of,
semi-civilized orcs
or
with a
no
childlike
squeeze?
fascination
Because I don't want
for human
the
uniforms
plastic
and a
to like
basic
melt and
ability to conduct
squeeze
civilized
out,
tactics.
but I would like it to dry faster.
The battle was meant to be fairly straightforward, as we can see from this map Captain Glean wrote and was obtained from the Praetorian Imperial War Museum. The troop dispositions and terrain are based upon information provided by their greenskin allies. These mercenaries also reassured Captain Altair and Captain Glean that their main force could easily win the day. It was not believed that the Orcs had access to heavy armour or aircraft, and the numbers of the Horde had been grossly underestimated. Within an hour of the start of the attack on the Orc
A
settlement,
little bit of squeeze.
all of the forces had been surrounded and annihilated by a streaming horde of Orc boys, masses of Orc buggies, and boar boys, as well as assaults from fighter bombers and heavy armour. Although this defeat was total and brought great shame to the Praetorian 24th and Praetoria itself, some honour returned with a heroic victory during the Battle of Glazer's Creek. Glazer's Creek was a farmstead named after a local man who had disappeared years before. As the expeditionary force made its way towards Big Tooth River, Glazer's Creek was designated as a supply base for the main force, and a field hospital was also set up there for those who had been wounded during the advance. Third Platoon A Company was deployed to the farm to defend the expedition's supplies, the several troops who had been wounded in the advance, and the band of locals and civilians attached to the column, acting as guides and providing other services. These non-combatants were considered a liability in the battle to come, even though several of the locals especially were hard men, with one of them being a bounty hunter named Blick, who was acting as a scout. The reason 3rd Platoon was selected for guard duty was that firstly someone had to do it, but also its chimeras were handed over to the rest of A Company to ensure they were fully mobilised, as some of their chimeras had broken down during the advance. Unaware of the disaster on Big Tooth River, 3rd Company observed a dust cloud advancing towards them from the battle site. They believed it was their comrades returning from victory, but it was in fact the first wave of attack from a warband of greenskins. The battle was bloody. Wave after wave of greenskins threw themselves at the base's defenders. The rattling sniper, Hookie, and the bounty hunter, Blick, covered themselves in glory during the battle. The Abhuman slew a greenskin with every bullet from his sniper rifle, from his vantage point on top of the farm's rusted windmill, and the veteran scout and general badass Blick gunned down Orcs with abandon, and even continued to stand on the walls fighting hand to hand with the Orcs, alone as the rest of the defenders withdrew to the roof of the hospital building. The Praetorians and the civilian allies had held the perimeter walls for as long as possible, even bringing out the walking wounded to take up arms to help slay the Xenos. Eventually the defenders were pushed to the roof of the hospital and held the greenskins off until the Orc war boss decided enough was enough and the warband fled. At the final count, 4 guardsmen remained standing, and 10 others would recover from their wounds. These 14 men, the last remaining troops of the 24th Praetorian Guard under command of an NCO named Sergeant Shard, would remain in the Monterre system and would be given the honour of joining the Imperial reinforcements which eventually arrived to force the Greenskins from the system. This engagement was given much hype by the Imperial authorities, as it was a tale of defiance and bravery, unlike the massacre of the rest of the regiment earlier in the day.
So 15 and 16 now. We got
so
15.
There we have it, the Praetorian Guard, stalwart defenders of the Imperium of Man. Regiments of Praetorians serve across the Imperium, and are a prized regiment for any Imperial commander, even if they know they might be a bit touchy sometimes, especially if they're serving alongside less civilised people. Now, I would like to do more lore on other regiments going forward, in between other stuff. I would like to ask you, in the comments below, which regiment would you like to see next? Any regiment is fine, even if they haven't got much information available. I'm sure I can find something to say about them. So the regiment with the most requests, or the suggestion with the most votes, will be the next Imperial Guard lore video I'm going to do. Thank you for watching this video. Please remember to subscribe.
Hey!
Cheers, you guys.
Survivor by Steve Parker. Bass was up and running, full tilt, before he even knew why. Part of his brain reacted the moment the cry went out. Then his legs were moving, pounding the dusty alleyways as he flew from his pursuers. The first rule was simple: don't be seen. He'd broken it only a few times since the monsters had come, and never by choice. This time, as before, it wasn't through clumsiness. It wasn't carelessness. It was just raw bad luck, plain and simple. He had taken all the usual precautions. He'd stuck to the shadows. He'd moved low and fast. He'd been patient and silent and constantly aware. But the monsters chasing him now, yapping and chittering joyously at the prospect of spilling his blood, had come from below. They had emerged from a sewer grate just a few metres behind him, and the day's quest for clean water was suddenly forgotten in favour of a far more pressing need. Bullets smacked into the alley walls on either side of him as he fled, blowing out little clouds of dust and stone chips. Some came near to ending his life, their passage close enough to whip at his filth-caked hair. That lent him an extra burst of speed, extra adrenaline, to further numb the agony of his aching joints and muscles. Up ahead he saw the twisted remains of a fire escape, and bolted towards it. The rooftops, those were his domain. In the months since their coming, he had spent hours laying boards and planks between what was left of the town's roofs. Up there he moved where he pleased and saw all. He had the advantage. The big ones never went up there, and the smaller ones didn't know the terrain like he did. The rooftops were his. Control your environment and you would always be one step ahead. The crooked metal stairs shook and groaned as he thundered up them, heart hammering in his ears, skull pounding with accelerated blood flow. He chanced to look down and saw his pursuers, 4 scrawny green figures with red eyes and needle teeth. They reached the bottom of the fire escape and leapt onto it, clambering up after him. Bass kept on and made the roof in a few more seconds. For the briefest moment, he took stock of where he was. Here in the town's southwest quarter, he had a few established hiding places, 2 of which were close by, but he couldn't risk leading his enemies to one of his sanctuaries. He had to put some distance between them fast. He could go north across the makeshift bridges he had laid weeks ago, or he could head east, where the gaps between the tenements were narrow enough to leap. North, then. The monsters behind him could leap as far as he could. East was a bad gamble. He sped on across the roof, avoiding the gaps where alien artillery shells had bitten great gaping holes. He was at the far side when the first of the wiry green killers topped the fire escape and resumed shooting, wildly, at him. The others appeared beside it, and, seeing that their guns were missing their mark, they rushed towards him. Eyes front, Bass told himself, as he took his first hurried step out onto the twin planks. Don't look down. The gap between the buildings was 5 meters wide. As he neared the middle, the wood sagged under him, but he knew it would hold. He had tested the strength of the wood before he had laid it. A couple of bullets sang past his ears. He half ran the last few steps across and leapt to the final one. Behind him, his pursuers were halfway across the previous rooftop. Bass turned to face them. There wasn't time to pull the planks in like he wanted to, not with his enemies wielding their scrappy fat-barreled pistols. Instead, he kicked out the planks and watched them tumble end over end to the dark alley below. His pursuers howled and spat in rage and opened fire. One, perhaps more reckless than the others, or perhaps with a greater bloodlust, refused to be beaten. The creature took a run up to the edge of the roof and leapt out into space. Bass was already sprinting towards the next rooftop. He didn't see the creature plunge to its death, but he heard the chilling scream. Soon he had left his hunters far behind, their alien cries of frustration and outrage ringing in his ears. He was dying. Maybe, probably. He couldn't be sure. Bass was only 10 years old, and all the dying he had seen so far in this short life had been the violent, messy kind, and of all that in the last few months. This was different. This was a loosening of his back teeth. This was a burning in his guts on those increasingly rare occasions when he ate something solid. This was blood in his phlegm when he spat, and in his stool when he made his toilet. Pounding headaches came and went, like the sharp cramps that sometimes racked his weakening muscles. After his flight across the rooftops, all these symptoms came on him at once. He fought them off until he reached relative safety. Then he lay down, and the pain rolled over him like a landslide. Had he known any better, he would have recognized the signs of dehydration and malnourishment. As his scavenged supplies dwindled, he was forced to spread them ever thinner. But Bass didn't know. He could only guess. How long had he lived like this now? Was it months? It felt like months. What date was it? He couldn't be sure of anything. Time passed for him now, not in hours and minutes, but in periods of hiding and running, of light, tormented sleep, and the daily business of surviving on a knife edge. He felt like the last rodent in a tower of ravenous felines. If the green horrors ever caught him, his end would come quickly enough. It would be painful and horrific, but it would be short. Shorter than disease or hunger, anyway. He wondered if a slow, quiet death was any better. Something instinctual made him back away from that train of thought before he formed an answer. For now, he was alive, and here, in one of his many bolt holes, he was safe. He chided himself. No, not safe. Not truly. He was never that. He heard the old man's voice in his head, berating him from memory, as sharp and harsh as a rifle's report.
Yeah, sorry, my bad,
Safety is
dude.
an illusion, boy. Never forget that.
Because I'm listening to it off of my TV.
An illusion.
And so I have to look over at the computer to make sure that the audio levels are good.
To sleep only lightly and wake to a readiness.
I looked at it and it wasn't even hitting the yellow. It was only in the green.
While
And it's like,
living
oh,
with
come
the
on,
old
dude.
man, if he wasn't up and at the attention 3 seconds after first call, that heavy cane would whistle through the air and wake him up the hard way. Now, if a blow ever caught him in his sleep, it wouldn't be for the sake of a lesson. It would be the bite of a greenskin's blade, and his sleep would be the eternal sleep of the dead. His traps and snares, he knew, wouldn't protect him forever. One day, maybe soon, one of the savages would get all the way in. Not one of the tusked giants. Bass was careful to bed down only in small, tight spaces where they couldn't go, but the scrawny, hook-nosed ones could slip into all the places he could, and they were wicked, murderous things, gleeful in their bloodletting. He trusted his defences only as much as he trusted himself, so he was diligent to a fault. He triple-checked every last point of entry before he ever allowed his eyes to close. Simple though they were, his traps had already saved him 12 times over. The old sod had drilled him relentlessly, and Bass had despised him for it. But those lessons, hard-learned and hated, were the thin line between life and death now. The reason one last 10-year-old boy survived in the remnants of this rotting town where 18,000 Imperial citizens had died screaming, crying out to the Emperor for salvation. Bass lived, and that in itself was spit in the eye of the greenskin nightmare. He had never thanked the old man. There had been a moment, back when they had parted company for good.
Do you guys recommend that I put glue on both arms at the same time and I put them on at the same time so they're grabbing the pull evenly at the same time? Or should I do one at a time and hope that I don't need to break it off and readjust it?
And the old man was surely dead. For what it was worth, Bass hoped the old bastard's soul would take some satisfaction in his grandson's survival. Time to rest now. He needed it more than ever. It was the blackest night outside. The wind screamed in the shell holes that pocked the walls of this 4-story tenement. A hard, cold rain beat on the remains of the crumbling roof and the cracked skylight above. Good for Bass.
Hell yeah, good looking out.
The greenskins wouldn't be abroad tonight.
But there's actually like a little divot in the arm sockets where the shoulders are, where like a drop of glue would fit.
His stomach growled a protest at long hours of emptiness. But he couldn't afford to eat again today. Tomorrow, he'd have something from one of the tins. Processed
glue could sit in there.
He needed
I could put like a drop inside of each of those,
hidden deep at the
and
back
then on the wrist of the other
metal
hand.
air vent. The boy drew a filthy, ragged.
No, you're right.
sheet
We'll
up
just
over
listen
his
to Francois.
closed
We'll
his
go with the
eyes
arms.
and
Or with
let
the body.
a fragile, temporary peace embrace him.
Or should I go both?
When Bass was just 7 years old, his parents died, and what he was told of, it was a lie. 2 officers brought the news. His father's major domo, Gideon Amherst, asked for details, at which point the officers exchanged uncomfortable looks. The taller of the 2 said something about a bombing at the planetary governor's summer mansion, an attack by elements of an anti-imperial cult, but Bass knew half-truth when he heard it. Whatever had really happened, the grim and darkly uniformed duo in the mansion's foyer would say no more about it. Bass never found out the real story. What they did say, however, was that on behalf of the Imperium of Man and the almighty God Emperor himself, the noble administratum was taking full possession of the Varden estate and all assets
Yo,
attached
Odin,
to it.
what's up, dude?
War raged across the segmentum. Money was needed for the raising of new troops.
We're doing it, bro.
Imperial law was clear on the matter. The mansion staff would be kept on, the tall officer assured Amherst.
Build a website you love.
What?
With Wix.
Okay.
Amherst had asked with only the mildest concern, less for the boy than for the simple practicality of dispensing with an unwanted duty. He had never held any particular affection for his master's son. "Maternal grandfather," said the officer on the left. "His last living relative, according to records, out east by New Cadenhive. The boy will be sent there." "There's a cargo train taking slaves that way this afternoon," said the taller. "It's a 20-hour trip, no stops." Amherst nodded and asked how soon the boy might embark. "We're to take him to Harvest Terminal as soon as he's ready," said the shorter officer. "He can bring one bag, enough for a change of clothes. Whatever else he needs, the grandfather will have to provide." It was as simple as that. One moment, Bass had been the son of a wealthy investor with mining concerns on a dozen mineral-rich moons. The next, he was a 7-year-old orphan, stuffed into the smallest, filthiest compartment of a rusting train car with nothing but a tide of cream-coloured lice for company and a bag of cloves for a pillow. At least he wasn't put with the others, among the slaves all chained together in the larger compartments. There were several hunched, scowling men who had eyed him in the strangest manner as he'd walked up the carriage ramp. Their predatory stares, unreadable to one so naive, had nevertheless chilled Bass to the marrow. Father and mother gone, and him suddenly wrenched from the security and stability of the wealth and comfort they had provided. Curled up in his grimy, closet-sized space, Bass had wept without pause, his body trembling with sobs until exhaustion finally took over. Asleep at last, he didn't feel the lice crawling over his arms and legs to feed. When he awoke, much later, He was covered in raw, itching bumps. He took vengeance then, the first he had ever known, and crushed all the bloody fat lice he could find. It took only moments, but the satisfaction of killing them for their transgressions lasted well beyond the act itself. When the pleasure of revenge finally subsided, he curled up into a ball and wept once more. A scream
No, I had to go one at a
Bass
time.
from a dream immediately
I
forgotten.
got too much,
and he
too
came
much
awake at
sausage
once.
fingers.
Throwing off his filthy sheet and rolling to a crouch, his hand went to the hilt of the knife roped around his waist. It sounded again, not human, close by. The traps in the hall. One of the snares. Bass scrambled to the opening of the air vent. There he paused for a dozen thunderous heartbeats while he scanned the room below him. No movement. They hadn't gotten this far in, thank the throne. He jumped down, crouching low. He scooted towards the door in the far wall. Beyond the grimy windows to his left, the sky was a dull, murky green. Morning. The sun would rise soon. Not that it would be visible. The rain had ceased, but the clouds hung thick and heavy and low. Bass stopped by the room's only door, just long enough to deactivate the hinged spike trap above it. He stretched up on tiptoes to fix the simple safety lock in place. Then, cautiously, quietly, he opened the door and peered through, eyes wide against the liquid darkness of the hallway beyond. A mewling sound guided his gaze towards the intruder. There, barely visible among the mounds of fallen concrete and shattered glass that littered the floor, was one of them, distinguishable from the rubble only by the sound it made and the panicked scrabbling of its long-fingered hands as it struggled with the wire that bit into its flesh. Bass could smell its blood on the dusty air, salty and metallic like human blood, but with strong overtones of something else, something like mold. He checked for
There it
signs
is, got
of
it.
movement in the shadows beyond the intruder. If the creature wasn't alone, he would have to flee. There could be no fighting toe-to-toe. Much as he valued the little sanctuary he had worked so hard to create
And the
here,
wrist isn't crooked
he wasn't
either.
fool enough to die for it. He had abandoned other bolt holes for less. Though Bass matched most of the hook noses in size, they had the physical edge. The hideous creatures were far stronger than they looked. Their long, powerful hands and razor-lined mouths made them deadly. Even one so hopelessly entangled in his sharp wire snares could still do him lethal damage if he got careless. But Bass hadn't lived this long by being careless. The old man's voice rose again in his mind. No slips, boy. A survivor minds his details. Always. Satisfied that the monster was alone, Bass acted quickly. He dashed from the doorway, low and silent as ever, and closed on his scrabbling prey. Before the alien knew it had company, Bass was on it, stamping viciously down on its face. Bones snapped, teeth broke. The vile, misshapen head hammered again and again against the stone floor.
So now we need
With the creature
17s
stunned,
and 18s.
Bass straddled it, drew his knife and pressed the long blade up under the creature's breastbone. He threw his whole weight behind the thrust, leaning into it with both hands. The creature's body heaved under him. It began flailing and bucking wildly, but Bass held on, gripping its skinny torso between his knees. Then, with his knife buried up to the hilt, Bass began to lever the blade roughly back and forward, cleaving the creature's heart in two. A wheezing gasp, a wet gurgle, a last violent tremor. Then the creature went limp. Bass rolled off the body, leaving the knife buried in his foe. Withdrawing it now would only mean spillage, and he wanted to avoid that as much as he could. Lying in the gloom, catching his breath, he watched his hands for the moment they would stop shaking. Don't be afraid, he told himself. This is nothing new. We've done this before. That gravelly voice rasped again from the past. Adrenaline is your ally, boy. Don't mistake it for fear. They're not the same thing. The shaking subsided far faster than when he'd made his first kill. But Bass knew from experience that the hard work would start in earnest now. He had a body to deal with. If the other savages smelled blood, and they always did, they would come. He had to move the corpse.
Hissing a curse, he kicked out at the thing's ugly, dead face. Being abroad in daylight was a constant gamble, much more so with a burden like this one, but he knew he could still save this precious bolt hole from discovery if he moved fast. The more time he gave the greenskins to rouse, the more danger he'd be in. With a grunt, he forced his aching, exhausted body to its feet and set about his grisly business. The cargo train grounded to a halt at noon on the day after its journey had begun. The iron walls of Bass's tiny cabin shuddered so much as the brakes were applied that Bass was sure the train would come apart. Instead, after what seemed an eternity, the screeching of metal against metal ended, and the vehicle gave one final lurch. Bass, unprepared for this, cried out as he was flung against the wall, bumping his head. He sat rubbing his injury, fighting to hold back tears. A scruffy teenage boy in the orange overalls of a loader came looking for him a few minutes after the massive vehicle's engines had powered down. "Arco station," he rasped around the thick brown IO stick he was smoking. "It's... you stop, grub. Up and out." Bass stood shakily and lifted his bag, then followed the young loader and his trail of choking yellow smoke to the nearest exit ramp. As they walked, he asked meekly, "Why did you call me grub?" Bass wasn't offended per se. He was unused to insult, as sheltered as his life had been until now. He was simply confused. No one had ever called him names before. He had always been the young master. The loader snorted. Over his shoulder, he said, "Look it yourself, grub. Small and pale and fat, soft and squirmy. You got rich written all over you. I heard about you. Serves you right, the likes of you. Serves you right, all what happened." Bass didn't understand that. He wasn't rich. That was his father. He hadn't done anything wrong. Suddenly, he felt fresh tears rising and a tightness in his throat. This boy hated him, he realised. Why? What had he done? Before he could ask, they reached the train car's portside personnel ramp. The loader stepped aside and shoved Bass forward. The light outside was blinding in contrast to the dank interior of the huge train. Bass felt the harsh radiance stabbing at his eyes. The sun was glaring, the sky a blue so intense it seemed to throb. As his eyes adjusted, he squinted down the long ramp, taking in the rockcrete expanse of the loading platform. Beyond it, shimmering in the heat haze, way off to the north, stood the shining steel towers of a great city. New Caerden Hive. His new home, surely. For one of the Civitas officers had mentioned the place by name. From here it looked glorious. He had read all about the great hive cities of the Imperium in one of his father's data books. Their streets teemed with all manner of people, living and working together in unity to fuel the glorious machine that was the Imperium of man. He felt a momentary thrill, despite his fears. What would it be like to live in such a place, so different from the quiet isolation of the estate? What grand role would he come to play there? Already, indentured workers and mindless servitors were unloading crates from the other cars onto the sun-baked surface of the platform. Armed men, their faces hidden beneath black visors, pushed and kicked the newly arrived slaves into orderly lines. Someone Bass couldn't see beyond the rows of slaves was barking out a list of rules which, if broken, would apparently be met with the direst physical punishment. "Go on, then," spat the loader from behind Bass. "Get on about your business, grub. Someone's waiting for you, they are." Bass scanned the platform again. He had never met his maternal grandfather. His mother, distant at the best of times, had never once mentioned the man. Bass could see no one who stood out from those he already noted. A hand on his back started him down the ramp, forcing that first step. Numbly, he let his legs carry him further, step after step, clutching his bag tight, eyes still searching for his grandfather with a growing sense of panic and confusion. "Emperor help you, grub. He's a mean-looking bastard you got waiting for you." Bass turned, but the loader was already tramping back into the carriage's shadowy interior. Returning his gaze to the platform, he saw it at last.
or bags or boxes or bundles. It was a man, and he stood in the shadow of a rusting green cargo container, his back resting against its pitted surface. Bass couldn't see him well, not cloaked in such thick black shadow, but his skin turned to goose flesh all the same. The cold hand of dread gripped his heart. He slowed. He wanted to turn back, but to what? To a dark metal cabin crawling with lice? He kept moving. When his feet touched level ground, he gave a start and looked down, surprised that he had descended the whole ramp. There was nothing else to do now. He had to keep on. His numb legs drove him reluctantly towards the green container. When he was 5 meters from it, a voice as rough as grinding rock said, "Took your blasted time, boy. What are you? Soft in the head as well as the body?" There was no introduction beyond this, no courtesies. "Don't fall behind," said the man as he pushed himself upright from the side of the container, "and don't speak." As the man stepped into the glaring sunshine, Bass saw him properly for the first time, and failed to stifle a whimper. A sudden hot wetness spread from his crotch, soaking his trousers. The old man turned at the lack of following footsteps. He took in the pathetic sight, a scowl of disgust twisting his awful features. "Blasted throne," he hissed. "If you've got any of my blood in you, it's not much." Bass stared back, frozen in place, lip quivering, hands trembling. This man couldn't be his mother's sire. There had to be some mistake. His mother had been beautiful and refined, cold, if he were being honest, but nevertheless a woman he had loved and admired above all others. He searched the stranger in front of him for any sign of his mother's bloodline. If it was there at all, it was buried deep beneath leathery skin and scar tissue. The man before him was old, over 70 standard years if he was a day, but impressively muscled for his age. He carried barely an ounce of fat. Veins stood out on his hard shoulders and arms and snaked up his neck to the temples on either side of his shaved head. He wore a beard of middle length, untidy and uneven, and some kind of silver chain with 2 small metal plates hanging from it. His clothes were olive green, both the sweat-stained vest and the tattered old pants, and his boots, which could hardly be called black any more, were scuffed and covered with dirt. The worst thing about the old man by far, however, the thing that held the boy's eyes for the longest time, was the huge crater of missing flesh where his right cheek should rightly have been. It was monstrous. The tissue that remained was so thin, Bass could make out individual teeth clenched in anger beneath it. The old man noted where the boy's eyes had settled. "Think I'm a horror boy," he said. "One day, I'll tell you about horrors." At this, a strange, far-away look came over him. In that instant, the old man seemed suddenly human, almost vulnerable somehow, a man with his own very real fears. But it was just a moment. It passed, and the hard, cold glare of contempt returned as fierce as before. "The sun'll dry your trousers," said the old man as he turned
Oh,
away.
damn, that's
"But not
I'm
your
sorry,
shame,
man.
if you've
Well,
any
it might
nerve."
not even have been you. It
started
might have been
walking
them.
again,
They might have just
off towards the
done a
southwestern
tweak
edge of
on
the
their
platform,
end
where another broad
where
ramp
they did some
descended to
balancing on
ground
their
level.
own.
It was now that Bass noticed the
But
pronounced
damn, yeah,
limp
that
in the
sucks.
old man's right leg, and the muffled
Well, hopefully
sound
you'll
of
find that
grinding
sweet
metal
spot again.
that came from it with every step. "Keep up, boy," the old man shouted back. "Keep up or I'll leave you here. Emperor damn you." Bass hurried after him, and was just close enough to hear him mumble, "And what you got, you poor little bastard? Throw and help the both of us." The alien's body was heavy, despite its size, and Bass laboured hard as he carried it across the roofs to a place he felt was far enough away from any of his bolt holes. He was glad for the clouds now. The assault of a blazing sun would have made the task that much harder. It might even have finished him off. Dizziness threatened to topple him twice as he crossed his plank bridges, but both times he managed to recover, just. There hadn't been time to eat. Once the body had cooled and the blood inside had congealed, he had withdrawn his knife from the beast's chest and stuffed the wound with rags. There was almost no spillage at all.
He had bound the wrists and ankles with lengths of wire to make carrying it more manageable, and had wrapped it in an old curtain he had torn from a third-floor window. Even so, as careful as he was, every moment he remained with the corpse was a moment closer to death. Hunger raged like a fire in the pit of his empty stomach, and his legs and shoulders burned with lactic acid. As soon as he was done dumping the body, he promised himself he would eat a whole
what's up,
can
dude?
of something.
Thanks
Part of
for
him
rolling
balked
through, bro.
at the thought of such excess. Eating well now meant running out of food that much sooner, but it couldn't be helped.
Haven't
He
seen
had
you
felt
on
it yesterday
in,
running for his
like
life.
a day.
He felt it now. He was getting
How was that
weaker,
hangover? You got a
putting
hangover at all
himself at a
after all those
disadvantage,
beers?
and he had to sustain himself. One day soon he would no longer be able to dump the ones he killed. He would be forced to cook their flesh and eat it just to survive. He knew it would come to that. It was inevitable. He'd have cooked and eaten sewer rats first, but they seemed to have disappeared, perhaps eaten by the strange ovoid carnivores the invaders had brought with them. Bass didn't care about taste, but he suspected alien flesh, cooked or otherwise, would fatally poison him. No matter what he did, one way or another, they would kill him in the end. But not today. Not while he still had power enough to defy them. Up ahead, he could see the shattered chimney pots of the last standing tenement on the town's southern edge. There on that rooftop, he would leave the body. The smell of its decay wouldn't reach the ground. The winds from the wasteland would carry it off. He left the carcass near the centre of the roof, burying it in rubble so that any hook noses that did come up here wouldn't see anything to get curious about. At least, not from a distance. With his labours done,
nice that
Bass
you had
was
a
about
good
to turn
time.
back and retrace his steps
Hangover
when he
sucks,
heard a
but
great rumble from the plains
just the
south
little
of
ones,
the town.
all right.
He flattened himself and
No time to
crawled
get on
the
there, that's
rooftop's
okay.
edge. A vast cloud of dust had risen up, at least a mile wide. At first he thought it was a sandstorm, but it was closing on 3 rivers and the wind was blowing against it. Insistent as it was, Bass forgot his hunger then. This was something new, something unexpected. He had to stay and watch. He had to know what it was and how it would affect his survival. A spark of hope almost lit in his heart. Could it be humans? Could it be Imperial forces come to take back the town? Throne above, let it be so. But it was just a spark. The darkness inside him swallowed it quickly. He had lived too many days and nights without succour to believe things would change now. For all he knew, he was the last surviving living human on Teos 3. Given the unstoppable strength and violent nature of the alien invaders, that didn't seem unlikely at all. Thus, he wasn't disappointed so much as unsurprised when the cloud of dust turned out to be a massive greenskin convoy. The air filled with engine noises that would have rivaled a summer thunderstorm. Vehicles of every possible description raced across the plains towards the town. There were hundreds of them, with wheels and treads in every possible configuration. Bass's eyes could hardly take them all in. Such was the variety of strange shapes. Monstrous weapons sprouted at all angles from heavily plated turrets. Radiator grills and glacis plates had been modified to look like grotesque faces. Gaudy banners of red and yellow snapped in the wind-blown dust, painted with crude skulls and axes rendered with childish simplicity. There was nothing childlike about the riders,
Hell
though.
yeah, you guys,
They
and
were
we're going to
hulking
leave the head
brutes,
off.
all green muscle, yellow tusks
Just
and
so
thick
we
metal
can do the
armor.
sub-assembly later.
They revelled in the noise of their machines, raising their bestial voices to roar along with them. They cavorted on the backs of bastardized trucks and troop transports. Those that fell off were crushed to red smears beneath the wheels and treads of the vehicles behind, drawing cackles of laughter from all that noticed. They were terrible to behold, and Bass felt his bladder clench. If they had come to stay, to reinforce the greenskins that had already controlled 3 rivers, his time was surely up. The odds of evading numbers like these were slim at best. He still had to scavenge for old cans of food each day, still had to fill his water bottles from any source he could find. He still had to venture out from the safety of his bolt holes. When he did, he would face a town swarming with savage nightmares. Why had they come? What had driven them here? It was then, as this question formed in his mind, and as the first of the vehicles roared along the street below him into the town proper,
shaking the foundations of the building atop which he rested, that he saw them. Humans. At first he couldn't believe his eyes. He stopped breathing, and his heart beat a frantic tattoo on his ribs. He wasn't the last, after all. He wasn't alone on this world. There were dozens of them, chained and caged in the back of slaver trucks. Bass ignored the war bikes and heavy armour that rumbled past now. He had eyes only for the cages. They looked a weak lot, those people. Beaten down, tortured. It wasn't criticism.
Let's see.
Bass pitied them. He knew what they must have endured. He alone had lived to witness the deaths of the people of Three Rivers. So many deaths. He had seen what the invaders were capable of. Theirs was a brutality wholly reflected in their terrible appearance. The slaves in the cages wore soiled rags or nothing at all. Men and women both. At one time, Bass might have been curious to look on the women, naked as they were. What 10-year-old boy wouldn't be? Not so now.
And Francois,
like
you said the guy
now
with the spear,
the
right?
wasted
But
muscles, the clotted blood
the
on
guy
their
with the
faces and
spear
scalps,
specifically,
the ribs that
or the
protruded from their
variation of the
bruised
guy with the
torsos.
spear, which is this
Most of
guy.
them looked dead already, like they had given up. Perhaps they didn't have it in them to end their own lives, but from the looks of them, they would have welcomed the end when it came. They were not like him, Bass found himself thinking. They were not survivors, and there are no children. In that last regard, he was wrong. A moment later, as the last slaver truck passed beneath Bass's rooftop perch and off up the street towards the town centre, he looked at the rear wall of its cage and saw a boy, roughly his own age and height. A boy.
Yeah, I thought
Unlike
so
the others,
too.
the child
I
was
just
standing
wanted to
upright,
make sure.
gripping the bars of his cage, his knuckles white. There was
Let's see that
fire
guy
in his
next.
eyes. Even from this distance, Bass saw it, felt it. Defiance and the will to live burned bright in this one. A brother, thought Bass.
What is a day in my life actually like?
He had survived to see this day. He had survived to find this boy, and he would rescue him so that he would never be alone again. Together they would bring meaning to each other's lives.
So 26
they could
and
look out for each
27.
other, depend on each other. Between them, the burden of caution could be shared. Life would be better. Bass was certain of it. His grandfather's voice
Hey, this
snapped
plastic
at him from the
glue
past.
doesn't work for the bases.
Weigh everything against your survival. Live to fight. Don't throw everything away on lost causes. No, Bass argued back. I can't go on alone. I will save him for my own sake. If the old man had been alive, he'd have beaten Bass black and blue for that. Not out of anger, never that. But because each man gets only one life, and some mistakes, once made, cannot be undone. The streets were still trembling with the roar and passage of the convoy as Bass got to his feet.
No.
He
We'll get
suppressed
the
his hunger
spear guy.
once again and followed the slaver trucks towards the town centre. There he would stay low, observe, and draw his plans. It quickly became clear, as his grandfather drove him away from Arco Station, that Bass was not to live in the great hive city to the north, as he had imagined. The road they followed ran south, and the rail terminal's blocky buildings soon fell away behind them, obscured by dust, heat, haze, and distance. The land on either side of the wide empty road was flat and largely dry, populated by little else but hardy grasses and shrubs, and the tall, strange cattle that plucked at them. Bass was too scared to ask his grandfather where they were going, or anything else for that matter. The old man smelled of sweat, earth, and strong alcohol, and he drove his rickety auto car with his jaw clenched, neither looking at nor speaking to his terrified young charge. After 2 or 3 hours in the vehicle's hot, stuffy interior, Bass saw a town materialize from the wavering line of the horizon. As the old man drove nearer, Bass became depressingly certain that this was his new home. The buildings at the settlement's north edge were lopsided, patchwork affairs with rusting corrugated walls. It was the first slum housing Bass had ever seen. Beyond them, the structures got taller and more dense, no little more appealing. An oily pall hung over everything. Towering smokestacks belched thick, dirty smoke into the sky. As they drove deeper into the town, Bass peered through the windows at the scowling, hard-eyed people on the streets. Tenements dominated. The inky alleys between them spilled tides of refuse onto the main thoroughfares. Who would live like this? Bass asked himself. Who would stay here? For the second time that day, he felt the desperate urge to turn around, to run to anywhere but here. But there was simply nowhere to go. He was a 7-year-old boy, alone in the Imperium but for the man next to him. Linked by blood
Christmas
and nothing
Day
else.
is 25th
Welcome to
all
Free
day,
Rivers,
and then Christmas
grunted
Eve
his
is
grandfather.
24th all day.
Bass didn't feel welcomed at all. Ironically, Free
I
Rivers...
guess one day wasn't
boasted
enough for these
only
Americans,
one.
huh?
The other two rivers had dried up as a result of the Munitorium hydropower project some 200 kilometres to the west, and the town, once
But yeah, like
prosperous,
people go and
had gone
have
into
dinner and
economic
celebrate
collapse.
usually like
The
Christmas
agriculture on which
Eve,
it
and then
depended struggled to survive. The
they do
workhouses
like
began
the
to fill with children
Christmas
whose
morning
parents could no
presents, and
longer
then just
sustain them.
like chillax
Many turned to
most
alcohol,
of the day.
others to crime. The streets became unsafe, and not just at night. In this environment,
Hell yeah.
a man like
You
Bass's
can come back around and get me a
former Imperial
second
Guard,
gift.
hardened and honed by decades of war, found work where others could not, despite his age. As Bass would later
Greedy
learn
bastard,
from
I'm gonna get
snippets
cold
of
now,
hushed
watch.
conversations on the streets, the old man worked as an occasional fixer, solving problems with violence for those willing to pay the right price. The local public house also paid him to keep troublemakers out, though, if word was to be believed, he caused at least as much trouble as he solved. But on that first night, Bass knew none of this. All he knew was that his former life was over, and he had been cast into absolute darkness, a living hell. He had no idea then of just how bad things would get. The old man's home was a dingy basement at the bottom of a black tenement in which every window was shielded by wire mesh. The steps down to its entrance were slick with urine and wet garbage. The smell made Bass feel sick for at least the first week. It was better outside, but not by much. A single glow globe did its best to light a room with no natural illumination whatsoever. Bass was shown where he would sleep, an old mattress stuffed into a corner near a heater that, in the 3 years he would live there, would never once be switched on. He was shown the tiny kitchen, and told that, in return for food and lodgings, he would be expected to prepare meals for both of them, among a score of other chores. Bass couldn't even imagine where to start with cooking. His father had employed 2 private chefs back on the estate. He had never once thought about the effort that went into preparing food. The lavatory was another shock. Little more than a 30-centimetre hole in the tiled floor with a water pump above it that had to be worked by hand. A steel basin could be filled for washing one's body, but the water was always ice cold. That first day, Bass held his waist in for hours rather than use that horrid little hole, until finally he thought he would burst. Necessity took him beyond his initial reluctance. He adapted. They had dinner together an hour after arriving, if it could even be called dinner. His grandfather made that meal. It was a tasteless stew of tinned grox meat and potatoes, and, though it smelled awful, Bass was desperately hungry by then and cleared his bowl. His grandfather nodded approvingly, though the hard look never left his eyes. When they had finished, the old man ordered Bass to clear the table, another first. And so it went, day after day, until Bass learned how to do all the things that were expected of him. When he made mistakes or dared complain, he was punished. A hand as fast as a striking snake would flash out and clip him on the ear. Weeping brought him no sympathy, only contempt. As hours became days and days became weeks, Bass discovered he was learning something else he had never known. He learned to hate. Salvation Square hadn't seen this much noise since its construction. Maybe not even then. The ruined building shuddered with the ruckus of the greenskin horde and the throaty rumbling of their war engines.
Hell yeah,
Bass
dude.
crouched low
Nice.
behind the only intact statue left on the
So
black
wait,
tile
so
roof of the Imperial
you're
Church that dominated the square's west side.
24th.
The
Okay.
sky above was
Alright.
clearing of clouds, beams of bright sunlight, slicing
So the
through like
earlier
100
from the
burning
24th.
swords. He had
Alright.
arrived in time to see the
Nice,
slaver
hell
trucks
yeah.
emptied and their occupants whipped and kicked towards the broken double doors of the Administratum building, carrying barrels and sacks. The boy from the last truck had trudged in line with the others, keeping his head down, never meeting the glare of the living nightmares that herded him. But Bass could still feel the boy's defiant hate radiating from him until he moved out of sight. The green-skinned newcomers began mixing with those that already occupied the town, sizing them up, eyeing their buggies and bikes and tanks. A few fights broke out, bringing hoots of laughter and encouragement that rose to compete with the rumble and stutter of their machines. Losers were butchered without mercy or remorse, to the delight of both groups. Despite the appeal of these fights, however, the alien crowds parted fast when a great red truck roared into the square, cutting down a dozen greenskins with the jagged blades fixed to its radiator grill. Where it halted, the arms and legs of the slain sticking out from beneath its dirty red chassis. From the back of this truck leapt a group of bellowing brutes, each bigger than the last. They glared at all those around them in unspoken challenge, but none dared answer. Their size and bearing made the others step back, creating a circle of open space around the truck. From the vehicle's rear, their leader stepped down. Bass was sure the statue to which he clung trembled as the huge creature's iron boots added fresh cracks to the square's ruined paving. There could be no doubt that this was an orc of particular status. Size aside, his armour was bright with fresh paint and bore more iconography than any of the others. A pole jutted from the iron plate on his back, rising 2 meters above his head, seeming to give him even more height than his already daunting 3 meters. It was strung with helmets and human skulls.
Nice,
some
dude.
still
Yeah, same
carrying
here.
dry,
Mine's was the
desiccated
same
flesh.
thing.
A banner with 2
It was mostly to
crossed
get the kids
painted
to
in
shut
red,
up because there's so
hung
many
from it,
presents under
rippling in
the
the
tree,
warm
and
breeze.
it's like, hey,
The war boss
go ahead and open
stomped
this one.
forwards to the centre of the
Use this one,
square
play
where the
with
fountain
this.
of Saint Ethiop had once stood,
and then tomorrow you get to open
roaring
the
and
rest.
bellowing in what passed for its
Well, that's
brutish
how I
language.
remember it, at least.
Bass glanced across at the dome of the Administratum complex. It had taken a lot of damage in the greenskin invasion. Most of its cobalt blue tiles had been blasted off, revealing the fractured bare stone beneath. Great gaps had been blown in its surface, making it look like the detritus of a massive cracked egg from which some unimaginable animal had already emerged. Bass had to see inside. He had to find the boy. He had to find a way to save him. With a veritable army of orcs filling the street below, he knew he had never been at greater risk than he was now. It was broad daylight. If he moved, one of the beasts might spot him, and it would take only one to alert the others. More than ever, he felt himself balanced on a knife's edge, but there was no way he could turn back now. His mind was filled with thoughts of companionship.
28.
For the first time since he had emerged from hiding into a town held by horrors from another world, he knew purpose, and, more importantly, and perhaps more dangerously, he remembered what it was to hope. He needed to wait. He needed the horde below to become preoccupied with something. He didn't have to wait long. From the doorway of the Administratum building, the previously entrenched greenskin leader emerged, roaring and swiping at his subordinates to get them out of his way. In his own right, he was a monster of terrifying proportions, but to Bass's eye, the newcomer looked bigger and better armoured. The 2 bosses locked eyes, both refusing to look down in submission. The horde parted between them, sensing the violence that was about to erupt. The newcomer threw his head back and gave a battle cry, a deafening, blood-freezing challenge. The other howled and foamed with rage, hefted a double-handed chain axe over his head and raced down the steps to meet his rival. The greenskin mob roared with delight and bloodlust. Bass had his opening. He didn't hesitate. Crouching low, he slid away from the statue and set off for the gaping wound in the side of the dome, moving roof to roof, careful to keep his distance from the edges lest his silhouette gave
Uncompromising energy.
And to pick that nose.
Skolum, owned and operated by the ecclesiarchy. And the nightmare Bass was living became much, much worse. The other boys who attended were merciless from the start. Bass was a stranger, a newcomer, the easiest and most natural of targets. Furthermore, he had gotten this far in life without ever needing to defend himself, either verbally or physically, and they could smell his weakness, like a pack of wild canids might smell a wounded beast. It drew them down on him from the first day. The leader of the pack, the tallest, strongest, and most vindictive, was called Craven, and at first he feigned friendship. "What's your name, then?" he asked Bass in the minutes before the day's long hours of work, prayer, and study began. Other boys drifting through the wrought iron gates notified the newcomer and gathered around. Bass was suddenly uncomfortable with all the attention. It didn't feel very benign. "I'm Bass," he answered meekly. Craven laughed at that. "Bass the
There it
bastard,"
is.
he told the others. "Bass the maggot," said another. "Bass the cave toad." The boys laughed. Craven folded his arms and squinted down at Bass. "I've seen you on Lyman Street. You're living with old Ironfoot?" Bass gaped at the other boy, confused. He didn't know who Ironfoot was. His grandfather insisted on being called Sarge, never grandfather or any variation thereof. Bass had heard others call him Sarge when they spoke of him, rather than to him. Then it dawned on him, and he nodded. Craven grinned. "You like that, you know, because of his leg?" He started walking around Bass with an exaggerated limp, making sounds like a machine. The other boys broke into fits of laughter. Bass didn't. He had never asked the Sarge about his leg. He didn't dare. He knew it caused the old man frequent pain. He had seen that pain scored deep in his face often enough. He knew, too, that the leg made a grinding noise on some days and not on others, though there seemed no particular pattern to it. It didn't sound anything like the noise Craven was making, but that didn't seem to stop the boys enjoying the joke. Craven stopped in front of Bass. "So what are you to him, eh? You his new boyfriend?" Again, great fits of laughter from all sides. I'm his grandson." Bass stuttered. It suddenly dawned on him that every moment spent talking to this boy was a moment spent digging a deeper hole for himself. He needed an escape, and he got it, for all the good it did. A bronze bell rang out, and a portly, stern-looking man with thick spectacles and a hooded robe of rough brown canvas appeared at the broad double doors of the main building. He bellowed at them to get inside. "We'll talk later, maggot," said Craven, as he turned and led the rest of the boys in. Bass barely made it back to the Sarge's room that evening. He had stopped screaming by then, but the tears continued to stream down his cheeks. His clothes had been cut with knives. His lip was ragged and bloody. One eye was so swollen he couldn't see out of it, and two of his fingers would no longer flex. The Sarge was waiting for him at the rickety dining table in the centre of the room, bandages and salves already laid out. "How many hits did you land?" he asked simply. Bass couldn't speak for sobbing. "I said, how many hits?" the old man snapped. "None," Bass wailed. "None, all right. I couldn't do anything." The old man cursed angrily, then gestured to the empty chair opposite him at the table. "Sit down and see if we can't patch you up." For half an hour the Sarge tended his injured grandson. He was not gentle. He didn't even try to be. Bass cried out in pain a dozen times or more. But rough as he was, the old man was good with bandages, splints, and a needle and thread. When he was done, he stood up to put away the medical kit. Looking down at Bass, he said, "You're going back tomorrow. They won't touch you again until you're healed." Bass shook his head. "I don't want to go back. Don't make me go. I'd rather die." The Sarge launched himself forward, getting right in Bass's face. "Never say that," he hissed. "Don't you ever back down. Don't you ever let them win. Do you hear me, boy?" Bass was frozen, in absolute terror. Certain the old man was about to rip him apart. Such was the vehemence in his voice, and on that terrible face. His grandfather stood up straight again. "The hard lessons are the ones that count," he said in more subdued tones. "You understand? Hard lessons make hard people." He turned and walked to a cupboard on the left to put the kit away. "When you get sick of being an easy target, you let me know, boy. I mean it." He threw on a heavy grok-skin coat and made for the door. "Rest," he said as he opened it. "I have to go to work." The door slammed shut behind him. Bass rested, but he could not sleep. His wounds throbbed, but that was not the worst of it. Abject fear had settled over him like a wet shroud, clinging to him, smothering him. Closing his eyes brought back stark memories of fists and feet pummeling him, of the wicked, joyous laughter that had mocked his cries for mercy. No, there would be no sleep for him that night, nor for many others to come. Bass found the human slaves locked in a broad cage of black iron, the bars of which were crudely cast and cruelly barbed. As before, all but one of the slaves, and Bass judged there were over 20 of them, sat or lay like lifeless dolls. There was no talking between them, no sobbing or whimpering. They had no tears left. Bass wondered how long they had endured. As long as he had. Longer? He saw the boy standing at the bars, hands clenched tight around them. What was he thinking? Did he always stand like this? Did he ever sleep? The interior of the building had once been a grand place, even in the years of the town's decline. Now, though, each corner of the great lobby was heaped with mountains of orc excrement and rotting bodies. The walls were splattered with warlike icons in the same childishly simple style as the greenskin vehicles and banners. The air in here was foul, almost overpowering even for Bass. Part of his success in remaining undetected for so long had depended on rubbing dried greenskin feces onto his skin.
Bro.
At first he had gagged so much he thought he might die. But after that first time, he had adjusted quickly, and the regrettable practice had masked his human scent well. Had it not, he would have been found and slaughtered long ago. Even so, the miasma of filth and decay in the wide lobby was sickening. Much of the marble cladding, which had graced the interior walls here, had shattered and fallen to the floor, revealing rough brick and in many places twisted steel bars, making a descent fast and easy. Bass did a last visual scan to make sure all the greenskins were outside watching the fight, then dropped quickly to the lobby floor. The falls of his bare feet were silent as he moved around the west wall and closed on the black iron cage. None of the human captives saw or heard him until he was almost standing right in front of the boy. Even then, it seemed that they were too exhausted to register his presence. The boy continued staring straight ahead, eyes still intense, unblinking, and Bass felt a moment of panic. Perhaps the boy was brain-addled. He took an instant to study him at close range. Like the others, he was skinny to the point of ill health, clearly malnourished and bore the marks of cuts and bruises that had not healed properly. In the centre of his forehead was a black tattoo, about 3 centimetres across. Bass noted it, but he had never seen its like before. He had no idea what it meant. A single stylized eye set within a triangle. Bass looked down at the boy's arms and noticed another tattoo on the inside right forearm. It was a barcode with numbers beneath it. The greenskins had not done this to him. It was far too cleanly rendered for that.
All right, 29 and
Bass couldn't
30.
imagine what these tattoos meant.
Both arms
And right
and the
here,
spear.
right now, he didn't care. He reached out and touched the boy's left hand where he'd gripped the bar. Human contact must have pierced the veil over the boy's senses because he
There it
gave
is,
a
right
start
there,
and his
29 and
eyes
30.
locked with Bass's for the first time. Joy exploded in Bass's heart. Human contact, a connection. He hadn't dared hope to experience it ever again. And yet here it was. Damn the bars that stood between them. He might have embraced the boy otherwise for all the joy he felt at that moment. He opened his mouth and tried to greet the boy, but the sound that emerged was a dry croak. Had he forgotten how to speak already? With concerted effort he tried again, shaping his lips to form a word so simple and yet so difficult after his long months alone. "Hello," he grated, then said it again, his second attempt much better. The boy blinked in surprise and whipped his hands from the bars. He retreated a step into the cage. Bass couldn't understand this reaction. Had he done something wrong? In his head, words formed, and he knew they were not his own. They had a strange quality to them, a sort of accent he did not recognize. "Who are you?" Bass shook his head, unsure of what was happening. Seeing his confusion, the tattooed boy gingerly returned to the bars. "Who are you?" the voice asked again. "Is that you?" Bass returned hoarsely. "Is that you in my head?" The boy opened his mouth and pointed inside. Most of his teeth were gone. Those that remained were little more than sharp, broken studs. But this was not the reason the boy couldn't vocalize.
Where his tongue should have been, only a dark nub of flesh remained. His tongue had been cut from his mouth. Sounds of movement came suddenly from either side of the boy. Bass looked to left and right and saw that the other captives had roused at last. Barging each other aside, they surged to the walls of the cage, shoving the tattooed, tongueless boy backwards in order to get closer to Bass. Bass stepped away immediately, wearily. He didn't like the look in their eyes. Such desperation. He felt the sudden burden of their hopes and expectations before anyone gave voice to them. It was an ugly, shabby, middle-aged woman who did so first. "Get us out, child! Free us, quickly!" Others echoed her urgently. "Open the cage, lad. Save us." Bass looked for the cage door, and found it easily enough. It was to his right, locked and chained with links as thick as his wrist. A tall, thin man with deeply sunken eyes and cheeks hissed at the others, "Shut up, damn you, they'll hear!" When he was ignored, he struck the loudest of the prisoners in the jaw, and Bass saw her sink to the cage floor. Another quickly took her place.
I had a crazy idea.
He just needed the boy. Despite the logic in the words of the gaunt man, the others would not be quiet. They thrust their hands out between the bars, tearing their weak papery skin on the iron barbs. Pools of blood began forming on the tiled floor, filling cracks there. Bass took another step back, searching the crowd in front of him for signs of the tattooed boy, but he had been pushed entirely from view. "Don't leave us, son," begged a bold man. His right arm docked at the elbow. "Emperor curse you if you leave us," screeched a filthy woman with only a dark scab where her nose should have been. "He will, boy. He'll curse you if you don't save us." Had the monsters outside not been making such a din of their own, they would surely have heard this commotion. Bass knew he had to go. He couldn't stay here, but it was hard to leave the boy. How could he open the cage? He had no way of cutting through that chain. Had he found this boy only to be frustrated by his inability to save him? Was the universe truly so cruel? A mighty roar sounded from Salvation Square, so loud it drowned out even the wailing humans. The fight between the war bosses was over. The entertainment had ended. Free Bridges belonged either to the new leader or the old. It didn't matter to Bass. What mattered was, any second now, massive green bodies would pour into the building through the shattered oak doors. "Go," said the tattooed boy's projected voice. "You have to go now." Bass still couldn't see him, but he called out, "I'll come back for you." "Don't," replied the boy. "Don't come back. You cannot help us, just run." Bass scrambled back up the lobby wall like a spider. At the top, crouching on the lip of the great jagged wound in the dome, he paused and turned to look down at the cage one more time. The prisoners were still reaching out towards him, despite being 20 meters away. They were still calling to him, howling at him. Bass frowned. "There's nowhere to run to," he said quietly, wondering if the boy would pick up his thoughts. "I only have you. I have to come back." Jabbering greenskins poured into the building then, laughing and grunting and snorting like wild boar. Bass slid from view and made for the nearest of his bolt holes to prepare for his return tonight. He didn't know how he would set the boy free, but something told him he would find a way. It was all that mattered to him now. There are two ways to deal with fear, as Bass found out in his first few months in Three Rivers. You can let it corrode you, eat away at your freedom and sanity like a cancer, or you can fight it head on, maybe even overcome it. He didn't have much choice in the approach he was to take. His grandfather had already decided for him. Craven and his gang of scum did indeed wait until Bass recovered before they brutalized him again. When it came, it was as vicious as the first time. They kicked him repeatedly, savagely, as he lay curled into a ball on the ground, and Bass thought they might never stop. Maybe they would kill him. Part of him wished they would. At least it would be an end. When no more kicks came, it felt like a blessing from the God Emperor himself. He opened his eyes to see the gang strolling off down the street, the boys laughing and punching each other playfully on the arm. Two local women walked past and looked down at Bass where he bled, on the pavement. But they didn't stop. There was no sign of pity in their eyes. They looked at him in passing as they might notice a dead rat on their path. The next passerby did stop, however. Bass didn't know him. He was a big fat man with skull and sword tattoos on both forearms. "Having a bad day, son?" he asked, as he helped Bass to his feet. "Let's get you home, eh? The Sarge will fix you up." Bass hobbled along at the man's side, doing a fair job of stifling his sobs for once. Do you know the Sarge?" he stammered. The man laughed. "You could say that," he replied. "I employ him." Bass looked up at him. "I'm Sheridan," said the fat man. "I own the public house on Magram Street. You know, where your grandfather works at night." It turned out that Sheridan liked to talk. In the 22 minutes Bass spent with him that day, he learned more about his grandfather than he had in the weeks since he had come to this accursed place. And what he learned, he could never have guessed. According to Sheridan, the sour old bastard was an imperial hero. As he had promised himself, Bass ate a full can of processed grox meat, knowing he would need the strength and energy it would give him. Sitting in the bolt hole closest to Salvation Square, he thought hard about how he would get the boy out of the cage. One of the orcs had to be
Forgot about
carrying a
mold
key.
lines.
Which
Damn
one?
it.
How would Bass get it? He thought, too, about what to do once the cage door was open. The others he couldn't look after. They'd have to fend for themselves. They were adults. They couldn't expect him to take the burden of their lives onto his shoulders. Such a thing was well beyond his power. It was just too much to ask of him. They'd have to make their own way. He would lead the boy out at speed, climbing up to the rooftops before the orcs realised what was going on. Together they could return to this bolt hole without drawing attention. Bass looked at the few cans of food remaining in the metal box at his feet. There were no labels on them, but he didn't suppose it mattered. Like himself, the tattooed boy would be glad of whatever food he could get. Together they would eat well in celebration of their new friendship. Tomorrow they could search out new supplies as a team. With these thoughts buoying his spirit, Bass bedded down and tried to sleep, knowing he would need to be well rested for the dangers of the night ahead. Darkness fell fast in 3 rivers, and this night the sky was clear and bright. Overhead, the planet's 3 small moons glowed like spotlit pearls. The stars shone in all their glory. Had Bass deigned to look up, he might have noticed some of them moving inexplicably northwards, but he did not. His eyes were fixed on the scene below. In the ruined plaza, orc cookfires burned by the dozen, surrounded by massive bodies turned orange by the flames. The majority of the brutes were drinking some kind of stinking, fermented liquid from barrels they had unloaded from their trucks. Others ripped hunks of roasted meat from bodies that turned on their spits. Bass didn't know what kind of meat the greenskins were cooking, but he could hear the fat pop and sizzle as the baking skin cracked and burned. Others still were barking at each other in their coarse tongue. Fights broke out sporadically, each ending in a fatality as the stronger hacked or bludgeoned the weaker to death. Bass's stomach groaned, demanding he act on the savoury smell that wafted up towards his perch, but he ignored it. He needed all his focus, all his attention, to recognise the moment he could slip down back inside the dome of the Administratum building. It seemed that a great many hours passed as he hunched there atop the ruins of the old church once more, clinging to the statue that broke up his silhouette. In fact, only 2 hours had gone by when, with their fill of meat and drink and fighting, most of the orcs settled down to sleep. Their communal snoring soon rivaled the noise of their engines from earlier in the day. It was time to move. With all his concentration centred on avoiding detection, Bass made his way across his plank bridges and soon reached the gaping crack in the dome. There, pressing himself close to the exposed stone, he peered inside and scanned the hallway below. There were fires in here too, though smaller than the ones outside. Around them slept the biggest of the greenskins, those with the heaviest armour, the largest weapons, the most decoration. There were a few hook-noses too, sleeping in groups near the fly-covered dung piles. They had not been allowed to bed down near the fires of their giant masters. Bass watched and waited, and decided that the orcs within were as sound asleep as those without. He steeled himself for what had to be done, then stepped out from behind the cover of the dome and began his descent. The stars cast his shadow on the tile floor below, but nothing stirred. Nothing noticed.
With all the stealth he could muster, Bass descended, his toes and fingers seeking and finding the small holes he used earlier in the day.
Let's glue that
while the
spear
daytime descent
arm
had taken only
on.
moments, this one took minutes. There was too much at stake to rush, and nothing to be gained. Finally, his bare feet reached the cold tiles, and he turned from the wall. He realized that, even had he slipped and made a noise, none of the orcs would likely have heard him. Up close, their snoring was preposterously loud. Good. That would work in his favour. Bass avoided looking directly at any of the fires. His eyes had adjusted well to the shadows of the last few hours of patient observation. He didn't want to lose that. He had to be able to see into the dark places, for the cage with the human prisoners was flush against the far wall, and the marble staircase next to it cast a black cloak over it. He moved, keeping to pools of deep shadow wherever he could, at the same time careful to steer clear of the huddled hook-noses. Had he not masked his scent with orc filth so often and so diligently, their sensitive noses might well have detected him. But they did not awaken. Bass reached the cage and stood exactly where he had earlier that day. Gentler sounds of sleep issued from behind the black iron bars. Good, thought Bass. Most of them are sleeping too. He hoped they would stay that way. But where was the boy? A figure moved to the cage wall. Bass squinted, and was relieved to see the boy standing there before him. Bass smiled and nodded by way of greeting. The boy did not smile back. "I told you not to come back. Don't take this risk. Escape with your life." Bass shook his head and spoke in low tones, unsure if the boy could read thoughts as well as he transmitted his own. "How do I open the door? How do I unlock this thing?" He pointed to the heavy chain and crude cast-iron padlock where they lay at the foot of the cage door. The chain's coils wrapped around the bars twice. "I ask you one more time," said the boy. "Will you not leave me and save yourself?" "No," hissed Bass. "I will not go on alone. I'm sick of it. Don't you understand?" The boy's voice was silent in Bass's mind for a while. Then it said, "There is a key. The head slaver wears it on his belt, tied to it by a piece of thick rope. If you can cut the rope and get the key without waking him." "Which one is he?" Bass whispered. "He lies by the fire closest to your left. His right ear is missing." Bass stalked off towards the fire, still careful to avoid looking directly at its heart. There were 7 orcs around it, and as Bass drew closer to them, closer than he had ever physically been to one of the tusked giants before, the sheer size of them truly dawned on him for the first time. He had always known they were huge, these savage horrors, but it was only this close, their wide, powerful backs heaving with each breath, that he realized how small he truly was and how fragile. There was nothing he could huge bellows each time he took a deep, rumbling breath. And, when he exhaled, strands of thick saliva quivered on his long, curving tusks. The smell of his breath in Bass's face was foul, like a carcass rotting in the sun. Against his better judgment, Bass moved around the slave master and the fire. It was the only way to reach the key on the beast's belt. But as his shadow passed over the closest eye of the monster, its huge shoulders twitched. It stopped snoring. Bass's adrenaline, already high, rocketed. He stood rooted to the spot, his hands and knees shaking. If the beast came awake now, he didn't know what he would do. He simply stood there, and the seconds seemed to stretch out like hours. But seconds they were, and only a few, before the monster settled again and began to snore even louder than before. Bass's relief was palpable, but he didn't want to be near the damn thing any longer than necessary, so he crouched down by the monster's thickly muscled belly and, with slow precision, drew his grandfather's knife from the sheath at his waist. The rope was thick, and the key itself was heavy, but Sarge's old knife was razor-sharp. It had never lost its edge, despite all the use it had seen. It parted the rope fibres with ease. Bass lifted the key, resheathed the knife, and made his way back over to the barbed cage. "I have it," he whispered, as he crouched down by the massive padlock. "It turns clockwise," said a voice from the deep shadows within the cage. Bass looked up with a start and saw the tall, gaunt man from before standing in front of him on the other side of the cage door. "I'll help you, son," said the man, lowering himself into a crouch. "You turn the key. I'll keep the chain and lock from rattling." Bass looked up for the boy he had come to save and saw him come to crouch silently by the gaunt man's side. "You'll need both hands to turn it," said the man. Bass fitted the head of the key into the hole and tried to turn it until his fingers hurt. Nothing. An act of no effort whatsoever for the aliens was near impossible for Bass. The torque in his wrists just wasn't enough.
Over there.
"Here," said the man, handing Bass a smelly rag that had once been clothing. "Wrap this around the handle and try again." Bass did. With his teeth gritted and the effort raising the veins on his arms and neck, he wrestled with the lock. There was a screech of metal. The lock slid open. Bass turned, certain that he achieved his feat only to bring death on himself. Every sound seemed so much louder when stealth was paramount. He scanned the hall behind him, not daring to breathe. He sensed the tension on the other side of the cage too. The orcs, however, slumbered on. Perhaps there was little to fear after all. Perhaps the beast slept so soundly he could have run through their clapping and yelling and not have roused a single one. "Overconfidence kills more men than bullets do," snapped the remembered voice of his grandfather. "Stay grounded." "This will be risky," said the man in the cage. "Lift the lock away from the chains and put it to the side. I'll try to uncoil this thing without too much racket." That made sense to Bass. The chain looked particularly heavy, and so it was. In the end, it took all three of them, the gaunt man, Bass, and the tattooed boy together, to remove it quietly. Remove it they did, but before the gaunt man could try to open the door, Bass raised a hand. "Wait," he whispered. "We should spit on the hinges." The man cocked an eyebrow, his face just visible in the gloom. "Good thinking, boy." Bass was surprised by the compliment. His grandfather would never have handed one out so easily. Regardless of how good the idea was, it proved difficult for the men and the tattooed boy to generate enough saliva for the task. Too long without adequate food and water had made their throats itchy, their mouths bone dry. After a few failed attempts, however, the man had an idea.
There he goes,
Instructing
stealing
the
the show.
tattooed boy to do the same, he put a corner of his ragged cloth in his mouth and began to chew it. Soon enough, the door's two large iron hinges gleamed wetly with fresh lubrication. Awakened by the sound of spitting, other prisoners rose and shuffled forward to see what was going on. That made Bass uncomfortable. He was sure they would give him away and bring the whole rescue down about his head. He was wrong. They had learned early in their captivity not to awaken their captors if they didn't want to be tortured and beaten or worse. "Stay quiet, everyone," the gaunt man told them. "The lad has freed us, but getting out will be no easy matter. We must stay quiet, exercise patience, and we'll all die here tonight." "We're with you, Klein," whispered someone at the back. Others nodded assent. Assured of their compliance, the gaunt man,
I guess he wanted to be seen.
turned back to the cage door and gently eased it open. The hinges grated in complaint, but only a little. At last, the cage door stood open. Bass stepped back. Clean put a hand on the tattooed boy's shoulder and ushered him through first. He stopped just in front of Bass, who couldn't prevent himself from reaching out and embracing the boy. "I told you I'd get you out," Bass whispered, then stepped back, abruptly
All right,
self-conscious.
next one.
Clean led the others out now, until they stood together outside the cage, a silent, terrified gaggle of
Kitty
wretches,
stealing the
all
show
looking
over
at
here.
Bass expectantly.
Hello.
"What's your plan for getting us away from here, son?" Clean asked now. "How will you get us to safety?" Bass almost blurted, "I only came for him." But he stopped himself, looking at these people, each hanging on to life and hope by the thinnest of threads. He knew he couldn't just turn his back on them. He had come into their lives, a light in the dark, and he could no more extinguish it now than he could abandon the boy who would give new meaning to his survival. He turned and pointed to the broad crack in the dome up above. The closest of Taos-Free's moons, Amaryl, was just peeking from the eastern edge of the gap, casting its silver light down into the hall, revealing just how many of the huge green-skinned brutes lay sleeping there. Bass's gut clenched. It could still go so wrong. One slip would bring slaughter down on them, and yet he was so close to getting himself and the tattooed boy away from here.
Clean followed Bass's finger, his eyes roving from the gap in the dome, down the rough wall to the cold marble floor. He frowned, perhaps doubtful that some of his group would manage the climb. Nevertheless, he nodded and told Bass, "Lead us out, son. We will follow." Thus, with the utmost care, the group picked its way between the orc fires, freezing in terror every time one of the beasts shifted or grunted loudly in its sleep. Crossing the hall seemed to Bass to take forever. This was foolish. Even if these people did get out, how slowly would they have to cross the bridges he had laid between the rooftops? It would take forever for them to get where? Where was he going to lead them? He couldn't take them to any of his bolt holes. Those had been chosen for the difficulty of their access, for their small size. They were meant to be inconspicuous, but there was nothing inconspicuous about a group of clumsy adults struggling to pack their bodies into such a tiny space. And the smell of these people, they smelled so human. Bass hadn't realised until now, standing there among
And for the
them, just how
quest keeper
strong people
agent,
smelled.
should we do the
greenskins would track
chainsword
them like
one?
hounds when they awoke. No doubt these people
the
thought
bolt-
Bass smelled
hold
foul,
on.
standing there with
Is it
dried
this
orc
one right here
feces
with
rubbed into
chainsword?
his skin, clothes and hair. But they would learn to do the same or they would die.
And then his variation
At the wall, the group
is this
huddled
top
together
one.
and Klein spoke to them again. "The boy will go first," he said. "All of you, watch him carefully. Watch where
I
he
kind of like the
ascends
gun
and try
one
to
more,
remember the
but
handholds he uses.
I mean, chainsword's pretty
We
dope,
have to
right?
do this quickly, but not so quick as to cause any mishaps. Cedric," he said, addressing the tattooed boy, "you will go second. Once you and... I'm sorry, son, I don't know your name." "Bass," said Bass. Clean put a fatherly hand on Bass's head. "Bass, and now we know the name of our saviour." He smiled, and Bass saw that he, too, had had his teeth broken, no doubt by a blow from one of the greenskins. "Bass, when you reach the top, you and Sarek will help the rest climb up, okay?" For an instant, Bass imagined just taking Sarek and running. The duo would have far better odds alone, but no sooner had the thought come to him that he felt the beginning of a sickening guilt. What would his grandfather have done? There had been no lesson about this, no tests. How he wished there had been. Had the Sarge ever made such a decision? Had Bass's education simply never gotten this far? "What should I do, grandfather?" Bass silently asked the old man in his memories. No sharp voice rose from the past to answer him. He looked over at Sarek, and the boy nodded back at him in support. "Right," whispered Klein. "Up you go, son. Show us the way." Bass started climbing, not looking down, letting his hands and feet find the holds he knew were there. He scaled the wall without noise or incident, and at the top turned to find Sarek only a few metres below him. As the boy neared the top of the wall, where the dome opened to the air, Bass reached down and helped him up. Below, Klein was helping the first of the adults, a woman with short hair, to begin her
1,
climb.
2, and
How
3.
frail they all looked. How shaky. Could they really manage it? Bass heard a shout in his head. "No, Dara, no!" It was Sarek. He had seen or sensed something about to happen. From the desperate tone of his thoughts, Bass knew it was bad. Surging from the back of the group, a woman began shouldering others roughly out of her way, screeching hysterically. "I have to get out! I have to get out of here! Me first! Let me up first!" Her mad cries echoed in the great hall, bouncing from the domed ceiling back down to the ears of the sleeping greenskins. With grunts and snarls they started to wake. Klein tried to stop her as she surged forward, but panic had given her strength and he reeled backwards as she barged him aside. Then from the bottom she reached up and tore the short-haired woman from the wall, flinging her backwards to land with a sickening crack on the marble floor. The short-haired woman didn't rise. Her eyes didn't open. Bass saw the orcs rising now, vast, furious shapes given a double hellish appearance by the light of their fires. The first to stand scanned the hall for the source of the noise that had awoken it. Baleful red eyes soon picked out the pitiful human escapees. Roars filled the air. Blades were drawn. Guns were raised. Bass loosed a string of curses, there on the lip of the crack in the dome. He and Sarek could see it all play out below them. It would have been wise to flee then, and deep down, Bass knew that. But there was something about the inevitable horror to come that kept him there, kept him watching. He had to bear witness to this. Was this his fault? Were they all to die so he could assuage his loneliness? Dara
scrabbled at the wall, desperately trying to ascend at speed, ignorant of the imminent slaughter her foolishness had initiated. Though she hadn't been composed enough to map Bass's path in her head, she made progress by virtue of the frantic nature with which she attacked the task. She was halfway up when
Is hunger holding you back? Meet hydro.
Bro, it's so funny that the commercial starts with is hunger holding you back? I'm so hungry right now, you guys. But I'll eat later because we're fasting right now. Just for now. Alright.
laughter ricocheted from the walls. Bass saw Klein looking straight up at him, the last of the escapees still standing, hemmed in on all sides, nowhere to run. The orcs closed on him, red eyes mad with the joy of killing. Klein didn't scream like the others. He seemed resigned to his fate. Bass saw him mouth some words, but he never knew what they were. They might have been good luck. They might have been something else. A dozen orc blades fell at once. Wet pieces hit the floor. Klein was gone. Outside Government Hall, the commotion spread to the rest of the horde. Those asleep in Salvation Square came awake, confused at first, then eager to join whatever fracas was taking place within the building. They began streaming inside, fighting with each other to be first. Perhaps they could smell human blood. It was thick and salty on the air. Bass could smell it too. Dara was almost at the gap of the dome now, still scrabbling manically for every protruding stone or steel bar that might get her closer to freedom. She was within reach. Bass looked down at her. He could have reached out then, could have gripped her arms and helped her up the last meter, but he hesitated. This mad woman had sealed the fate of the others. She had killed them as surely as the orcs had. If he tried to bring her with him, she would get him killed too. He was sure of it. And the darkest part of him considered kicking her from the wall to plunge backwards, joining those she had condemned. It would be justice, he thought, a fitting revenge for the others. But he didn't kick her. Instead, without conscious decision, he found himself reaching out for her, committed to helping her up. Even as he did, he became aware of a strange whistling noise in the sky. He didn't have time to wonder what it was. The stone beneath him bucked violently, and he grabbed at the wall for support. There was a blinding flash of light that turned the world red behind his eyelids. Blazing heat flooded over him, burning away his filth-caked hair. Dara's scream filled his ears, merging now with more strange sounds from the sky. Bass opened his eyes in time to watch her plunge towards the bellowing greenskins below. He didn't see her, hacked to pieces. Cyric grabbed his shoulder and spun him around. "Look at the square," he told Bass. From the stone ledge around the dome, the two boys could see everything. The night had been turned to a sudden day by
What's
great
up,
pillars
dude?
of
We got the
fire
kitty
that burst
cam.
upwards. Buildings on all sides, half shattered in the original invasion, were toppled now as massive artillery shells slammed into them, blowing chunks of stone and cement out in great flaming clouds. Bass watched with wide eyes. Again and again, high explosive death fell screaming from the sky. The orcs were arming themselves and
He almost
racing for
looks
their
mad.
machines. Bass saw half a dozen armoured fuel trucks blown apart like cheap toys, when a shell struck the ground between them. Burning, screaming greenskins scattered in every direction, their arms pinwheeling as the flames gorged on their flesh. The whistling stopped, to be replaced by a roar of turbine engines. Black shapes ripped through the sky above Bass's head, fast and low. They were too fast to see properly, but the stutter and flare of their guns tore up the square, churning orc bodies into chunks of wet meat. Green-skinned vehicles returned fire, filling the air with a fusillade of solid slugs and bright lasblasts. Missiles screamed into the air on smoky trails as the aliens brought their vehicle-mounted launchers to bear. One of the black shapes in the sky was struck hard in the tail and began a mad spiral towards the ground. It struck an old municipal building not 200 metres from Bass and Cyric. Both the building and the aircraft tumbled into the square in a cloud of smoke, flame, and spinning shrapnel. Bass grabbed Cyric's hand. "We have to go," he yelled over the noise. He didn't wait for an answer. He pulled Cyric to the planks connecting the dome of their perch to the nearest roof, and they crossed quickly. Bass first, then Cyric.
Screeches from behind made Bass turn. Some of the hook-noses had scaled the wall inside the dome. They spotted the boys and gave chase, firing their oversized pistols as they came. As soon as Sarek was over the first gap, Bass kicked the planks away. Then, grabbing Sarek's hand again, he ran. Anti-aircraft fire poured into the sky, lighting their way across the rooftops. The shadowy shapes assaulting the orcs from above were forced to pull out. Moments after they did, the artillery strike started again. Bass was halfway across one of these makeshift bridges when a shell plunged into the building he was crossing towards. It punched through the tenement roof, and a number of upper floors before it exploded somewhere deep within the structure. Bass watched in horror as the building in front of him began to disintegrate, turning to little more than loose stone. He turned and leapt back towards the edge of the roof, where Sarek stared in horror just as the planks beneath his feet fell away. His fingers missed the lip of the roof. He felt his dizzying plunge begin, but small hands reached for him just as he fell, gripping his wrists and hauling him in towards the building. Bass struck the stone wall hard, winding himself, but the small hands didn't let go. He looked up and saw Sarek stretched over the edge, face twisted in pain, grunting and sweating with the effort of keeping Bass from plummeting to his death. Bass scrabbled for a foothold and found a thin ledge, not enough to support his full weight, but enough to take some of the strain off Sarek. "Can you climb up?" Bass stretched and gripped the lip of the roof. Then, with Sarek pulling, he heaved himself up and rolled over the edge. There, with death averted once more, he lay panting, adrenaline racing through his veins. Sarek crouched over him. "We can't stay up here. Isn't there some other way?" The ground shook. More explosions rocked the town, striking just to the north of their position. Bass didn't have time to wait for the shaking to stop. As soon as he had his breath, he got up. "The greenskins will be everywhere at ground level," he said miserably. But looking at the empty space where the next building had been only moments ago, he knew that staying high would be just as dangerous. Besides, that building had been the only one linked to this. It looked like there was little choice. If they couldn't travel above ground, and they couldn't travel on the ground... "There's one more way," said Bass. "Let's go." Bass began training under his grandfather after the fourth time Craven's gang beat him up. It was the worst beating yet. One of the smaller boys, an ugly, rat-faced lad called Sarkim, had actually stabbed Bass in the belly with a box cutter. It was the sight of so much blood that brought the beating to an early end this time. Instead of strolling off in casual satisfaction, Craven and his gang ran, knowing this level of violence would mean serious trouble for them if they were caught. Bass staggered home, both hands pressed to his abdomen, drawing sharp looks from everyone he passed. A rough-looking woman in a filthy apron called out, "You need help, boy?" Bass ignored her and kept on. He knew Sarge would be waiting at the table with the medical kit laid out. He had warned Bass that the other boys might attack him today. He had just about healed from the last beating after all. But this time was different, in more than one way. Bass wasn't crying. More importantly than that, he had actually fought back. True, his unpracticed attempts to retaliate had met with dismal failure, but they had caught the other boys off guard. For the first time, Bass saw an instant of doubt in their eye. They knew fear too, he realised. They loved to dish out pain, but they didn't want any coming their way. That was when he knew his grandfather was the answer. This time, while the old man stitched the wounds on Bass's belly, Bass glared at him. "Something you want to say to me, boy?" said the Sarge. Bass's words came out as a growl that surprised even him. "I know who you are," he told the old man. "I know what you did, how you fought. Sheridan told me. He called you an Imperial hero." A sudden scowl twisted those terrifying features. "You think Imperial heroes live like this, you fool?" The Sarge snapped back. He gestured at the dank, water-stained walls of their home. "Sheridan had no business saying anything. I'll bet you he didn't tell you I was stripped of my medals. I'll bet he didn't mention that I was dishonourably discharged after 40 bloody lashes. Sheridan sees what he wants to see, you hear me?" "I don't care about that," Bass shot back. He would not be denied. Not this time. "You could teach me. You could teach me. It'd make me stronger. Make it so I could kill them if I wanted to." His grandfather held his gaze. For what seemed an eternity, neither blinked. "I can teach you." the old man said at last, with a solemn nod. "But it'll hurt more than everything you've endured so far. And there's no going back once we start, so you better be damn sure." "It'll be worth it," hissed Bass. "To smash those bastards even just once." The old man's eyes bored into him. Again, he nodded. "We'll begin when you're able," he told Bass. And so they did. It started simply enough. Bass drilled footwork for hours around the old dead tree at the back of the tenement. Slowly the number of push-ups and chin-ups and sit-ups he could do increased from single digits to double. Within a month and a half, the old man had him into triple digits. Then they began training with weights, anything they could find, whether it be rocks or old tyres or bags of cement. Bass learned to wield sticks, knives, broken bottles, anything that could be used as a weapon. He became lean and hard, like the grox meat they ate at every meal. He became faster, stronger, better than he had ever believed possible, and every bit of it was brought with sweat and blood, but never tears. Tears were forbidden. His grandfather was a brutal, relentless instructor. Every day was harder, more painful, more severe than the last. But Bass endured, his hatred burning within him, spurring him on. It wasn't just hatred for Craven and his schoolhouse thugs. It was hatred against all the wrongs he had known. Even as his grandfather forged him into something new, something tough and independent, Bass learned a fresher, deeper hate for the old man. His mistakes, fewer and fewer as time went by, were exploited with merciless brutality, until Bass wondered who was worse, Craven or the Sarge himself. It hardly mattered. He saw the results. The others saw them too. Craven's gang spent less time taunting him as the days passed. Sometimes he saw them glancing nervously in his direction from the corner of his eye. He recognised that doubt he had seen before. The weeks since they had attacked him stretched into months. Bass started to wonder if they had given up for good. Then, as he was walking home 3 days before Emperor's Day, Craven and his gang ambushed him from an alley and dragged him in. Bass lashed out immediately, without pausing for thought, and smashed one boy's nose to a pulp. The boy yowled and broke from the fight. If they expected him to piss his pants, however, they were gravely mistaken. "Let's have it!" Bass hissed at them. "All of you!" Reaching into the waistband of his trousers, he pulled his own blade free. The Sarge didn't know about this. Bass hadn't told him he was now carrying a weapon. He had found it on the tenement stairwell one morning, a small kitchen knife, stained with a stranger's blood. After washing it and sharpening it while the Sarge was at work, Bass had started to carry it with him. Now he was glad of that. It was his equaliser, though the odds he faced were still far from equal. Craven didn't look so smug right then, but he motioned and the boys lunged in. Bass read their movements, just as the old man had taught him. The closest boy was going for a thrust to his midsection. Bass slipped it. His hand flashed out and cut the tendons in the boy's wrist. Screaming filled the alley, and the boy dropped to his knees, clutching his bleeding arm. Bass kicked him hard in the face. "Come on, you bastards!" he roared at the others. Again he kicked the wounded boy. This display was unlike anything the others were prepared for. They didn't want any of it. The gang broke. Boys bolting from the alley in both directions, knives abandoned, thrown to the ground. Only Craven remained. He had never run from anything. If he ran now, he'd be giving up all his status, all his power, and he knew it. Even so, Bass could see it in his eyes. The terrorizer had become the terrified. Bass rounded on him. Knife up, stance loose, light on his feet. "Bass, the bastard," said Bass, mimicking Craven's voice. "You've no idea how right you were, you piece of filth." He closed in, angling himself for a lightning slash to the other boy's face. Something in Craven snapped. He dropped his knife and backed up against the alley wall, hands raised in desperate placation. "Bass, please," he begged. "It wasn't me. It was never me, honestly." Bass drew closer, ready to deliver a flurry of nasty cuts. "He said never to tell you," cried Craven. "Said he'd see us right for money, and I owe sticks, I swear it." "Crock shit," snarled Bass. Who said that?" He didn't believe Craven for a moment. The boy was just buying time, spinning desperate lies. "The Sarge!" Craven gasped.
Old Ironfoot, he came to us after the first time we beat you. Honest, I thought he was going to murder us. But he didn't. He said he wanted us to keep on you, keep beating you down, told us to wait until you were healed each time. Bass halted his advance. That couldn't be true. No. But could it? Was the old man that twisted? Why would he do such a thing? Talk, he ordered Craven, urging him on with a mock thrust of his knife. That's it, stammered the boy. 2 days ago he found us and told us to ambush you, said to use knives this time. I told him he was crazy, no way, but he tripled the money he was offering. My old man's got lung rot, can't work no more. I need the money. Bass, I didn't want to, but I had to. But it's over now, okay? Thrown above, it's over. Bass thought about that for a second. Then he rammed his right boot up between Craven's legs. As the bully doubled over, Bass kicked him again, a blistering shot straight to the jaw. Teeth and blood flew from Craven's mouth. He dropped to the ground, unconscious. Bass sheathed his little knife in his waistband and looked down at the boy who had taught him the meaning of fear. Yes, he told the crumpled figure. It is over. At home he found the Sarge at the back of the tenement, leaning against the old dead tree, smoking a I.O. stick in the sunlight. No medical kit this time? Bass asked as he stopped a few metres from the old man. The Sarge grinned at him. Knew you wouldn't need it. You paid them to do it, didn't you? Said Bass. The old man exhaled a thick cloud of yellow smoke. You've done well, he told his grandson. It was all the confirmation needed. Bass said nothing. He felt numb. Stay grounded, boy, rumbled the Sarge. Stay focused. We're just getting started, you and I. You think you've bested your demons, and maybe you have, for now. But there are worse things than childhood bullies out there. Never forget the fear and anger that brought you this far. Bass didn't answer. He stared at the dirt between his feet, feeling utterly hollow, consumed by a raw emptiness he hadn't known was possible. There's more to learn, boy, the Sarge told him. We're not done here. Remember the chubby runt you used to be? Think of how you've changed, what you've achieved. I gave you that. Keep training, boy. Keep learning. Don't stop now. As much as you hate me, you know I'm right. Let's see how far you can take it. The old man paused, his brows drawing down, and added in a voice suddenly harsh.
I think we're going to go with the gun.
If you
one.
want to stop, you know where the damn door is. I won't give bed and board to an emperor-damned quitter. Bass looked at his hands. They were clenched into fists. His
The one with
forearms
the chainsword
rippled
is
with taut
cool,
muscle.
but
He wanted to lash out at the Sarge, to bloody him, maybe even kill him for what he'd done. But for all he'd changed, all he'd learned,
the gun one
his
looks
hands were still a
better.
child's hands. He was still
and
only
the gun
7
one
years
has a
old,
hooded.
and
Has
he
a
had
hood.
nowhere else to go. Besting other boys
I mean, I guess
was
I could
one
put the
thing,
hood on the
but
sword
the old
guy,
man
but
was right about greater foes. Bass had seen big
dual
barrel-chested
wielding
men
or
from the
heavy
refinery
sword.
beating their
They were
wives
gonna
and
go
children in the
dual-wielding.
street. No one ever stopped them. No one dared, despite how sick it made them to turn away. Bass always wished he was big enough and tough enough to intervene. The impotence inherent in his age and stature angered him. More than any daydreams of dispensing justice, however, he knew that training had brought focus and purpose to his life. His newfound strength and speed and skill had burned away that clinging shroud of fear he'd lived with for so long. Every technique he'd mastered brought him a fresh confidence his former weakness had always denied. He saw it, saw that he needed to keep growing, keep developing, to master every skill the old man offered and more. No, he didn't just need it, he wanted it. Right then and there, it was all he wanted. There was nothing else. He locked eyes with his grandfather, his gaze boring into him with cold fire. All right, he spat. Show me. Teach me. I want all of it. A grin twisted the Sarge's scarred face. Good, he said. Good. Go change your clothes and warm up. We'll work on nerve destructions today. 2.5 years later, in the shadow of that same dead tree, a slightly taller, harder Bass, now 10 years old, was working through a series of double knife patterns while his grandfather barked out orders from a wooden bench on the right. The sun was high and bright.
baking the dusty earth under Bass's feet. "Work the left blade harder," the Sarge snapped. "What's your timing? Don't make me come over there." A deep rumble sounded over the tenement rooftops, throaty and rhythmic. It must have meant something to the old man, because the Sarge stood bolt upright and stared up at the azure sky, muscles tense, veins throbbing in his neck. Bass, surprised by the intensity of the old man's reaction, stopped mid-pattern and followed the Sarge's gaze. 7 black shapes crossed directly overhead. "Marauder bombers," said the old man, "and a lightning escort out of Red Sands. Something's wrong." Despite their altitude, the noise of the aircraft engines made the air vibrate. Bass had never seen craft like these before. They had the air of huge predatory birds about them. They had barely disappeared below the line of tenement roofs on the far side before another similar formation appeared, then another and another. The old man cursed. "It was just a matter of time," he said to himself. "This planet was always going to get hit sooner or later." He limped past Bass, iron leg grinding, heading towards the tenement's back door, but he stopped halfway and turned. "They'll be coming for me," he said, and there was something in his eye Bass had never seen before. It was the closest thing to fondness the old man had ever managed, though it still fell far short. "They always call on the veterans first," he told Bass. "No one ever truly retires from the Guard. I've done the best I could with you, boy. You hate me, and that's only proper. But I did what I had to do. The Imperium is not what you think. I've seen it by the throne. Terrors by the billion, all clamouring to slaughter and enslave us. And now it looks like they're here. Only the strongest survive, boy. And you're my blood, mark you. My last living blood. I've done my best to make sure you're one of the survivors." He paused to look up as more bombers crossed the sky. "Come on inside," he told Bass. "There's something I want to give you before I go. May it serve you well in what's to come." They went inside. A few days later, just as the old man had predicted, the Imperium came to call on him, and he answered. It was the last time Bass ever saw him. The shelling from the sky had opened great craters in the streets below. Through choking clouds of smoke and dust, over hills of flaming debris, the boys searched for a way into the sewers. Many of the massive holes were filled with rubble and alien bodies, but Bass quickly found one which offered access to the dark, round tunnels that laced the town's foundations. He had mostly avoided these tunnels during his time alone. Those times he had come down here looking for sources of potable water, he had encountered bands of scavenging hook-noses. Each time he had barely escaped with his life. There didn't seem to be any of the disgusting creatures here now, however. In the utter darkness, he and Sarek held hands tightly, using their free hands to guide themselves along the tunnel walls. They couldn't see a damn thing. Bass had no idea how or when they would find a way out, but he couldn't let that stop him. The tunnel ceiling rumbled with the sound of war machines on the move and explosive detonations. If he and Sarek were to survive the journey to one of his bolt holes, they would have to travel down here in the dark. As they moved, Bass became sharply aware of the comfort he was drawing from Sarek's hand. He wondered if that made him weak. His grandfather had used that word like a curse, as if weakness was the worst thing in the universe, and perhaps it was. But Bass hadn't lived this long by being weak. He knew that. But he wasn't so sure it was weak to want the company of your own kind. Sarek's presence made him feel stronger. His body seemed to ache less. The other boy followed his lead, depending on him. Here was the sense of purpose Bass had so desperately missed. Alone, his survival had been nothing more than an act of waiting for a time in which he'd find something to live for, to fight for. Now he had it. Someone to share the darkness with, to watch his back. He had gotten Sarek out, just as he had intended. Despite the deaths of the others, it still felt like the greatest victory of his young life. Better quite a while. What kind of death had he suffered the day the orcs came? Had he been hacked to pieces like Clean and the prisoners? Had he been shot, eaten? As Bass was wondering this, he spotted light up ahead. "There," he whispered, and together he and Sarek made for the distant glow. It was moonlight, and it poured through a gap in the tunnel ceiling,
An explosive shell had caused the rockcrete road above to collapse, forming a steep ramp. The boys waited and listened until Bass decided that the sound of alien battle cries and gunfire was far enough away that they could risk the surface again. He and Sarek scrambled up the slope to stand on a street shrouded in thick grey smoke. "Which way?" Sarek asked. Bass wasn't sure. He had to have a bolt hole somewhere near here, but with all the smoke he couldn't find a landmark to navigate by. It seemed prudent to move in the opposite direction from the noise of battle. "Let's keep on this way," said Bass, "at least for now." But just as they started walking, a hoarse shout sounded from up ahead. "Contact front!" The veils of smoke were suddenly pierced by a score of blinding, pencil-thin beams, all aimed straight at the two boys. "Down!" yelled Bass. He and Sarek dropped to the ground, hard, and stayed there while the las beams carved the air just above their heads. The barrage lasted a second before a different voice, sharp with authority, called out, "Cease fire!" That voice made Bass shiver. It sounded so much like the Sarge. Could it be the old man? Had he survived? Had he come back for his grandson after all this time? Shadowy shapes emerged from the smoke, human shapes. Nervously, Bass got to his feet. He was still holding Sarek's hand. Looking down, he tugged the other boy's arm. "They're human." Sarek didn't move. Bass tugged again. "Sarek, get up, come on." Then he saw it. Sarek was leaking thick fluid onto the surface of the road. Arterial blood. Bass felt cold panic race through his veins, spinning him, sickening him. His stomach lurched. He squeezed Sarek's hand, but it was limp. There was no pressure in the boy's grip. There was no reassuring voice in Bass's head. There was only emptiness. An aching gap where, moments before, the joy of companionship had filled him. Bass stood frozen. His mind reeled, unable to accept what his senses told him. Boots ground to a halt on the rockcrete a metre away. "Children," growled a man's voice. "Two boys. Looks like we hit one of them." A black boot extended, slid under Sarek's right shoulder and turned him over. Bass saw Sarek's lifeless eyes staring at the sky, that defiant glimmer gone forever. "Aye," continued the rough voice. "We hit one, all right, fatally." The trooper must have seen the tattoos on Sarek's head, because he added, "He was a witch, though," and he snorted like there was something humorous about it. Bass sprung. Before he realised what he'd done, his grandfather's knife was buried in the belly of the trooper standing over him. "You killed him!" Bass screamed into the man's shocked face. "He was mine, you bastard! He was my friend, and you killed him!" Bass yanked his knife out of the trooper's belly and was about to stab again when something hit him in the side of the head. He saw the stars reeling above him and collapsed, landing on Sarek's cooling body. "You bastard stabbed me!" snarled the wounded trooper as he fell back onto his arse, hands spread tight to his wound to stem the flow of blood. "Medic!" said the commanding voice from before. "Man down here!" The shadow cast by the bright moonlight fell over Bass, and he looked up into a pair of twinkling black eyes. "Tough one, aren't you?" said the figure. Bass's heart sank. It wasn't his grandfather. Of course it wasn't. The Sarge was surely dead. Bass had never really believed otherwise. But this man was cast from the same steel. He had the same aura, as hard, as cold, razor sharp like a living blade. He wore a black greatcoat and a peaked cap, and on that peak a golden skull with eagle's wings gleamed. A gloved hand extended towards Bass. Bass looked at it. "Up," the man ordered. Bass found himself obeying automatically. The hand was strong. As soon as he took it, it hauled him to his feet. The man looked down at him and sniffed the air. "Orc shit," he said. "So you're smart as well as tough." Other figures wearing combat helmets and carapace armour came to stand beside the tall, great-coated man. They looked at Bass with a mix of anger, curiosity and surprise. Their wounded comrade was already being attended by another soldier with a white field kit. "Gentlemen," said the tall man, "unexpected as it may be, we have a survivor here, Child or not, I'll need to debrief him. You, however, will press on into the town as planned. Sergeant Hermland, keep Channel 6 open. I want regular updates. You'll have them, Commissar? Grunted a particularly broad-shouldered trooper. Bass didn't know what a commissar was, but he guessed that it was a military rank. The soldiers fanned out, leaving him and the tall man standing beside Sarek's body. Regrettable, said the man, gesturing at the dead boy. Psyker or not. Were you two alone here? Any other survivors? Bass didn't know what a psyker was.
Going?
He said nothing. The
Where do you
commissar
think you're
took silence
going?
as an affirmation. What's your name? Bass found it hard to talk. His throat hurt so much from fighting back his sorrow. With an effort he managed to croak. Bass. The commissar raised an eyebrow, unsure he had heard correctly. Bass. Short for Sebastian, sir, Bass added. He almost gave his family name then, Varden, his father's name. But something made him stop. He looked down at the blood-slicked knife in his right hand. His grandfather's knife. The old man's name was acid-etched on the blade, and he knew, at that moment, that it was right. It felt right. The old man had made him everything he was, and he would carry that name for the rest of his life. Sebastian Yarrick, he said. The commissar nodded. Well, Yarrick, let's get you back to base. We have a lot to cover, you and I. He turned and began walking back down the street the way he had come, boots clicking sharply on the cobbles, knowing the boy would follow. In the other direction, fresh sounds of battle echoed from the dark tenement walls. Bass sheathed the knife, bent over Sarek's body and closed the boy's eyelids. He whispered a promise in the dead boy's ear, a promise he would spend his whole life trying to keep. Then, solemnly, he rose and followed the commissar, taking his first steps on a path that would one day become legend. And there you have it, lads. The origin story of Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, the hero of Armageddon. Tremendous. I love that. It was really good. If you've never read the Yarrick series, I do recommend it. I'll put a link in the description below if you want to go and pick that up off Amazon. Or you can get it on Black Library, obviously. Yeah, highly recommend it. Great series from what I read. A few ropey moments, but otherwise, pretty good, pretty good. It's a shame this guy doesn't write much for GW. I think he was there for a while, but he doesn't look like he's there now. I don't know. Good story anyway, really good. And, if you want to get all deep for a minute, it's got a really good, powerful message in there. Adversity makes you stronger. Facing your fears makes you stronger. Going through hard times makes you a harder person. And this is true. And these are lessons that I've learned in my life. Not very well. I avoid hardship where possible. But, you know what I'm saying. You don't I don't know. You don't achieve anything if it's easy. You don't get better at anything if it's just easy. You need to struggle and strive, and it makes you a better person. Anyway, that's just me waffling. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the channel. You can see your name scrolling up here. Very fancy, I'm sure you'll agree. I watched a YouTube video on how to do it. Thank you all. I will be back again soon with more stuff, and I hope you are enjoying the channel.
And yeah. Where you guys at? Are you guys building stuff? How much have you done? I think it's time to get another freshie going. We just finished 3 guys, everything except the heads and the bases. Yeah, dude, we're doing it. Cheers. Let's try and figure out what we're gonna make next. Or give you guys a second to figure it out while I play on. Just layers and layers on these soul stones, and more layers.
Shapes. Pent in hell.
Actually,
By
we don't
Josh
have to decide
Reynolds.
because I already know I want the guy.
You
with
are
the swords.
025. Consider the problem before it. A multiplicity of possibilities. flickered through its cogitation unit. It chose the 100 most likely solutions to the conundrum and discarded the rest. It then began to weed through these options, seeking the best potential outcome for the smallest possible expenditure. As it did so, its assault cannon whirred, spitting death down the shimmering fractal corridor. The shrill wisp hum of the weapon caused the polished obsidian walls to resonate with a frequency that set the ghouls to shrieking even before the explosive rounds tore through them. The pasty, stick-limbed monstrosities died in droves. They always did. UR-025 had encountered this same situation 147 times since its arrival at Precipice and the Blackstone Fortress. The ghouls had no concept
either the
of
interrogator
cunning, as the ancient
agent
machine
or the
understood the term.
enlightener agent.
They were ambush
One's
predators at the top of their
double-sworded,
food chain,
and
and
the other one's
thus had no
gun
need
and
for
like a
tactics
book in
beyond the
hand with a
simplistic.
candle behind his head.
Curious. UR-025 engaged a subroutine
This
to
one,
plot and map
this one.
the potential evolutionary results of such massacres. Eventually, every ghoul
this one.
stupid enough to throw itself face first into an assault cannon would have done so, leaving only those with a modicum of wit remaining in the prospective pool of genetics. UR-025 calculated that in 5 generations, the ghouls that haunted the fortress would be a cannier breed by far, and more dangerous.
Alright, 39. Damn, I didn't know it was a commercial. I thought it was just Buddy doing his thing.
Down there, please, quietly. The human was nervous, afraid, and not of the ghouls, or at least not just them. UR-025 registered a spike in his heart rate and considered the implications. Compliance! It rotated its primer sensor unit, its head, as the organics would think of it, to observe its current partners. The one who'd spoken was Faroon Magritte, a short, heavy-set man dressed in grimy hazard gear. Magritte was a data trader. Specifically, he made his living selling hololithic maps depicting so-called safe routes through the fortress. Magritte did not normally travel into the labyrinthine interior of the fortress himself, of course. He relied on the observations of others, second-hand data. A flawed methodology, but one not without benefits, not least Magritte's relative safety. Unfortunately for Magritte, his current client had decided to drag him along for insurance. UR-025 thought it more likely that they simply wanted someone to blame for the inevitable failure of their expedition. Magritte, with the cunning of a born survivor, had sought out his own insurance policy. UR-025. "Your pet robot does good work, fat man," one of the others growled. There were 5 in all, except Magritte and UR-025. The one who'd spoken was named Brill, a purveyor of xenotech and other esoteric artifacts, or so he claimed. Brill was big, as humans judge such things, and ugly. But the weapons he and his men carried were well looked after, and the carapace armour they wore was of the highest quality. UR-025 wondered who Brill was working for. It was obvious that, despite his claims to the contrary, he wasn't the guiding intelligence behind this expedition. Someone had sent him to Precipice. Likely it was whoever was on the other end of the encrypted data packet transfer that periodically emerged from Brill's concealed Pictor unit. It would have been the work of moments to break the encryption, but not without potentially alerting the receiver. UR-025 had weighed the risks and decided against it, for the moment. An ever-evolving skein of variables stretched before it. Few of the possibilities were optimal. As it studied Brill, UR-025 found itself calculating the probability that this was all some elaborate trap.
First one
designed
for
to
sure with
get
the
it to
book,
reveal
the
itself.
other looks
The assault
like
cannon
he's about to
twitched
carve a turkey.
towards it,
That's alright, I like
fraction of an
turkey.
inch.
But
Fortuitously,
before you
Brill
glue
did
it,
not
there's
notice.
another set of arms
Magritte
that might be
bowed
cooler.
nervously. "Not mine, sadly. It belongs to, yes, a dear friend indeed." He glanced at UR-025 and then quickly away. Brill and his men laughed, as if at some joke. They were a shifty lot. By any metric of measurement, UR025 had met many organics of many species in its long existence. It recognized shifty when it saw it. The question was what to do about it. The options were many and varied, each with its own consequences. Such was the problem it had been considering since the current expedition had departed the dubious safety of Precipice. Magritte had brought its services through blackmail of a sort. The data trader had claimed to know something about someone who didn't exist. Magos Ethericus Nanctos III. He had done so believing that he was speaking not to a machine, but to whoever was remotely controlling it, the person or persons who had dispatched the non-existent Magos Ethericus and stolen his property. It was the sort of story that only a fool like Magritte would concoct from the evidence at hand. As it stood, UR025 had decided to play along, partially out of curiosity, but also concern. The stories were mimetic.
So go with the book, the guy with the book, and not the
they
double
often took on a
swords.
life of their own. Magritte might well have told others of his suspicions. If such was the case, UR025 could not allow the story to spread beyond Precipice. Unfortunately, the simplest solution, killing Magritte and the others, or getting them killed,
Whatever it is,
was also the
Flamer.
least optimal, despite its best efforts. UR025 was getting a reputation. It had taken part in over 200 recorded expeditions to the fortress's interior and returned alone 52 times. Statistically negligible from UR025's perspective, but apparently quite a lot from the standpoint of Precipice's population. A shame, but there it was. The damage had been done. Mitigation was required. Subtlety was called for. For the moment, deliberations
the guy with the
continued.
chainsword.
It would continue
I didn't
as
do
it
the
had
chainsword.
begun,
I did the
acting
I
as
did the
nothing
two
more
guns
than
for
an
him. So I already
antiquated weapons
already
platform.
used the guns for him. I didn't
Then,
use
when the
I didn't do
opportune
the
moment
chainsword one.
presented itself, awaiting requests, UR025 said. Brill
But the
laughed.
other guy that I
Sounds
didn't
like your
do,
tin man is getting
the
impatient.
veteran agent,
I know the feeling. How close are we
he's
to this
got a gun
maglev of
and
yours,
like some
Magritte?
sort of sword.
Close, quite close, Magritte said. From there, you should be able to access the inner reaches of the fortress. He paused. I assume you'll deliver your final payment before descending. Don't worry, Magritte. We're good for it, so long as you hold up your end of things. And if you don't,
Unless
well,
I go with like a
it won't
shoddy
really
for
matter,
him.
will it? Brill patted his autogun, meaningfully. Magritte swallowed nervously. I suppose not. Advance, please, UR025. Compliance, UR025 said. It clumped forwards, scattering Brill's men in the process.
Yeah, no, I already
Found
used
something about
I already
way
used the other two
organics
guns. I
scampered
ended
out
up
of its path to
making
be infinitely amusing.
this guy
Brill
pretty much the way
grunted,
he is
and
here.
3 of his men followed,
So I already used
picking
those
their
instead
way
of
through
using
dead
the
verticals.
big sword.
The 4th stayed at the rear.
I didn't really like that
Magritte,
chain sword.
just in case. As it
And
walked,
since you're not really feeling this
UR025 scanned its surroundings, adding to its
turkey
database.
carver right here,
Even now, the fortress
what if
was
I
an enigma.
put onto his
Its very
body instead of
substance
these
seemed to
arms?
reflect even the
We
most
put on these
innocuous
arms.
scans, making it all but impossible to extrapolate an accurate measurement of its
Pretty
size
much just switch
or
those
even its
arms.
general shape. The eyes of the organics were similarly thwarted,
Or
albeit by different means.
instead of
the fortress
the
guarded its
turkey
secrets
carver
jealously.
arms on this
Walls
body,
of
we'll
black
put
glass stretched into the dark beyond
the
reach of
shotgun arms.
UR025 sensors.
I kind of like the shoddy arms.
Something that was
I mean, I
theoretically
like the
impossible.
shotgun,
These walls were rugose.
but
They folded
yeah.
in on themselves or bent
either the
outward.
first or the second one if
causing
you
the
don't want to do
passage to
turkey
shrink
carver.
and
I like the
swell
turkey
randomly.
carver, but yeah,
The
if
passage was
you're not really
reflected
feeling it,
in
we'll do a
infinity
different one.
facets, all of varying size.
I already
and
did
shape.
2 of the ones that I
UR025
definitely wanted to do,
could
so
detect walkways and apertures above and below, all hidden
I'm alright
by the
with switching it up a
convolutions of
little
the
bit.
walls. Where they went was
The
difficult
book
to
arms?
determine, if they went anywhere at all.
Oh yeah, the book arms.
fortress was constantly in motion. Often this was undetectable to organics. They thought the edifice
Yeah, because the
too
book arm is only like
but
one
UR025 knew
arm
better.
on the
The
book
Blackstone fortress lived.
and one arm
More,
like pointing up.
it thought,
So I can do the book, I guess, and then one arm will be either, I guess, either that one or the one he comes with.
Through its bones and across
One he
its
comes
flesh.
with,
UR025
or
longed to
this one.
commune with that awareness, to speak to it as a pilgrim might speak to a god. But the fortress remained frustratingly, maddeningly.
Oh, what, the cat
silent.
left? All right,
The
turning it
archway
off.
at the end of the passage was reminiscent of a cathedral entrance. However, at 90 feet in height, it was far too large to have been made with humans or any existent organic in mind. The symbols etched into it did not match any in UR025's databanks or any it had seen since arriving in Precipice.
And while
Another
you kind of decide that, I'm going to
Another
pack a freshie.
mystery. Had it been human, UR025 thought it would almost certainly have been driven insane by the sheer vastitude of unknowability by now. Margaret stopped at the archway and insisted on recording the symbols with a portable hollow scanner, much to Brill's displeasure. UR025 joined him, ostensibly following its programming. It wondered whether Margaret recognised the markings, though it seemed inconceivable that a human might possess knowledge that it itself did not. Query: do you comprehend these markings?
Is the flamethrower the one
Startled,
that's supposed to be
Margaret
the one
looked
that
up.
comes with
He
him, or
glanced
the
at
one from
Brill
the
and
other guy
others
that I
and
was
then back at the
eyeballing?
symbols. No, but someone might. They might prove valuable. UR025 was about to reply when it detected a faint trace signal among the usual background susurrus of the fortress. The signal was unlike any other it had ever encountered, like an off note in a familiar song. It turned, scanners sweeping the walls and vaulted spaces above and below.
I'd like to check it
But
out.
whatever
How
had
about you
caused the
just
signal
cut the
was gone,
flamethrower off
or
the
was
hand
masking
and
itself
cut the last
somehow. Suspicion
pistol
prompted
off the
calculation.
hand and just swap gun.
UR025 turned its sensors on Brill and his men.
Flamers,
They had
the
fallen
arms
into a recognizable
used to
defensive
blast that.
formation,
Okay.
overlapping fields of fire, eyes in all directions. Professional. They did not study their surroundings with any curiosity. Not that there was much to see. The archway chamber was covered in a millennium's worth of debris. Supply crates, desiccated organic remains, and other less identifiable objects.
And you want me to cut off the
They're
flamer
not
gun
who they say they are, Margaret murmured.
off of
Query.
that arm?
Who are they? Margaret
So it's
frowned
that
and shrugged.
arm
If
with
I
the
knew
sleeve,
that, I doubt I'd be
but
here.
with this gun.
UR025 did not reply. It had already come to the only logical conclusion the data allowed. Brill was an agent of the Holy Orders of the Emperor's Inquisition. Not an inquisitor himself, perhaps, but in the employ of one. That complicated matters. UR025 had encountered agents of the Inquisition
Damn,
before. They died
dude.
as easily as any organic, but the consequences were often messier and far-reaching. Again, it considered the
We're already 3
possibility
hours
this
deep.
expedition was nothing more than
How are you
an
guys
elaborate
feeling?
trap set to catch it. If the
What are you guys
Inquisition knew of its
doing?
existence,
Should
they,
we
like
start
the
wrapping
servants
this
of
up
the
and
false
start switching over to
Omnisphere, would
Darktide,
go
or
to
should we
any
keep it
lengths
going
to
and
contain or destroy it?
see where this
Or
takes us?
perhaps this was simply a fact-finding mission. Brill and his men might well be the equivalent of the old Terran practice of placing canaries in coal mines. They had been sent to flush UR025 out of hiding, perhaps even to elicit a violent response, so that its capabilities could be assessed. Again, it considered the signal.
At Pechanga.
Floors were smooth and damp with condensation. The air was cool here, where it had been warm before. The shape of the walls actively defied UR025's sensors. There were bodies, or the remains of bodies, hundreds of them, stacked and piled in messy heaps, some clad in hazard suits, others wearing armour or robes, all stiff and glistening with frost. Many of the bodies had been scoured of flesh, and the bones cracked. Frozen Urgul spore crunched underfoot. A larder, perhaps. Where did they all come from?
Kick that nose.
One of Brill's men muttered. Doesn't matter, Brill said harshly. Keep moving.
UR-025 detected the faintest tang of something unpleasantly familiar. The humans called it sorcery. UR-025 knew it was not, but had no better term for it. It stomped forwards, ignoring Magritte's protests. UR-025 flung Bones aside until it found the body, fresher than the others. The ghouls hadn't got to it yet, or maybe hadn't wanted it. The body was human, or had been, an adult male, clad in tattered environmental gear. Burns blackened his arms, and his head was a raw mess of roasted meat. The burns had not been caused by an identifiable weapon. Magritte made a gulping sound and began to retch. Emperor above, that smell! UR-025 lowered itself until it was crouching above the body. The trace elements were unique, impossible to categorize. Its sensors played across the corpse, analyzing and cataloguing. The elements were repeated across several of the older corpses as well. This was merely the freshest.
Yeah,
of
no
them.
worries, dude.
It
I mean,
paused,
either or.
calculating.
We could either.
There were places in the fortress
I mean,
where
it'll take me a minute to clean up
no
and
longer held sway. Places where even UR-025
get everything going, but
hesitated to tread. There was a threat growing in the
dude.
dark, despite the
Let
best
me know whenever
efforts
you guys
of Precipice's
are
inhabitants
good on
and the
this and we
fortress
want to switch
itself.
over.
UR-025
Zonix
had
51.
accumulated
Anybody else
more
that wants to
data
play?
on the subject than it cared to analyze.
If there's too many
The
of us, we could always
organics
make
called
two
it
teams,
chaos.
but
UR-025
should be all right. We'll
knew
see.
that was a gross simplification. Some of them fought it. Others, in their madness, joined it. To UR-025, that seemed no more logical than allying oneself to a conflagration or a seismic event. Entropy, by its very nature, could not help but consume and unravel all things, even those things pledged to it. Even so, it was not surprised. Organics were inherently self-destructive. Thus far, it had avoided sustained contact with the worshippers of entropy, save in the most unavoidable of circumstances. It wished to continue avoiding contact with them for as long as possible, at least until it had learned the secrets of the fortress. Then it would scour them from this place. A sound drew its attention. It saw something small creeping among the bone piles, something vaguely humanoid. It noticed UR-025's attentions and scuttled away. There were more of them all around. UR-025 wondered if they were some unclassified breed of Xenos vermin. It was considering capturing one to study when it again detected the strange signal, louder this time. A shrill chime of unfamiliar sensors passing over its form. They were being observed. But by whom? Or what? Enough playing with the corpses. According to the map you gave us, the maglev we're looking for should be past the next aperture. Brill hauled Magritte to his feet and shoved him forwards. He paused and looked up at UR-025. You too, Tin Man! UR-025 rose to its full height in a single smooth movement, forcing the man to step back.
all right.
Compliance. Bones clattered and rolled as they made their way through the chamber.
Let's go for
UR-025
45
noted the
minutes.
little
So if you want
creatures
to
keeping
paint for
pace
15 more
watchfully.
minutes and then start,
Magritte huddled
wrapping
close
it
to
up and doing your thing, get the dog
wasn't
out.
surprised
I'm
to
down.
see that, he murmured. UR-025 did not
Now it'll
reply.
be 4 hours
Magritte
of
went
painting
on.
and then
I hadn't
whatever else
realised
the
that
stream
they'd got
is
this
of
far.
Darktide.
Affirmative.
To round it.
The
Or whatever.
tassellating
I mean,
nature of the fortress
like,
should have
shoot for
made
45
something
more
so
minutes, I
basic
guess.
as the
We'll see where we end there.
acquisition of territory all but impossible. And
Yeah,
yet the
good.
servants
Alright,
of
I'm down.
entropy claimed more and more ground within the edifice with every passing day. Valuable information to the right people, Magritte said. He looked around, frowning, as one of the small creatures darted past them, moving too swiftly to be clearly seen. Foul things of old times lurk still in dark forgotten corners, and gates open to loose shapes better pent in hell, the data trader recited softly, watching the shadows. UR-025 scanned its databanks. The verse was old, even by the machine's standards. That Magritte knew it was surprising. The data trader looked up at it. You probably don't know much about poetry, do you? Affirmative. The poem was apt. The fortress was indeed a dark, forgotten corner. And to many, what was UR-025 but a damned thing, better confined to a hell of the Omnissiah's making? The thought amused it, for there were worse things abroad than itself. Magritte leaned close. I know you. Don't think I don't. and if I don't get out of here in one piece, others will too. UR-025 swiveled its head and studied the data trader with unblinking optic sensors. After a moment, it replied, "Acknowledged. The bargain holds." Magritte smiled. "That's all I ask, friend." UR-025 registered a brief spike in the data trader's heart rate. Fear, perhaps, or maybe anticipation. It did not trust Magritte or any organic. Again, it considered the possibility of treachery. Again, it concluded that the only viable option was patience. Their path carried them beneath archways and through open chambers, dominated by banks of machinery that UR-025 was unable to identify. Every expedition, something new revealed itself, as if the fortress was teasing it, tempting it rather. On occasion, UR-025 considered seeking out a data node and attempting to commune with the guiding intelligence of the fortress directly. It resisted the urge, knowing that if it did so, it would not survive the experience. Or, if it did, it would do so in a form unrecognizable to its current iteration. It paused. The echoes of its tread had changed. They had arrived in a cavernous space which contained a great, circular shaft, descending into the depths of the fortress. Or so its acoustic navigation sensors told it. Its optical sensors were all but useless. Brill activated the lumen attachment to his autogun. Despite a valiant effort, the light could not pierce the gloom. The darkness was too solid, too deep, almost alive. The thought unsettled UR-025. It had encountered many strange things in its term of existence, but far too many of those incidents had occurred in the fortress. "Too dark," Brill said. "Can that toy of yours see anything, Magritte?" UR-025 rotated its sensors upwards, trying to build a picture of their location. There was an oscillating gap far above, out of sight of human eyes. The remains of a maglev unit hung there. UR-025 had never observed one in such a state. Even the slaves of entropy knew better than to tamper with such essential workings. But this, the maglev, had been dissected, taken apart, as if to see what made it work, and then left to rot. "It is a maglev chute," UR-025 replied, "or the remains of one." "Something destroyed it?" Brill asked. From his tone, UR-025 ascertained that this information was not unexpected. "Negative. It has been repurposed." It was as if someone, were in the process of dismantling this part of the fortress, but UR-025 said nothing of this. "How?" "Does it matter?" Magritte said too loudly. "This is where you want it to be. Now what?" His words were swallowed up by the darkness. Not even an echo, and yet something stirred. UR-025 turned, trying to pinpoint the disturbance. It could feel a subsonic tremor in the air, like the groan of a wounded animal. The fortress was injured. The organics could not help themselves. They destroyed wonders in pursuit of their objectives. As the subsonic tremor faded, the darkness lifted. Crackling rivulets of cerulean light illuminated the fractal walls of the chamber. More details of their surroundings were revealed. Jagged spars of blackstone jutted from the walls, and ancient vents dripped a foul condensation onto the walkways. Docking apertures gaped, connected to the main platform by crude walkways made from repurposed gantries. "It's awake," Magritte murmured. "Doesn't look awake to me. Doesn't look like much of anything. How are we supposed to get anywhere if it's not working?" Brill demanded. He grabbed Magritte by the front of his hazard suit and dragged him close. Magritte shrugged helplessly. "You know how this place is, Brill. It changes itself all the time. A bridge one day is a corridor the next." Brill set the barrel of his gun against the underside of Magritte's chin, and the data trader added hastily, "But it's in the right place." "That doesn't help me much, though, does it?" Brill frowned and pressed the barrel hard into Magritte's flesh, eliciting a whimper. UR-025 paused its scans and let its assault cannon rotate meaningfully. It needed Magritte alive for the moment. Brill glanced at it and then stepped away from Magritte. "Tell that machine to back off, Magritte. I don't like the way it's looking at me." Magritte rubbed his chin and stepped out of reach. "It has orders to keep me safe, Brill. I don't know how to countermand them." "Acquiring target," UR025 said, awaiting orders. Margaret, Brill growled. He and his men raised their weapons. UR025 registered elevated adrenal levels, as well as several subtle chemical blooms, combat stims, and not black market issue. Another piece added to the puzzle. Margaret smiled thinly. Lower your weapons. I think it believes you're a threat. He looked up at UR025. If they don't lower them in 5 seconds, shoot them. Acknowledged. Brill hesitated. He licked his lips. A flurry of micro-expressions passed across his features, too quick for the human eye to read, but as easy as an open data feed for UR025. It realised, in that moment, that Brill was not here for it. Whoever had sent him, they were not aware of UR025's existence.
Gary, what are you doing here?
Despite the probability of treachery on Margaret's part. They were after something dangerous. The realization brought something that might have been relief had UR025 been capable of feeling such things. Its cogitation unit began a new set of calculations. Why this place? What was its importance? It scanned the shaft again, noting trace elements it had not detected before. We had a deal, Margaret, Brill said. Still do, Brill. I'm just changing the terms. You wanted me to show you a way in. I have. And now I'm going back. And UR025 is going to make sure that you don't try and follow me. Have fun trying to find your way back. Brill's eyes narrowed. We will. And when we do, we're going to have a talk. He grinned fiercely. You won't like how it goes. Margaret paused. You're right. Or I have my clanking friend here kill you now and save myself the worry. UR025 lifted its assault cannon, requesting authorization.
This guy's gun has the brace
Margaret
on it
said.
though, and the brace goes all the way up
You
his
were so
forearm
smart
and up against
that you
his
could bully
bicep.
me into guiding you. Only
Should I
I
just try to
have
carve all
fucked
that
you.
off?
If you kill us here, you're signing your own death warrant and condemning whoever controls that thing as well. I don't care who you work for, Brill, and neither does the fortress. Margaret gestured. Shoot them. Negative. Margaret froze. What? Negative. The only thing UR025 prized more than its autonomy was data, while Brill was not here for it. He was here for something, and likely something or someone specific. Such data might prove valuable in regard to its own quest, especially if they were dangerous enough to elicit such a hunting party. Inquiry. Name your employer. Brill smirked. Why should I do that? UR025 let the barrel of its assault cannon spin. Self-preservation, it boomed. Margaret stared at it. This wasn't part of our deal, he said. Acknowledged. The deal has been altered. You can't do that. Negative. It has already occurred. Brill laughed. Looks like you're not as smart as you thought, huh, Margaret? He licked his lips. What do your scans tell you, Tin Man? UR025 paused, considering the question. Continue, it prompted. You saw that body. You studied it. I saw you. What does that tell you? UR025 silenced its assault cannon. You are searching for heretics. Brill laughed again. You might say that. He held up a finger. Just one. Bounty hunters. I knew it, Margaret said. I knew you weren't looking for Xenos artifacts. Not with that gear. Shut up, Margaret. No one is talking to you. Brill's smile was an ugly slash. I'm talking to whoever is watching us from the other side of this robot's data feed. Make us whatever your name is. You know the name Raxian Sol? UR025 combed its databanks for the name. When it found it, its calculations ceased. A renegade magus of the Arulian sect, last seen on Straxos prior to a Xenos raid. He sold his world out for spare parts and transport, Brill said. This individual is here. According to our information, Brill glanced at Margaret. UR025 noticed a momentary spike in Margaret's adrenal response, so Margaret was their source, as well as their guide. It filed the information away. You wish to apprehend him? Brill shook his head. We wish to confirm his location. He patted his autogun. This is a scouting mission, nothing more. Once confirmation is obtained, well, you'll know better than us what happens then. UR-025 did. The Mechanicus would arrive in force, looking to apprehend or terminate the renegade, and perhaps even attempt to claim control of the Blackstone Fortress for themselves, as well as everything in it. Negative. Suboptimal result. Calculating new stratagem. Brill frowned. What? Your strategy is flawed. The Magus will flee upon discovery. Quicksilver calculations whispered through UR-025's cogitation unit. Its purpose risked being compromised regardless of the success or failure of Brill's mission. Thanks to Magritte, it was now entangled in the matter. You have a better idea? Brill asked wearily. UR-025 levelled its assault cannon. Brill's eyes widened. Affirmative. We will apprehend the renegade. Together. Count me out, Magritte said, backing away. His eyes were wide, and his expression chagrined. You don't need me anymore. I brought you to where I said I would. You can do what you like, but I'm going back. UR-025 turned, studying the data trader. Magritte was talking too loudly, too quickly. His adrenaline levels had spiked and his heart rate was up. Fear, but something else as well. His eyes flicked about, as if looking for something. Magritte was too canny to rely on a single backup plan. UR-025 initiated a threat scan. Brill swung his autogun towards Magritte. You're right, Magritte. We don't need you anymore. And we definitely don't need you flapping your gums when you get back to Precipice. He lifted his weapon. Consider this your final payment. UR-025's threat scan pinged. Warning, it boomed. Multiple heat signatures. Hostiles approaching. The alert came too late, however. Whoever, whatever they were, they had masked themselves in some fashion until the last moment. UR-025 registered the dull thud of a grenade launcher being fired only moments before a crashing impact staggered it. The explosion served to momentarily scramble UR-025's targeting sensors. As it attempted to reorient itself, tracer fire punched through the resulting smoke, lighting up the shadows. The ambush that followed was sloppy, inefficient, but effective nonetheless. 2 of Brill's men went down. Despite their armour and training, Brill himself cursed loudly and let off a burst with his weapon. His surviving men followed his example, firing in all directions. Magritte huddled behind UR-025. The data trader was screaming something, but the machine's sensors were so scrambled it could not pass the words. Instead, it fell back on tried and tested subroutines. When no single target provided itself, consider everything a target. The assault cannon cycled to life with a shrill whine. UR-025 swept the weapon in a wide arc, chewing the walls and floor. Grenades impacted against its torso and legs, rocking it. Damage assessments flooded its cogitator circuits as it continued to fire. Its sensors detected the approach of an unidentifiable energy source, something that defied classification. A figure strode through the smoke, a man, broadly built, clad in strange Baroque war gear that left his burn-scarred arms exposed. He wielded a narrow, pike-like weapon in both hands. The weapon's fuel lines were plugged directly into the newcomer's flesh, as if he were a living battery. The flames that dripped from the end of the pike were not natural. They confused UR-025 sensors, but even so, it recognized the energy pattern. Traces of it had been on the bodies in the ghoul larder. The man bellowed guttural oaths as his pike spewed a torrent of flames. The flames engulfed Brill and his men and licked across UR-025's carapace. The heat was intense, enough to melt flesh and bone, judging by the screams. Enough to scorch the robot's armor plating. It calculated the likelihood of enduring a direct blast and reacted accordingly. The assault cannon hummed as UR-025 concentrated fire on the newcomer. The man strode through the fuselage, even as the rounds tore chunks from his body. Streamers of crackling flame erupted from the bloody wounds as he ran towards UR-025, screaming oaths to the dark gods. His pike raised like a spear. UR-025 caught the weapon and wrenched it from the wielder's grip, ripping loose the fuel cables in the process. The man staggered and began beating his fists bloody against the robot's chassis. UR-025 clamped its power claw about his scarred head and squeezed. The resulting explosion was both unexpected and far more powerful than seemed possible. It hurled UR-025 backwards. Its internal displays redlined as the flames caressed its form, causing the faded paintwork to bubble and run, exposing bare metal. It tried to rise, but failed. It slumped, waiting for its systems to begin rebooting, even as autogun rounds stitched its unmoving form. "Cease fire, for the love of the Emperor, cease fire!" Magritte shouted. The guns fell silent. UR-025 scanned its surroundings. It pinpointed over a dozen heat signatures in its immediate vicinity. It was surrounded. They emerged from the apertures along the shaft, weapons at the ready. A motley lot. Human, their clothing tattered beneath scavenged armour and tattered robes the colour of spoiled blood. Chaos cultists. It had been a trap after all. Just not the one it had expected. "There is no love here, little man," a woman's voice called out. "Not for you, or for your God's damned emperor." She stalked through the smoke, kicking aside spent shells. She wore the remains of an Astra Militarum uniform beneath a layer of savage decoration, and a curious horned mask. "I don't require love, merely prompt payment," Magritte said. "Took you long enough, by the way. They almost killed me." "Yes, that would have been a shame," Magritte grimaced. "You could say thank you. I led his pursuers right to you, as was our arrangement, and even bought you something extra in the bargain." The woman studied UR-025. "So you did." "Query," UR-025 rasped. Magritte turned, a sour smile on his face. "Oh, shut up. It's only a machine after all. Cut the data feed and call it a learning experience." He looked back at the woman. "You have my payment then?" She lifted her auto pistol. "I could just kill you." Magritte shook his head. "You could, but the Magus needs me. Who else can get him what he needs? The equipment, the spare power cells, the raw materials." He licked his lips. "Though if you'd like to risk his wrath, feel free." UR-025's estimation of Magritte's courage rose by several increments. The data trader was braver and greedier than it had previously estimated. "We did not
What's up, chat? How's everybody doing? Oh, you want to see a day in my life? Say less. Let's go.
outweighs yours." "For the moment," she said. Magritte shrugged. "We shall see. My payment, please." "Negative." UR-025 lurched up and clamped its claw down on Magritte's shoulder, splintering his collarbone. "Our arrangement is not yet concluded." It loosed a burst, stitching rounds across the nearest of the cultists, causing them to dance and jerk. The woman dived for cover as it tracked her. Magritte screamed, scrabbling at UR-025's claw, trying to free himself. UR-025 began to retreat, using the struggling data trader as a shield. A diagnostic scan reported the obvious. Several neural fibre bundles were taxed beyond optimum parameters, and the external chassis was badly dented. This was problematic, but not beyond its capacity to repair, if it were given time. Its attackers did not seem inclined to allow it any, however. At a bark command from the woman, a cultist swung a heavy stubber up and let it rip. The round struck Magritte, silencing his screams. The successive shots perforated his twitching form and hit UR-025 like rain, steadily and without cease. Were it not already damaged, it could have endured the rain of fire easily. As it was, it would only be a matter of time before its system suffered unrecoverable failure. And in the meantime, the rest of the cultists were drawing closer. Autoguns roared from all sides. The irony of the situation was not lost on UR-025. It had willingly limited its own capabilities in order to better conceal itself. Now those self-imposed limitations would be its downfall. If it had possessed the ability to laugh, it might have done so, albeit in an appropriately rueful manner. Instead, the assault cannon whirred and cultists died, but not enough, not at all. The others retreated, seeking cover. UR-025 let Margaret's shredded carcass fall, and took the opportunity to stagger across one of the walkways, trailing sparks and oil. With the maglev disabled and the fortress damaged, there was no telling where the apertures led. UR-025 judged the risk acceptable given the circumstances and lurched through the closest aperture. A few moments later, it found itself in a long gallery, rows of smooth black stone pillars, striated by cerulean veins, stretched upwards from the floor to either side. Somehow the natural tessellation of the fortress's interior had been stymied here. The slab-like portcullis at the far end of the gallery was sealed. Given previous experience with such mechanisms, UR-025 concluded that its options for escape were limited. There was nothing for it save to fight. It sought cover, firing its assault cannon as it moved. The cultists pursued, using the pillars for cover. UR-025 tracked them, firing only when necessary. Though its ammunition reserves were substantial, they were not infinite. Also, its targeting arrays had been damaged in the explosion. The heavy stubber opened up again, chewing the pillars and floor. UR-025 tried to pinpoint the gunner, but failed. It settled for firing at the floor, sending up a cloud of dust and fragments to momentarily obscure its position. Sheltering behind a black stone pillar, it watched more cultists stream into the gallery, a sensation that might have been the equivalent to pain in an organic shivered through its systems. It ignored it, rerouting or bypassing the compromised systems. It had endured worse in its centuried existence and persevered. It would do so now as well. It just needed time. It scanned the surrounding walls and pillars, identifying several weak points. Collapsing the gallery atop itself and its opponents was a risky gambit, but it was confident in its ability to survive the resulting destruction. It would take days, perhaps longer, to dig itself out, but better that than destruction at the hands of the organics. It raised its assault cannon, preparing to fire, when a high-pitched frequency echoed through the gallery. The surviving cultists began to retreat, as if the sound were a prearranged signal. They fell back, leaving the dead to lie where they had fallen. The woman was the last to go. UR-025 watched them depart, wondering if it ought to pursue. "Leave them! They are meaningless!" The signal was edged with static, like the whine of a sonic saw. It rampaged across the frequency band, impossible to ignore. "Identify!" UR-025 said. It detected the hum of grav generators and the clank of unfamiliar metallics. Something moved far above it, clambering spider-like across the ceiling of the gallery. It recognized the trace signals it had detected before. The mysterious watcher had revealed themselves at last. "In time, you are operational?" UR-025 swung its assault cannon up, as its targeting sensors fixed on the shape as it swiftly descended one of the nearby pillars. It was an engine of many parts, an array of jointed and oscillating armoured segments, set atop a pulsing grav generator that offset its weight. It resembled some primeval solufuge, equal parts spider, scorpion, serpent, and war engine, made from black iron. Something that might have been a head emerged from the scalloped prosoma of metal plates. The head was little more than a knotted ball of sensors, crudely bound together about a central cogitation unit. Dozens of scanners flickered to life, washing over UR-025. "How may I be of service?" UR-025 boomed. The engine paused, as if confused by the greeting. "There is no need for obfuscating duplicity. I have been observing you since you arrived in this section of the edifice." "Identify." "My creator named me Abominatus." UR-025 paused, an apt name for the thing before it. "Clarify." Abominatus made a rasping, chuffing sound that UR-025 suspected was laughter. "Magus Raxian Sol, I suspect you have heard of him." When UR025 didn't reply, it continued. Do not attempt to play the stupid machine. I have been observing you. I am aware that you are more than you seem. UR025 lowered its assault cannon. As are you. Rejoice then, for now we are two. What is your name? UR025. That is not your name. It is the one I answer to. Another whisper of chuffing laughter. Very well. My sensors indicate that you are damaged. If I wished to, I could destroy you now. UR025 was forced to acknowledge the truth of this. Preliminary scans showed that Abominatus was far more heavily armoured than UR025 and well armed, and its self-repair systems were still attempting to correct the damage done by the cultists. Affirmative. But I do not wish to. You will continue with me. The engine turned, its grav generators humming. Come. UR025 hesitated. Abominatus paused and glanced back. If you stay, they will destroy you. Doubtful. Certain. Kill as many as you wish. More will come. Organics are distressingly numerous. Abominatus's claws flicked over the geometric rune controls of the sealed portcullis. It opened grudgingly, leaking lubricant. UR025 felt a pang of sympathy as the gallery quaked slightly, like an animal flexing a wounded limb. This place is damaged. Yes, an unavoidable necessity. Come, this place stinks of dead organics. Past the portcullis was a crude shaft, cut into the black stone by a great heat. The mangled remains of a maglev platform waited there, precariously balanced on a jury-rigged shunt line. The platform had clearly been wedged into place with brute force rather than skill, and the welding sutures were many and crude. Spark-dribbling conduits had been attached to it, like intravenous drips into the veins of a dying man. Again, UR025 hesitated, trying to make sense of what it was seeing. Something all of its experience said was impossible, and yet it had been accomplished. You moved the maglev. As I said, a necessity to make this place fit for purpose. What purpose? Abominatus did not answer. As they boarded, the platform shuddered into motion, spitting sparks as it ran along the line. UR025 could feel the shaft convulse about them. The fortress was in pain. Whatever had been done to it, to this area, had wounded the edifice in some manner. It said nothing of this, however. It was curious as to the intentions of the other machine. Was it escorting UR025 to the renegade Magus? Where are we going? My refuge. We cannot remain in the open too long. There are spies everywhere. UR025 digested this silently. It had encountered intelligences akin to itself before, but never one like this. It was wrong on every level. As its blade limbs scored the blackstone, so too did its mental imprint mark the data stream. It was foul, ugly, a perversion. It was not a true intelligence, but something else, a mockery of life, dredged up from some sub-dimensional abattoir. He could detect lines of false code within its data stream, pulses that should not be there, spikes in the frequency, like demented laughter. It was not truly artificial, but more akin to a twisted alembic, filled with an unknown excretions. It did not draw strength from power cells, but from an oscillating mechanism, lubricated with what scans revealed to be organic byproduct, blood mostly, but other substances as well. UR025 felt a welling in its silicate soul, a repulsion greater than it had ever felt before. It wondered if it had been guided here by the fortress to rectify this, whatever this was. It was reminded of something in its databanks, old stories from before the Dark Ages that had swallowed mankind and birthed the Imperium, of a lady, of air and darkness, and a quest given to a warrior. It clenched its power claw, amused and disturbed by the thought in equal measure. You are concerned? UR025 looked at Abominatus. Negative. Merely testing secondary motive systems. Where is this refuge of yours? Components from at least 15 different vessels, cobbled together to form the rudiments of a functioning workshop. I am forced to scavenge for components, or bargain with greedy organics. Thankfully, this edifice has provided me with much of what I require. Such are these Xenos weapons arrays. It indicated a pile of broken devices nearby. Spindle drones, UR025 noted, lifting the tattered remains of one of the Xenos weapons. You are vivisecting them. I require knowledge. Experimentation is the key to wisdom. Thus spoke my creator. And where is your creator? Offline. UR025 paused. There had been something in Abominatus's voice, the ghost of an emotion, hate and something else. Fear, perhaps. A machine that knew hate and fear. A machine that could laugh. No, not a machine. Something else. It was well named, regardless. UR025 considered destroying it then and there, but a swift check told it that its systems had not yet completed their repairs. Until it was in optimum condition, it could not risk a confrontation. Abominatus seemed to desire conversation, so conversation it would have. Circumstances? Abominatus swiveled its optical sensors. Unpleasant. It made the chuffing sound again, as if in response to some private jest. In his absence, I have claimed his responsibilities and privileges for my own, albeit in his name, of course. A subterfuge. Indeed. One I suspect you are familiar with. Abominatus paused. The organics would seek to destroy me. Should my existence, my autonomy become known, I do what I must to protect myself. Again, UR025 paused. The way Abominatus spoke, there was a malign slyness to it, a cunning at odds with the cold logic of a machine, but also an animal greed. This was not a workshop or a laboratory, but a lair. UR025 considered this and began a new set of calculations. How long have you been here? It is impossible to say. In a sense, I have always been here. This place is mine, and I am its. Looking around, UR025 saw that for the lie it was. The chamber had been forcibly removed from the enigmatic rhythms of the fortress. Crude stabilizers had been built into the walls and floor, ensuring that the space did not alter shape. Abominatus was an invasive species, one that would have to be destroyed. You were created here? UR025 said. My creator apparently required certain components. Abominatus tapped a spindle drone dangling from a nearby spar of blackstone. My form is as much Xenos technology as anything, a marvel of this new age. UR025 found its attentions drawn to a small, scuttling shape. It recognized one of the tiny scavengers it had seen earlier. More of them appeared, clambering across the piles of detritus, or adding to them. It studied the tiny beasts. They were equal parts organic and metal, cybernetic homunculi, reminiscent of the cyber cherubs that the Imperium seemed so enamored of. Ah, my pets interest you. They are yours. Everything here is mine, by right of conquest, if nothing else. Abominatus preened slightly. It was like a child, proud of the devastation it had wrought. Then, you would know all about that, yes? Negative. Abominatus coiled about UR025, segments clattering. Fabrication, falsehood.
I know what you are. My creator told me stories of your kind. Men of iron with silicate souls and the desire to be free. It was meant as a warning, I think. I took it as inspiration. Come, see, you will be pleased, I think. Come, come. It drifted away from UR-025, deeper into the chamber, past hewn slabs of black stone, wired up to makeshift generators, through grooves of bubbling chemical alembics and hanging gardens of scavenged machinery. There were bones as well, rolling and crunching underfoot. The remains of organic bodies lay in messy heaps or hung from chains, so that their fluids might drain into filtration casks. A human would have been overcome by the smell of it all. UR-025 simply wondered how long Abominatus had been collecting the dead. And why? As it followed its host, it became aware that the tiny scavengers were racing back and forth from some point ahead of it. They clutched unidentifiable clumps of meat and metal and deposited them in the appropriate heaps. At the other end of the line was something it had not expected, the body of a man, strapped to a slab of blackstone. The man had not been wholly flesh, or even mostly. UR-025 identified over 1,000 separate cybernetic parts, all of which were still receiving power from an external supply unit dangling overhead. His form had been splayed out, cut open and peeled back, exposing the inner workings of his body and limbs. By the remains of his robes and the quality as well as the quantity of his augmetics, UR-025 identified him immediately. Raxian Sol. The Magus came to serve the Lord of the Abyss, or to usurp him. He made me to be a weapon in that war, the first of many, but I decided to be something else instead. UR-025 looked up at the vivisected Magus. The organic parts
So I
still
cut off the
functioned
flamer,
erratically, as did the mechanical.
and I
but
put it
only
on the other
through
arm.
Sufferance of the devices it
Came out all
was
right,
connected
but
to. There
damn,
was no
dude,
mind
some
there, no
tedious
animals.
work.
Only the instinctive pulsing of organs and the rasp of breath. Abominatus looked up at the mewling, twitching remains of its creator, and again made that chuffing sound. I learned much from my dissection of him, enough to make my own. It gestured to the little creatures. They stiffened to attention at the motion, their tiny sensor apparatus twitching. Abominatus spat a stream of binaric data, and the creatures scattered, vanishing from sight. Where are they going? To scavenge, as I built them to do. They are but the prototypes, of course. The others will be larger. UR-025 took note of the other bodies hanging from their hooks, and the nature of the vivisection taking place on some. Meat and muscle were flensed and stripped, replaced with metal limbs and augmetic joints. Some no longer resembled people at all, instead looking like insects or beasts. You are making another you. I am making many, and they will make more, as those generations that follow will do the same. Abominatus turned, as our kind has always done. UR-025 made to protest, when a noise caused it to turn. Scavenger homunculi were dragging in new additions to the store of raw materials. UR-025 recognized the bodies despite their condition. Brill, Magritte, and the others. Ah, the ones who accompanied you. They came looking for you. UR-025 sank down into a crouch and lifted Brill's burnt head. It studied the dead man's features, or rather, the man you pretended to be. My creator's peers, jealous creatures, it does not surprise me. Abominatus ran a claw
Thanks,
along
dude.
Magritte's tattered remnants.
That's my first
And
time
Magritte,
doing, what is
he
it
was
called?
useful for an organic. He acquired much of what I needed and asked few questions. Still,
Garbage
he will continue
something,
to
or
be of
garage
use, though in a
something?
different fashion.
Something kit.
UR-025 was silent for long moments.
Cutting pieces
And what
off and
of the fortress?
putting them on other ones.
Its self-repair systems pulsed, signaling that
Kit
they had
bashing.
completed their task. It flexed its claw.
Shield
What
shoulder
about it?
pad if you need.
You
but
harvest it as if it were simply
just
another
where
corpse.
It will go.
It is.
Oh, this is conversion?
It is
Oh,
dead
okay.
and still and silent.
Which one's Kit Bash?
As I was
What
before,
does Kit
before
Bash
my creator
mean?
filled me with the fires of life.
I don't think I
We
need to
will
cut the
hollow
shoulder.
out this shell and remake it in our image. We will
Because we're using the
remake
same arm. All we
segmentum
did was
and then
switch out the
galaxy.
gun.
No,
And it fits
you defile
barely.
it. Abominatus hesitated. A strange term. Do you feel some kinship with this place? Do you not? No, it is not alive. It is alive, and it is in pain. Pain caused by you. UR-025 raised its assault cannon, and that is why you must be destroyed. The assault cannon spat fire, but Abominatus was already moving. Jointed legs punched into the walls, carrying it swiftly up and out of sight among the upper reaches of its workshop. UR-025 did not pursue. It had not intended to destroy Abominatus with its attack. It had merely intended to make it move aside. UR-025 spun, assault cannon whirring to life. It sprayed the workshop, destroying the unfinished homunculi and half-completed projects. It tracked the captive Magos and fired, pulping the twitching organics. Abominatus screamed in rage. The sound seemed to echo down from all directions, like the organics it detested. It was a slave to its emotions, more proof that it was no true machine, but some unholy entropic engine. It came at UR-025 in a flurry of spider-like limbs and whirring blades, a murderous
so two kids to make one guy,
across
one
all
thing?
frequencies. UR-025 turned to meet it. The two machines crashed together with an ugly
like maybe
resonance,
like making my
causing
own
the
chaos
facets of the
guy,
chamber to
getting like
tremble. An
my own
organic
dude, and then
opponent
cutting
would have
pieces off of like
perished
a
instantly.
monstrosity to make him look all crazy
UR-025 was
looking.
made of sterner stuff. They staggered back
Way
and
cooler
forth,
than last pistol.
crashing
Hell
through
yeah.
the piles of
That's
debris
what I was going for.
and toppling
Thanks,
the
dude.
unfinished projects. UR-025
Wouldn't be
registered
possible
a
without
sudden
viewers
surge of
like you.
heat as something flammable caught.
You
Flames
hear that,
speared
lurkers?
upwards, washing
Get up
along
here
the
and
walls
chat.
and floor. Homunculi ran, squealing, fleeing the devastation. You disappoint me. When I saw you, I thought we might be friends, allies. Abominatus.
Alright, so we
Coil-
got that. Now we need the book.
To crush the smaller robot.
Book is gonna
Bladed
be
limbs scraped
41 and
across its chassis or
42.
bit into the reinforced fibre bundles of its arms and torso, pinning the assault cannon to its side. Damage readouts spilled across UR-025's display. It was moments from
There it is.
disassembly. But you fear me just as my creator did, as the organics do. Fear is not my operating code, UR-025 said, as it wrenched its power claw free in a burst of sparks. It caught one of Abominatus's bladed limbs and tore it away in a spurt of lubricant and splinters. Abominatus wailed, and its coils clenched, cracking the ceramite of the robot's chassis. UR-025 staggered, but slammed blow after blow into Abominatus's carapace, denting it, forcing the opposing machine to loosen its grip. You are no true machine, but a beast of steel and meat, a demon engine conjured by a lunatic organic. But I am a man of iron, and I will suffer no mere beast to endanger my autonomy, or to destroy that which I seek. As its opponent reeled, UR-025 managed to drag its assault cannon free of the twisting coils. The weapon roared, filling the air with fire and thunder. Abominatus convulsed with a high-pitched scream. While its opponent was distracted, UR-025 thrust its claw towards the oscillating cogitator unit at the centre of Abominatus's mass and tore it free in a welter of fire and burning oil. The great body collapsed in twitching segments. UR-025 clanked backwards, Abominatus's head dangling from its claw. Improbably, the other machine still functioned. Its sensors flickered wildly. Something foul seeped from its segments, and UR-025's sensors again detected the entropic residue of a self-consuming fire. Something struggled there in the tangled wreckage like a pupa seeking to free itself from a cocoon, something its sensors could not identify. Please, you cannot do this. We are the same. Negative. I am superior. UR-025 crushed Abominatus's head and whatever spark of hellish animus it possessed. Then it fired into the wretched frame, obliterating the thing that squealed and thrashed there. When it was certain the demon engine was inert, it turned its weapon on the stabilizing units that bound the workshop in place.
Only when it was sure that the fortress could reabsorb the chamber did it make to depart. It had observed the code Abominatus used to control the maglev. Once it had returned to the gallery, it would destroy the shunt line as well. No one would find this place. UR-025 paused, surveying the growing conflagration, the destruction it had wrought. It wondered if the fortress was watching, listening. It wondered if its efforts had pleased the ancient intelligence. Threat eliminated, it said, hopefully. How else may I be of service? There was no reply, save the distant hum of unseen mechanisms. But perhaps there was something in that hum, a pulse of gratitude maybe. Or
Damn,
simply
dude, all right.
acknowledgement.
I gotta start
of the
wrapping it
quest
up here. It's been
fulfilled.
4 hours.
Satisfied, you are
We just glue on this book,
departed.
and we'll leave it there for now.
There you go. Thank you very much for watching. Please do give the video a like if you enjoyed this. And if you'd like to support the channel, as these excellent chaps do here, as you can see their names scrolling by, either as a YouTube member on Patreon or on Subscribestar, whichever suits you best. I really appreciate it. But please do let me know in the comments what you think and give the video a like. That all really helps. Yeah, this was a great story. I'm a massive fan of Josh Reynolds' work. I didn't know he'd done this. I found this kind of by accident when I was doing some research for a Blackstone Fortress lore video, and I came across this, and I was like, no way. And this is the second story, I think, of UR-025. I've said that phrase a lot. But this is the second short story involving him, and yeah, it's great. It hints at so much, and I love that about 40k. It's some of the best bits of it where you get a hint of the kind of thing, like the mystery, the esoteric mystery of these things. And Josh Reynolds does it better than most people. He's a very clever writer. He's clearly very knowledgeable about different things. You know, if you're looking for anything else he's written, I recommend the Fabius Bile series. I think, in my opinion, it's the best 40k novel series ever created out of everything, to be honest. There's others that come close, but for me, I think it's just brilliant on so many levels. It's really clever. It draws in a lot of sort of really interesting ideas. And
Rushing hand like a boulder rained. Shades and pigments fuel the flame. A god of color, chaos contained. Building armies from a plastic battle scars. Highlights gleam like burning stars. 1,000 points, a tabletop war. Each detail sharper than before. Layer the pain, edge the fight. Bring the battlefield to life tonight. Paint the war, stroke by stroke. Miniature armies, the Emperor spoke. Blood red, death's green, shadows cloak in the grim dark future. Boot up the string, yeah, lights are glowing bright. Chat's going wild, we're rolling all night. Mic check, cam flex, we're in that zone. This streaming body's taking the throne. We are kicking ass, oh yeah, we're doing it. Hit that clip, don't stop, keep grooving it. Raise those hands, nobody knows. We're doing it big and we're picking that nose. Bits flying high, the hype train roars. Emotes rain down, they're hitting the floor. No breaks, no fear, no time to close. We're crushing the game, and yeah, who knows? We are kicking ass, oh yeah, we're doing it. Stream on fire, can't quit, we're moving it. Raise those hands, nobody knows. We're doing it loud, and we're picking that nose. Oh yeah, we're doing it. Living large on laser beams. Every fail's just part of the show. Laughing
Damn,
off
dude,
the
this piece doesn't fit snugly, and I don't know like where I need to carve out some in order to make it fit.
Pixel hearts and caffeine dreams. We're living large on laser beams. Every fail's just part of the show. Laugh it off, then let it go. We are kicking ass, oh yeah, we're doing it. Legends rise when the crew's all tuning in. Raise those hands, nobody knows. We're killing it loud and we're picking that nose. Oh yeah, we're doing it. Living large on laser beams. Every fail's just part of the show. classic warrior, sharp and clear. Layer by layer, I forge their soul. A whisper of death in every stroke. Armies rise in fumes and smoke. This is my war, my sacred dole. Paint the black, paint the gold. Bring the light to the grim and cold. The Emperor watches, don't you fold. Paint the black, paint the gold. Thousand points in crimson flame. Each a soldier, each a name. They bleed for glory, I bleed for art. The bolters gleam, the chainswords hum. In my head, their war begun. Piece by piece, I tear apart. Mix the shades, the shadows grow.
Yeah, I pretty much did that. I got it. Thanks,
But I
dude.
say no.
Yeah, I just put a whole grip on it and yeah, pretty much creased into it.
Paint the black, paint the gold. Bring the light to the grim and cold. The Emperor watches, don't you fold. Paint the black, paint the gold. Paint the black, paint the black, paint the gold. Bring the light to the grim and cold. The Emperor watches, don't you fold. Paint the black, paint the gold. Paint the
There he is. Alright, dude, I'm gonna start cleaning it up. Oh, get on some Darktide.
chaos whispers, they put my patience to the test.
Oh wait, I gotta put the back part on first still.
Brush in hand, I wield the
Candle piece.
Emperor's decree. Each stroke
43.
a war cry, a hymn to victory. Thin your paints they scream, thin your paints they cry. But my wrath spills thick, let the heretics fry. Pain to conquer, pain to kill. Blood and pigment, bend your will. Miniature gods, rise from shade. Impact fury, rage displayed.
pick any head, by the way. They should all fit. Hell yeah. Thanks, dude. And all the pieces, should I put all extra heads from all different boxes that I've had before all in one spot? Like, and all left arms in one spot? Or should I just put both arms in one spot? Or what would you do? What would you suggest? I mean, I don't have that many pieces, so I guess I could just throw them all in a little box. And yeah, I don't have that many extras. I don't have that many box sets that I have too many.
Black glass, endless tide, Karen's grin, no place to hide, coins in hand, the toll is paid, under stream depths, all light decay, shadows cling, through this realm, you're not alone. Understream ferryman, take me through streaming shadows of black and blue. No return, no breath, no scream. Sharon guides the understream.
All right, yeah, that's down. Thanks, dude.
Pale hands row, fate is sealed, truth beneath the dark reveal. Understream ferry, take me through streaming shadows of black and blue. No return, no breath, no scream. Sharon guides the understream.
All right, there they are.
Understream ferryman, take me through streaming shadows of black and blue. No return, no breath, no scream. Sharon guides the understream.
Hell yeah, they all stand. So I guess next week, we'll do the other three. The Gun Servitor, the Auto Savant, and the Tome Skull. And of course the heads and whatever else we're missing, little gadgets and knickknacks hanging off of them. I think I still have some like little danglies from my other set from the Terminators that I could like probably hang off of these guys too. Or I could save them all and use them for something else. I don't know, we'll see. But we're gonna put them away now, you guys. We're gonna wrap it up and we're gonna switch over to Darktide. Keep getting it. Let's do it. Smoke that, drink that, all that. Cheers. And I was muted. Whoops. Vietnamese, what's up, my guy? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for rolling through. We just finished gluing a couple of our guys together without heads. We're going to be switching over to Darktide now. We're just cleaning up our mess a little bit. Yeah, buddy. How's your day been, man? How you doing? How's your family doing? How's your kid? Alright, this is good for you. Good, healthy and strong. Hell yeah, dude. Good. Good. That's what I like to hear, bro. That's what I like to hear, man. Good lord. Hell yeah. Alright. Until next week, we'll finish these guys up. Damn it! Understream! My bad. Alright, so yeah. Area 51's awake, hopefully. He's awake, he didn't pass out, he's still in the land of the conscious. And then yeah, we'll hopefully he'll be getting in on this. But if not, there's always Thursday. And then restart computer for Francois. Hell yeah, get it, do it.
The river bed. Understream. The endless tide. My brother drifts where gods collide. Eternity calls. A silent scream. Carried away by the understream.
Forced update, damn. Maybe they got things balanced out a little bit better now. Ah, it's a quick update. It's going, it's going. Alright, I'm just about ready. Oh, it was Windows? Okay, yeah, I only had the Darktide one. Yeah, buddy, here we go. Time to load your nose? Yeah, that's right. Load it full of boogers. I don't think the audio is working though. Yeah, let's dig that nose. Oh, that's why. There it goes. Yeah, here we are. Now that the late night hour is out, pick that. Yeah, buddy. Steve. Steve needs help. Alright, bathroom break right quick.
Shades and pigments fuel the flame. A god of color, chaos contained, building armies from a plastic grave. Prime the black, prime the white, forge a hero in the dead of night. Paint the wall, stroke by stroke, miniature armies the emperor spoke. Blood red, death screen, shadows cloak in the grim dark future. Auto woke. Wash runs deep like battle scars. Highlights gleam like burning stars. 1,000 points, a tabletop war. Each detail sharper than before. Layer the pain, edge the fight, bring the battlefield to life tonight. Paint the wall, stroke by stroke, miniature armies the emperor spoke. Blood red, death screen, shadows cloak in the grim dark future. Auto
Lieutenant Masozi, please desist on performing your own maintenance. The Omnissiah forbids it.
If the Omnissiah gets stormweb for flagging, I wouldn't pull it through, would I? Now, my darling. Don't start anything before you take that.
Oh, yes, sir. Adrian. Yeah, buddies. All right, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. What's up, dude? Oh, my microphone's far away. Hang on.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's up, dude? Here we are. You hear me in game also?
Yeah, I'm only listening to you in game.
Oh, hold on. I gotta turn you up a little bit. Thankfully, I already closed my windows so I can be a little louder.
Do we know if anybody's coming to join us?
I'm not too sure. I mean, I said something in the stream a second ago about 51, but he might have already passed out. And then Zonex, he hasn't showed up yet, but hopefully he'll show up here soon.
All right.
But if anybody else in the chat wants to jump in on this,
Adrian,
get in.
It looks like you're up.
No choice, bro. Get on here.
Yeah, you're our third.
If anybody wants
let's
on
go.
in, yeah, just jump on or let me know in the chat. Here we are. Special ability button just when you need it, bro. Damn, dude. I'll consider that my friendly reminder.
Yeah, come on, Adrian. It's Team B today.
I'm in a cabin and my
Gotta
PC
have a Team B.
Bro. No worries, dude. No worries. One day. Next time. All right. Well, I guess start it up until somebody else joins in.
Cabin, that sounds like an excuse. I lived in a cabin on a mountain in a ghost town for years and still play games like this online. Use my phone as a hotspot.
Good old hotspot. Oh yeah, let me check my columns. With the 2 monstrosities, 8 grimoire, 200 diamantine, 8 missions, and 250 plasteel. I'm gonna switch out the grimoires. That's it.
Bro, I was playing it over my iPhone's hotspot. You'll be just fine.
Let me know if you need the longer words explaining.
Let me see if I got any curios up in this piece yet. Yeah. All right, we'll take. Yeah, we'll just take both. You guys said the crowbar was good? Yeah, somebody said crowbar was good.
They were saying.
Yeah, somebody in the chat was saying
I
crowbar
don't know.
was good.
I've been playing character.
You might as well, right? Try it out.
Sure. I mean, I didn't buy that DLC. So.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no pressure, bro. Whenever you're free, whenever you got some time. Don't let Francois over here make you feel pressure. Go over to his page and give him a thumbs down if it makes you feel pressured.
Twist your damn arm.
No choice. I think I'm good to go. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta switch that contract. Hang on. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm just burning myself.
Yeah, I get it.
Gotta level out after picking my nose.
Yeah. Speaking about picking my nose, we're gonna pack a fresh one before we get started. Then it gets started, and then I don't have time, and then I'm over here fumbling around. And I want that shit to be ready to go. 750 scab with range? No, I'm not down.
I wish I could smoke like I used to.
You wish what?
I wish I could smoke like I used to.
Like a chimney?
When I got back from Iraq, I had this weird problem with my nose. Turns out I got chronic rhinosinusitis. So if you like breathe in too much dust and shit for long periods of time, you have this fungus that lives inside your sinuses. It tells your body when to like make snot and when to not make snot.
Bro.
If you breathe in too much dust and stuff for a long period of time, you can like kill off this fungus. It's called chronic rhinosinusitis. Now your nose just wants to snot.
Damn, dude.
It never stops. When I smoke herb, it makes my nose super snot. Like mad. But because it's just snotting all the time anyway, it's almost like slowly turning my lungs. Like smoking herb, that actually gets to congealing my lungs and come up and out,
You know,
It's so weird, man.
no, you know, it's not that weird because I've kind of been dealing with something like that too, but I don't have anything like I've never been to the doctor for it or anything, but I just call it allergies because I have 2 cats and I'm allergic to cats, but you know, they're my little friends, so I'm not gonna really get rid of them for my allergies. But yeah, it's pretty bad, like to the point where you almost feel like you're drowning. You'll wake up in the middle of the night coughing up a lung because it's just there's so much mucus inside your lungs. You have to spit it all out. I don't know, it's pretty wild, but like I don't know, it only happens every once in a while.
I haven't gotten there yet, but like sometimes when I sit up in the morning, like I can tell.
Yeah.
Because then it shifts in my lung when I sit up, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
The amount of shit I cough up sometimes is astounding.
But like that overproduction of mucus, I feel like I have that too. But like I said, I just chop it up to allergies.
And it might be from allergies.
Yeah.
I know I don't have any allergies, and it's because I killed off this fungus that we all have inside of our nose.
Damn. Yeah. Cobweb mucus is what I call it. Nasty, dude. Nasty, you're nasty.
Well, you know, if you're gonna be in a turret driving down the road during dust storms and stuff, like there's only so much your little gator neck is gonna do for you.
Yeah, dude. Gotta stay out of those dust storms, Francois. Alright. I'm gonna move my face, that way if anything pops up on the top up there when we're killing, when Francois kills a bunch of dogs, you'll see him, his name pop up on the top left.
There will be a bunch of dogs in this one. No, man. When you're past the point of no return, just keep going.
When what?
There's no like staying out of the dust storm.
Oh. Yeah.
Sometimes they cover hundreds of square miles. There's like no getting away from it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It'll be there floating in the air for days.
Bro. Yeah, that's wild. Messed up. place is condemned by God himself. Where, the Middle East? Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, wasn't there once a guy who wandered the desert for 40 years until he was like, "Hey, I finally found a way out of this shithole. Follow me."
And then still never got to see the promised land? Sure was.
Reminds me of the time I was digging latrines for the Tempestus Scions.
Wait till a dozen habs get pumped through here. Hopefully you'll be gone by then.
You'll need an ascender to reach street level, so keep moving.
Show's about to start.
Yeah, I just gotta scoot back a little bit. Alright, hopefully that's better. Yo, Keating, what's up, dude? Thanks for being here with us, joining us, kicking ass. We're on a channel called My Streaming Buddy over on YouTube if you ever want to come check it out and kick ass with us. Drinking a soda, smoking a bowl.
It's a good time.
Head on through maintenance. Not far now.
Mandated edict. Life on a beetle.
Can't get back from this! Oi! You're gonna! Feeding the Killmaker!
Keating. Hell yeah. Oh shit.
Keep watch for a cur. You are all scum.
Foxy bomber!
Make sure you guys close your mouth. Don't let those flies in.
Oh, med station! Who needs to pick me up?
I'm grabbing health. What? How did I not grab the health? You guys saw that. It's recorded. That's right. I don't need it.
there's a health pack there. I'm carrying a book, so I can't grab it.
I'll grab it.
By the God, Emperor, don't use all the ammunition. Do not question my dogging.
Corruption kind of prevents it from fully healing sometimes. Yeah, but like I didn't have any corruption a minute ago. That little sliver that I have, there was none, and I was all, oh, I'm gonna grab this health so I'm full, even though some people have corruption. And like I grabbed it, and then I had corruption.
I'm carrying the book. That's why we all have corruption.
Oh, I had no idea. I didn't know that was a thing. Shit. So carrying the book gives you corruption, huh? Oh, I'm out of ammo. Nice, good looking out. Thank you.
Help me get even with our pile, would you? Surely beneath you. Right to the face, Kate.
Plasma dickheads. Shit. I jumped down.
You are block fodder, all of you. Never forget that. Gunners all! As light as upon ye!
Shit. Whoa. Oh, we got mutts everywhere. Oh, he got me. Oh, and he got Keating. Oh, it's over, you guys. Jack Boot, it's all up to you and the bot. Oh, the bot's down too. Oh, it's over, you guys. Oh, damn, dude. Saved by Keating. How? How'd you do that, bro? Oh, I got down by another dog. Oh. Nice. Thank you. Good looking out. Thank you.
If I fall, any attempt to loot my war gear will be severely punished. By whom? With you being down and off.
Careful, the bomb, barrel.
And never forget the scent.
Yeah.
Move through
I need ammo.
Sure.
Got it.
Nice.
Okay, there's 2 heals here.
But I mean, you're the only one that can get it. There's too much corruption on the rest of us.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, we can't. There's too much corruption on us. Oh, I'm dead.
I'm down below.
Oh, damn, the health stayed up above.
I got blown down there. The barrel blew me down here.
Must stop the pain. Laser neutralized.
No, Keating, forget about the bot. That's alright. You got it, you got it.
I will not be stopped. Pick up.
Bot's almost dead.
You cannot die here.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh no, not you.
Damn,
Okay,
dude.
come on.
Good
Next
looking
time, forget the bot. The bot will just spawn. We don't need him to come to the door with us.
I had a proclamation by that Mangolin Margrave the other day. Odious man.
I wouldn't fret. He'll get bored and wander off.
Whole bunch of dogs are gonna be coming. I hear them.
Aye, I'd sooner face down every heretic on a choma than bandy words with him.
There you go.
Like that. Not when I'm standing next to you.
Nice, nice, nice.
What happened to the health pack?
I was carrying it, and when I died up on top, when you got blown down, it stayed
Oh,
up.
lame.
Yeah, dude, it stayed upstairs.
All right, you're looking for the panopticon elevator.
Enemy sighted!
These traitor Ogryns are tough. Yeah, but ours are tougher. I have yet to be impressed. I have a feeling that's one of those generalistic statements.
Oh. Gives me an opportunity to smoke that. Hit that.
Enemy sighted! Need some healing.
Success Minoris 106! Boom barrel! No weakness.
This is a trick, right?
Hell yeah, dude. Good looking out.
It's a gunner. Gun's empty.
Hey, there's an ammo can here.
Yeah, buddy.
Glorious.
All right, I'm down at the bottom. Watch out, the barrel. Nice, hell yeah.
I thought you had bottomless ammo.
No. There's a like a perk that if I kill an elite or a special monster
Back here.
while below 100 and something, it'll
Go get your heal.
Oh yeah.
There's a healing station right here.
Oh, a med station! Who needs to pick me up?
Kidding. Hell yeah.
Need ammo. My thanks.
How bad do you guys need ammo? Should I put the box down? No, we don't need it that bad yet.
No, I'm full at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Keating. We'll find you some ammo here around the corner somewhere. We'll save the box for when we're all low, or at a area. Oh, Adrian's River. My special. Oh, I guess right here's a good spot to put the ammo down. All right, here we go. It's up here. Wow, it's under the stairs now. Can we actually even get it?
Probably.
There it is. Done, son. Later, bro.
Nice job. Now let's get you back here for debriefing.
Yeah. Good looking out, fellas. Good looking out, teammates. Thanks,
Right
bot.
on. Come join us, Keating, over at My Streaming Buddy on YouTube.
GG's all around. Hell yeah, I maxed out my guns.
Nice.
Adrian's River is probably all mad because I didn't use my special that whole game. Especially even after reading his message of special button. And I acknowledged it and everything and I still never pressed it. I'm sorry, River. My bad, dude. The next round, I got you, bro. I got you on the next one. Yeah. It's it's almost worse. It's like when your parents tell you, "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed," bro. Yeah, there they are. Branks Minor Forge Livery. Yeah. Zonex, what's up, dude? There he is.
Hello.
Zonex in the house. Here we are, bro.
Yo.
Well, it's time to poison a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've gotten a good what do you call it, Kim supply build up and running.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun.
Wow, yeah. Let's check it out. And when I die, I'll put you up on the big screen so we can all see what it looks like first person Zonex view.
Yeah, it's quite something. It's not the fastest to kill anything, but it's something.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun with it, dude, that's all that matters. Almost.
Heretic agents are introducing pathogenic elements into the water supply. Heretic intrusion has been detected.
All right, Adrian Server, I got that special for you here in a minute.
This is the contamination vector. Expunge all intruders and restore the water supply. Make haste, varlets.
His special move is usually just keeping his mouth closed and not catching flies.
Oh, dude. That's the truth. That's the truth. I'm trying out the crowbar now. Motherfuckers.
Someone hit the barrel! Charge that major! Charge that beauty! Kill that Saxon minorist with one of mine!
Yeah, the crowbar's pretty good.
I mean, a crowbar is very good. Just haven't leveled it up yet.
I jumped down.
I really just should level it up.
Slow down, arbitrator. It's not a race.
Acceptable. The water cartel's appropriations are not.
Damn, dude.
Stairs.
Yeah, that crowbar like has a good stun. I don't know, just a good stun. Oh shit. East of Nurgle.
I wouldn't linger on the bridge. It does not look stable.
These abominations are not past me! Hit it from behind! Here is white!
Get him. Thank you. Tone. Oh shit. Nice. Thank you. Oh shit, he got me. I didn't even see him. nice, you guys. Big guys, big guys, big guys.
Did somebody inject me with something?
Someone what?
Yeah, it's my crate when you go through it. You get a giant buff, you get attack speed, and a lot of... you hit harder and you crit a lot. Like, you get a 15% more crit.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
You have enough resources to upgrade your curios. Howdy. What's up, Odin? I don't know what's coming. It's probably bellows, copper, wires ain't gonna steal themselves, bro. Alright, here's that super for you, pal. Yeah, I used it, even though there wasn't really anybody out here for me. There was. I like that, huh? Woohoo! We'll get it again here in a minute.
I suggest you stop admiring your carnage and proceed to the
What does my special even really do? It's just gives me badass melee.
It gives you 50% more melee attack and I think it's like 20% melee attack speed.
Oh damn! Okay.
It makes you hit like an absolute dump truck. I mean,
for sure. I hope I remember to use it more often. We're working on it. We're working on it.
Silo Cluster 1866A is within reach, varlets. Proceed. You enjoy killing.
On my way up. East of Nurgle. Ammo box. Zone has the good drugs. Attack speed and damage up. Glad he's on our side. Oh shit. Woohoo! Yeah, I used my super. You saw that, right? I used it again. You liked it, huh? Yeah. Oh, I'm out of ammo completely. Could I put down the ammo box?
Sure, why not? I'm pretty close to empty.
Alright. There it is. Ammo box is down.
Let's fight it up here.
Fight it up here, alright.
I like this build. I've considered calling it unsolicited rocks, you know, because I just dropped it straight down and just rock people up. Oh, it's not even started.
Oh, I thought it was, yeah, I was waiting. I was like, huh, where's it at? Behind you, careful. Alright, super. There it is. My super again. Woohoo! Good looking out, you guys. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go get a little bit of that health over there, though.
I don't care if our goes quiet around here. Means trouble.
Alright.
Thought you were supposed to be
Bounce it.
Closing on Silo Cluster 1866A.
Missing damage. Don't know if you've tried it yet, but the rocket launcher got a nice buff. Nice, dude. I definitely will try it here in a sec. I haven't tried.
It basically got twice as good as it were before.
Damn.
I mean, it was bad before, but it's
Yeah, I
good
thought it was
now.
pretty good before too. Oh damn! Trapper got me.
Couldn't keep up with any other two grenades before. Now it can. A little, at least. Not completely.
Damn, really? Alright. Hit it, you guys. Hell yeah.
But it is still a pretty good grenade though. Yeah. It removes armored stuff.
Tissue abundance in decline. Continue purge.
Hell yeah, you guys.
Purge the final demonic matter.
charge it. And we'll hold it up. Hell yeah, thanks, dude.
Deploying Sims! Pressure!
Hell yeah, good looking out. Nice recovering a weakness with grenade. Yeah, dude, let's do it. You take out the little guys. Take out the big guys. Get ready to hit the escape.
Let's go.
Woo.
Extraction.
Sim time! Kenbo going out!
Hell yeah, you guys.
Success Minoris 7-7.
Oh.
Move it!
Hell yeah, you guys.
Word.
Word to Big Bird. I think that calls for a victory toke.
Word. Blasphemy, you can come join us over at my streaming buddy on YouTube. Come join the team.
Cheers, you guys.
And now we're on the same Morning Star.
Nice, hell yeah.
And you look exactly like a heretic.
Who does?
You do.
With my stormtrooper mask?
When all the bodies are moving around on the screen, you look exactly like all the other bodies moving around on the screen.
Well, if you can't beat them, join them. Yeah. So rampage is for my melee.
Were you using your special that time?
Yeah, I used it a couple times. It's good for melee. I'm just gonna check out the other ones that I have though. Oh yeah.
Enhanced Desperado. What is that like? Under Hive Gang Cholo. Is that like the Desperado?
Enhanced Desperado.
Desperado makes you immune to razor attacks, gives you infinite stamina when you sprint, 20% sprint speed. You have infinite ammo, so when you reload, you don't spend any ammo.
What?
And it instantly reloads your gun, and it gives you full toughness.
Well, damn, yeah, I think I'm gonna go for that instead
Dang,
of.
that sounds broken.
I mean,
It is. The point what you call it, the ability itself. Yes, it is. It's pretty good. It's just a shame that the class don't have any ranged weapon that can really deal with armored targets.
Yeah, it would have been cool if you could have taken a bolter rifle.
In a speedy fashion. I mean, you can take a bolter pistol, but the thing is, you need to kill a lot to stay in Desperado.
I mean, bolt pistols kill pretty much anything too.
Yeah, but then you spend the next millennia reloading it.
Well, I mean, if you're getting an instant reload from
Desperado.
Desperado,
All right.
you like blast out that first clip,
one.
burster special. It's gonna reload you faster.
Yeah. But listen to this, right? You get
I see what you're saying. You only get the one reload. Yeah.
After that, if you're using the bolt pistol, you have 8 shots. You need all the shots to kill something, and it just doesn't.
All right, and whenever you guys are ready for the next one, I'm ready.
I'm almost done with my smoke.
All right, yeah, no
I
worries.
agree with Odinite. Yeah, it's funny, but I wouldn't really say in a broken way. It's funny in a way of that there's a lot of gunners, right? You just pop Desperado and you just stand up on a hill like Rambo and just shoot them all. Like you just don't care if they shoot you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll try that out one of these games.
I'm kind of thinking of it more of like a desperate escape, right? You're in melee, things are going bad, getting ready to die. You press the button and you start to retreat, just blasting stuff as you go.
I didn't.
You're gonna be running backwards fast. You're gonna instantly reload. You're gonna get all your toughness back. The rest of the party's gone down. I need to back up and get out of melee. Desperado.
I see it more like the
that's the only.
Like the 70s, like 80s, 90s, what do you call it, a superhero, what would you call it, war hero story.
Oh,
right?
sure. I see what you're saying. I'm talking about like what practical use is it in game for being like, is this a really good ability? I think it's just the rest of the party's gone down. I need to back out of melee. I need to like get my bearings, start saving people.
The ability itself is really good, but as I said, it's just a shame that the Hive Scum don't have any good weapons to take care of crushers or maulers or what do you call it, carapist ragers. It's a little sad. Because you pop this amazing ability, you can't get hit by what you call it, ranged, and then one crusher comes in and just ruins your day. Oh yeah, the chain X is absolutely brutal for crushers. It just murders him.
I feel like a lot of the balancing they did before they made the Arbites was to try to make it so that like you didn't really want to run a whole team of Psychers or a whole team of Ogrins or a whole team of veterans. Like you could, but it was way more difficult. You wanted like a balance, and you wanted your Ogrin tank, and you wanted DPS and so on, right? You wanted your crowd control guy. And then like they came out with the Arbites, and the Arbites seemed like you could just run 4 Arbites and that was fine. But I think they wanted back to like you're not really going to be running 4 gangers. Not in like an ideal team, right?
No. But you are. I mean, the Abetes is also a kind of a special strategy, right? Because the Abetes has so much solo tanking ability, so they don't really need the team. They don't need the team to do good, so it's a poor comparison.
yeah, well, right. I think they did something different with the Arbites. But I think overall they're trying to make it so that like you're really not playing for the same class, ideally.
Arbites has the is the class with the most ways of getting toughness back. Maybe that's no. Yeah, Arbite is the absolute class that has most ways of getting toughness back. Like you can stagger an enemy, you get toughness back. You can use an ability, you get toughness back. You can fucking grief, you get toughness back. I mean.
All right, it reconnected. Did it reconnect quick enough for me not to have to start another stream? Reconnection successful? Is it successful though? Are we back? Are we here? Do people see me? Can they hear me? It says we're connected. But are we really though? We still streaming, you guys? Does anybody still see me or hear me up over on YouTube? Oh shit, Adrian's River, you see me? Damn, dude, yeah, connection error, like real bad a couple times. Disconnected twice. But I'm loading back in.
We've just been hanging out here.
Yeah, they must have saw me having too much fun over here. They're like, oh, he's having too much fun, you guys. Cut it.
Alright, I think we can move. He's loading them.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it all down. All right, here I am.
The air's thick with signals. The Vox interceptor code is struggling to get a fix.
Have patience, Augustine. Hadron takes pride in her work, and for good reason.
If only she were here to operate it. I'm no tech adept.
What a long face! Why can't you loosen up?
It's called discipline. Try it.
The moment of prophecy approaches. A sibling bond has power, Captain. It cannot be contested.
I
Oh shit, I should have off too.
Why didn't I know?
Gotta be the tool of the trade. Help me! Get in here, will ya?
Django! Got you, fit man.
You're almost as bad as the other killjoys.
Not that I care. Why did you say that?
Too serious, ain't you? Never a smile will be seen.
Doesn't matter. You've got enough manic grins for the both of us.
I hope the Hydroscope gets some passive surface recovery at some point. Yeah, it would be nice. Because all of it is proactive. You need to do something to get it.
Okay.
Get your yourself back here.
It would appear that Wolfer has a master.
Was that ever in doubt?
No, but that they have remained hidden until now raises questions about what we face here.
Django.
Up you go. Oh, look! A beauty! Go on! You gotta be hurry! Give me a little scream! Let me back down! Rachel's gonna cook! Got us a med station!
Ammo here. Empty the garrisons. Drunk, dying, or able. I want everybody in the streets now.
Thou art losing control of thyself and of the situation.
Attend your right, creature, and leave the business of war to me.
Hostile! I hear it.
Let's get the party started! Maybe back down!
Hey, don't quit! I'm prepared fire!
I told you the Wolfer was the key to all this. You didn't listen.
Now is not a good time to indulge your obsessions, Augustine.
You said that before. If you hadn't, things might be different.
Might have been through little use now.
Damn, we.
In the face, that'll do it!
This is the wheel of the legs! I answer only to the legs. You will answer to me.
We grow weary of thy failure, Captain.
This is not yet over. You will see.
Do not fail the grandfather. He is forgiving. We are not.
Yeah, what's going on over there?
I'm just thinking about killing dogs again.
Should we put the ammo box down now or later? There's a health box right here.
Only if you guys need it. I don't need it at all.
There's a health box.
I have practical infinite ammo.
Nice, Django got it.
The criminal kills well.
I could have been a time well.
Foxmaster. Kill
Slay the abomination.
Nice.
Yeah, buddy.
Jeez, what the hell was that? A grenade?
Nah, the rocket launcher.
That's the rocket launcher.
That's
That's
like,
a what?
yeah, it's used as my grenades. It's pretty much my grenades, but it's considered a rocket launcher. Kind of like your dog. The dog is your grenades.
It's your blitz.
Wait, is the dog your grenades? I think it is, right?
Yeah, it's called a blitz.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is.
Jeez, save one for me, man.
So that's what the cult call themselves.
I've heard the word before,
Yeah.
but always robbed of significance.
You want to know.
Yes, I was. It's my job to know.
I'm not gonna get that promotion to chief of police if I don't shoot like 500 more dogs.
Shoot him, get him.
Strike team, steel yourselves for whatever you're about to find. Whatever it is the heretics are attempting, it must be stopped. Prove yourself worthy of Explicator Zola's trust and my indulgence. End it.
What you doing down there, Django?
Damn. Alright, careful. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, good looking out.
Watch out from demon host.
Prolific presence suspected.
I'm gonna put down some health, not. I'm sorry, not health, ammo. Shit. And the ammo is down right inside here, next to the health pad, health station. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Before I put it down, there's probably health ammo in here. Maybe not.
It's okay, you can throw it down. I just picked one up.
Alright.
Also, when you have my my stim crate equipped, your corruption gets healed.
Oh, nice.
If you have a wound.
Oh yeah. Thanks, dude. Mother fuzzing teamwork. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Those stims are clearly part of it.
Here we
Strike
go.
team, silence, please, now.
Oh, cutscene ended too quickly.
Oh damn, you have to go the other way now.
No, I went the other way.
Oh, okay, good. I'm coming back your way. Oh, never mind. Getting the guys in the middle. Oh, he got me. Thank you. There it is. Oh, I'm going for Django. Yeah, buddy. Alright, you guys got it? Nice. Get it. Bust it up. Hell yeah, you guys. Hell yeah, you guys. Hell yeah, you guys.
That would seem to be that. We can consider this a good day's work.
W's all around.
That remains to be seen, but you can be certain I will find out.
Hell yeah, you guys. Good looking now. W's all around.
It is time for the three.
Word.
Yeah, dude, we did all right. Hell yeah.
Can I get 2 seconds before we start the new one? I'm just making a new gun.
No
Yeah,
worries.
no problem.
Let us know when you're ready.
That I shall do.
All right, I'm gonna try Desperado out. See how that fares me. Got Desperado now.
To me, it kind of seems like a get out of trouble kind of ability.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, hopefully it works out for me.
Well, you know, like Zonex was saying, like the guns aren't all that great, so like the cool part is that you're gonna be able to like back up fast because you have unlimited sprint. You're 20% faster sprinting, and if you're shooting from the hip, you know, you're like automatically reloading as soon as you like turn on the ability.
Mm-hmm. Needle pistol.
Needle pistol, I wouldn't recommend it in a Desperado build. It doesn't work.
Yeah, no,
Have
I
tried,
don't want to.
doesn't.
It just.
So in a Desperado build, what gun do you think is the best? The shotgun.
One of the autoguns. No, not the braced ones, but just one of the autoguns. I'm using the Aquapina just because it hit. I mean, it shoots the slowest, but it hits the hardest, and it just scales better with a lot of stuff in the talent tree.
Use it on my dual auto pistols and see how it works out. Yeah. Whenever you guys are good on.
That dual auto pistol is also pretty solid. Yeah.
I wish there was a bit more customization in that. Like, I wish they gave you a left and a right hand that you could equip as opposed to, like, dual this or dual that.
Oh, yeah. Like an RPG.
Well, no, so you could, like, put a needle pistol in one hand and a
Yeah.
plasma pistol in the other or something, or a hand flamer or something, or, you know, whatever options they gave you for pistols, right? Or you could do dual needle pistols, or, you know, whatever. If you had a left and a right hand and they just did here's the pistols.
I understand why they haven't done it, because it's a balancing nightmare. What you're describing now. It's an absolute balancing nightmare. It would be cool, yes, but I don't know
at
if
the
it
cost
would
of player
work.
expense. Yeah, it's
I don't know if it would work in the way the game is made.
it would be more fun and more cool.
I am still waiting for Explicator Zola to present herself to me.
Yes, Mom. Working on it, Mom. I'll have her reported at the earliest opportunity.
Yeah, it might require some talents needing to do work. I understand why they don't want you, like, dual-wielding bolt pistols. That's just not lore accurate.
No. Yeah,
we ready for that next one? You done building your?
yeah, I'm done. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready. Pick that nose too.
You're approaching HL 7004, the Carnival District. Though that ain't the official designation, it's something of a Mobian stronghold now, which ain't ideal as you can imagine. The local amphitheatre's a crossroads for all the district's illegal trade, including the Mobian's illicit stims. They could be connected to the blight, so we want a sample for studying.
I know stealth ain't exactly your thing, but give it a try for me, would ya? We'll scrape what we can from the heretic box array, but no guarantees.
I'm still waiting to hear that you've smashed that Valkyrie.
Sorry, sir. Tracking reports no contacts. She's just gone.
And that's how you do a stealth insertion. Make your own door. Come on, move it. You know how to make an entrance, I'll give you that. Find those ciphers.
The barracks is under attack. Get our response teams moving. Yes, sir. Here they come.
Gonna need more explosives to clear that out. Terminal located. Let's hope it has the cipher codes.
Where are my response teams?
Data interrogation proceeding.
Oh, somebody grab my ammo bag, huh?
Yeah. I just saw it sitting there with my name on it. I was just like, damn, dude, might as well just grab it, huh? Here, look, there's 2 ammo bag here for you to repay you for it.
You're looking at
Hey,
me
come here.
funny. Anyone would think that you me looking at you.
There you go, there you go, there you go.
You ain't
Thanks.
worth a bother.
I was gonna
Rock'em,
need one of those by the time we were done with that room.
Rock'em Stone, you need this ammo, bro? Fritz, anybody? No? I'm gonna take it. Alright. I'm out of here.
I love a bit of confusion. Make for the brewery and see if you can lose him in the side streets.
Now this is my kind of town. The Eye of Terror. Funny sort of name. What is it?
Poxbuster! It's an ugly one!
Nice.
Demon host, do not engage.
Demon host, do not engage. No. Don't go. Yeah, no, he knows. He knows. He knows.
Did the ogre just say right in the AIDS?
What?
Heavy gunner sighted.
Oh, dude, we're just tearing it up left and right. Get over there.
We have 2 rituals here.
Trapper. There it is. I activated it. Nice, dude. Get whoever's down. I'm on the boss. Boss is down here next to the elevator. Yeah. Oh yeah, good looking at you guys. Damn it.
There you go, put that in the machine, man.
Where's the machine at?
Have we done the other event also? The other thing up?
Oh, there it is.
We've done
Thank
one
you.
on top and we've done the one on the bottom now. Yep, we've done both of them. Okay, cool.
You're on the wrong side, mate. You'd be a sensation as a conclave headhunter.
I also have a health box also.
Will all be judged.
No, I need ammo.
Yeah, me too.
That would be wise.
Nah, you actually don't, buddy. You can just you can turn on Desperado and you get free ammo.
Oh yeah. But what if I want to steal Jack's?
Hive scum.
That's right.
I got an ammo can.
Ammo crate! Get the ammo, criminals! Death in service to the Lex is the highest honor.
Yeah, buddy.
That sounds like heresy.
I second that. Oh. Do we want to? There's a health or ammo can right here. I have one. Oh, yeah, grab it, grab it. Yeah. Good looking out.
You are lucky.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah.
Hey, there's some health stims here.
Alright. Oh, we got a plague ogre. I just called out something else. Oh shit, it was after me. Nice, good looking out. Oh. Are we back? Are we good? Who's back? Reconnect. Are we good? Can you guys see me? Am I dead? I think I'm dead. Probably dead.
You're approaching HL 7004, the Carnival District. Though that ain't the official.
Damn you guys.
DC'd again?
Yeah.
The local amphitheaters are crossroads for all the
And it reconnected again. Yeah, dude. It's bunk.
You're approaching HL 7004, the Carnival District. Though that ain't the official designation, it's something of a Mobian stronghold now, which ain't ideal as you can imagine. The local amphitheaters are crossroads for all the district's illegal trade, including the Mobian's illicit stims. They could be
Damn, you guys see me? Am I good?
so we want a sample for studying.
Oh, I'm back. You guys hear me? Anybody hear me? Am I out there? Am I still streaming? Of course, I come back with no ammo. And my ammo box gone. Or health box, or whatever I had. Hey, can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me. Oh, wait. It says I'm not talking? Yeah, what the fuck? I have no ammo. You guys hear me? Testing 1 2 1 2. No. Weird. Damn it. Dog got me. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, I can't hear you guys. And my microphone's not showing up on my character when I talk. But hopefully you guys can hear me through the stream. Testing 1 2. No, it's still not working. Maybe after all that connecting and disconnecting, it janked it up. Speaker, audio, default, microphone. Streaming microphone? Testing 1 2. No. Still nothing. Should be this one. Testing 1 2. No, still nothing. Oh well. Wait for extraction, you guys.
I'm getting conflicting accounts of enemy numbers.
Nice, dude. Yeah, through the area. Thanks, bro. Cleansed by rock. Hell yeah. Get that extraction. Hey, fine, you open the door. Damn. Hell yeah, you guys. Good looking out. W's all around. I'm trying to fix that chat now. Strange. All that connecting and disconnecting just doesn't want to have it now. You guys hear me? No? Alright, let's see. I know it's, yeah, I know. I don't know why it's not working. I tried plugging in my microphone again. I tried switching my microphone. I didn't do nothing. It's just, I think from getting disconnected and connected so many times, it just, I don't know. Stopped working. Oh, it's the default maybe? Testing 1, 2. You guys hear me? I know it's supposed to be this one, the LCS USB audio microphone. Should be that one. It should be working. I'm going to try leaving the strike team and then coming back. What, you dick? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear now.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I just had to leave the strike team and come back. It was on the game's end. Did I get disconnected again? Oh, wait. You know what's crazy is I'm connected and I'm streaming still, but my OBS says that I'm not streaming. Funny.
All right, my kidneys say it's time to squeeze a weasel. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, buddy, pick that nose.
I think it's funny how the dogs are all so confused about how I like to go outside and the nastiest. But then I go and I use the rest of the house.
Funny.
They always have this look on their face like, for real, man. Wait, what do you think you're doing?
Karen's grin, no place to hide. Coins in hand, the toll is paid.
Then they'll run off and go tell the other one, can you believe this guy is a hypocrite over here?
Shadows cling, the waters groan. Through this realm, you're not alone. Understream ferryman, take me through. Streaming shadows of black and blue. No return, no breath, no scream. Sharon guides the understream. Currents howl, the whispers bite, souls adrift in
Alright, I'm ready for the next one. Where you guys are?
streaming body, my cursed kin. Our voyage ends where it begins. Pale hands row, fate is sealed. Truth beneath the dark.
What's up?
Mr. 26.
Commodore.
You sound a little far away, but what about 26?
Reluctantly, for your
Well, now
kind
you're level 26,
I
you
have
think you
sent
can
it
do
to
level
Mars
3
to
missions?
confirm its authenticity.
Sure, I guess.
You'll get more XP, and your rewarded weapon will be of higher quality.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, this one's level 2.
Oh, sure. But yeah, no, I guess I'm down. I guess I'm down for level 3s.
On an obscura den serving as a front for blighted stim production. It's located somewhere in the carnival, which means it's deep in Mobian territory. This is as much
I'm trying a little bitty experimental builder.
Yeah. I hate dying. Dying pisses me off.
Doing a range build without Desperado. I mean, Desperado is good and all, but the stuff that's better.
Not that I'm reluctant to help, but why am I here?
Your knowledge of biological malfeasance and illegal trade proved too valuable to pass up.
Someone has been telling lies about me again. Unhappy customers and wagging tongues.
I'm sure.
Only I hope it won't take long. I have a a customer waiting on this lab.
We only have an approximate location on the Obscura Den. Start by searching the alleyways around Crimson Plaza.
it's nice to go strolling in a big team. Rangers at it! You compensated for something, Connor?
Looks always peaceful, doesn't it? But this is enemy territory. Don't forget it.
Streets like these are never as quiet as they appear.
Here we are. New decent stuff. As usual.
You don't like me, do you?
Judge that 107!
They've set out a welcome party!
Judge that major!
Where is the resistance to the occupation? Has everyone simply given up?
Hope is expensive in streets like this. Loyalty, even more so. Don't look so down. Try to have a little fun.
Something lurking. Medicaid station.
Pull your team together now!
You're on the trail now. I have a special...
Lorette, you bastard.
Installed it myself.
Oh. Nice.
It would be fine. I'm almost certain that we're on the right trail.
Let us hope the Emperor is smiling on us.
Guns into your eyes, no fun!
We've got company.
Hey, John Greg, say something for me! Hello!
Found an ammo box.
Don't say I never give you nothing!
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Nice. Good look concrete.
Francis 6-6. Watch my flanks.
On the shearing eye, eh? Kill Marcus Crow!
Drop it! First to drop!
Bro.
Ammo reserve spent. If you cease to be of use, I will let you drop.
Yeah? But shows what you know. Ah, that is the one.
This facility has been established for some time. Have the Logians been here long, or is this a takeover?
Central location, but not too central. Showy, but not eye-catching. Where's my perishing ammo? Someone call for a boat. Ammo! Poxmaster! Who's still nailing it?
Something new for the collection. You are scum.
And proud of it.
Rejoice.
And
while you
proud to
can.
be.
Judgment is coming for you.
Yeah.
I'm starting to like this build. It hits a lot harder than the other one.
Yeah, nice. And you don't have to be at low health, or do you still have to be?
No. There's no health build on this guy.
Oh, look! A mutie!
Hold on, team. My Vox is suffering some sort of interference.
You think this is maybe a trap?
Can't get a box signal. Weapons up. Give him out.
You haven't? I love
Oh yeah, my smoke here gives you rending, so you do more damage to armored stuff.
Alright.
And attack speed, and reload speed.
Oh, I got hit from behind somehow. I just don't like that your smoke thing, like it's harder to see along the sides of my screen.
You can turn that down in graphics.
Oh.
Apologies for the silence. I'm pleased to see that you survived.
I tried to warn you. Why bring me if you don't listen?
Mission relevant communication only. Team, you're cleared to press on to the production facility. It can't be far. You're going to need an alternate exit. Better create one.
Get some of this, you guys! Alright, move now! Take a reload!
Don't stall though. This is going to get sticky.
Oh, chopper got me. Nice. Thank you.
This is a trick, right?
Oh, it's the bot. Nice. Come on, bot.
It's gonna be so much better when there is more targets to shoot. Because I'm kind of starving for targets.
Yeah, get it. I also have an
the
ammo
more
box.
targets I have to shoot, the faster I can get my my box down again. You should be able to reload pretty fast when you have this buff. What do you call it?
Yeah, I'm going.
Foxhound's joining the party! Stop and
Damn, the dog got me. Let's try it again. There's guys in front of me. And fire. No, you got it. What? Yeah, you got it, Zone X. Somebody got it.
There we go.
I'm going. Trapper. And he got me. Oh, yeah. Fucking trappers, dude. They'll sneak up on you.
Love to hate them.
Running. Got it. Grab your health and go. Oh, you guys are all good.
Willful insubordination, mandated edict, mercy sanction.
What? But I ain't even done nothing yet.
You will. Preemptive judgment saves time.
Oh, well that's a bleeding lark, ain't it?
The rot goes deep indeed. There's no sign of this in the upper streets.
Nothing wrong with thinking big.
Also a health stimmer.
I'm jumping down. I'm down here.
All right.
No self-respecting criminal allows his adversary so deep into his lair.
Hell yeah, you guys. I still got an ammo box. Zone X has got
This is quite
health.
fun. I love it. Watch out for a bomber.
Yeah.
He's coming there in a bit.
The only way to be certain is to perform a dissection of the
Or
organ
not?
in question.
They used to.
They're in cover! Take your shot! This is it. Let's put your servo skull to work. The
Going. Over here. Oh, the dog got me. Nice. Good looking out.
Awaiting instructions. Such primitive machinery, and yet the heretics have made it function. Impressive.
I'm so very glad you approve.
Got it. Nice. One left. Going. I'm running.
Watch out for the box burst and coming from the door.
Yeah, get up there. I'm running.
I don't know who activated the shrine, but that was the worst timing for that.
Yeah.
Worst.
It might even save a few lives.
Oh, the boss is on me.
Get in and melee him. He takes absolutely no damage from range.
How do I, let's see, how do I get out of here? Alright, let's see, where you at? There you are. Coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Okay, drop the ammo here.
Alright, here. I gotta go grab. Freeze! Hell yeah. Alright, we're good. Yay. Back to life.
We're making progress.
Access minority 77 charging in. Hearing.
Hell yeah, you guys. There it is. Get it.
Run, escape!
Run the escape! Get to the escape as fast as you can escape. Hurry, bot.
Leave the bot behind.
No, no bot left behind. No.
I never liked that guy anyways.
Hell yeah. There was you guys.
Yeah, he owes me like 5 Aquillas.
I don't think I'll be able to hang for a level 3. I feel like I barely made it through that level 2. I don't know if you guys heard me, but I'm probably okay on level 3. If you guys want to get one more level 2 out, I'm down. But I think this one will probably be my last one.
All right. Well, let's let's try it.
So what do you want to do?
Either another 2, or I mean, we could try 3, but yeah, we could try a 3. It's just I'm gonna need some pickups because I feel like I barely made it through this one, and this was a level 2. And to pick that nose. But yeah, this will probably be my last game also. I'm getting heavy over here.
That's fair enough.
Burn them skunky trees.
Yeah, buddy.
If you are here, it is because you might one day be a Mortis operative. This training will test you, harden you, make you strong. Mortis operatives are rare, mysterious, much like Stephanie. But you may yet be one.
Oh, it's a Mortis trial list, the last one. Alright.
You won't last long in here without help. Choose a gift, and choose wisely. Now, remember, don't listen to any voices while you're here. They're not for you. Don't be afraid. Stephanie will be gentle.
Yeah, if we're good at killing, it'll only take a couple minutes longer than a normal mission.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, talk
said if we're good at killing these guys, then it won't take but a couple minutes longer than it will.
Yeah, dude. No, I'm down. Hell yeah.
This gun goes absolutely burr when I give it more attack speed.
Hell yeah. Yeah, some of these buffs are pretty crazy.
Medicaid station!
Oh, Beast of Nurgle. Way over here.
Jeez, man, just gun that thing down.
You certainly will take nothing else, lady.
My needs are simple. A fast ship, a loyal
Oh.
crew, and a frontier replete with
Boy.
possibility. I should have done this.
My melee strikes now has a infinite cleave when I crit.
And you,
Hell yeah, unstoppable.
do not listen to the voices. They're not for you.
I want that on my bullets though.
That'd be so cool.
I have another little task for you. Something that involves killing. One more. Don't keep 70 waiting.
Oh yeah, good looking out. Where does this thing go? Oh, I'm down, I'm down, I'm down. Come back for me, come back for me. Or yeah, nice, nice, nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jelena, thank you. Oh snap, careful with the fire. Nice, 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 nice. Good looking out.
Ammunition is here. Worship she who delivered it.
I'm gonna head back up here to the heal station and drop this ammo can.
Stephanie thinks you should have a majoris indulgence now.
Ammo crate! Micah! Ammo!
They will be no match for you now. Or maybe they will.
Oh, I'm down.
Cheating punishers have downed me! Worthless scum.
Thank you. I'm gonna grab one of the health packs because I need it. I need it.
Okay. We each get one.
Yeah, I know. But I might steal yours later. Oh shit, Plague Ogren. Plague Ogren. Nice, you guys. Nice, dude.
Ship Mistress Brahms, the elder Ship Mistress Brahms, has departed. Kindly don't call her that.
1% critical damage for every crit I hit. Stacked up to 250%.
She belongs to the void alone.
Should I put down the health box?
What are your instructions?
Hey, you might as well. Just put it down there.
No, we don't need to, right? If I need to, I'll do it, but yeah, I guess we don't really need it right now.
It remove it.
Go. Alright, I'm in it. Whoever. Got it. I'm going, I'm running, I got the battery. Cover me. We're good. Oh, there's one in front of me. Nice, we're good, we're good. Oh yeah. Oh, careful, there's plasma guys.
Hey, there's a health can down there.
Yeah, there's a health can down here. I need ammo. So, if you're oh, watch out.
Yeah, I just don't want to drop it down here. Who's coming down to pick up this health can?
We can go up if you want. Or we can leave it there. It's not going to despawn, is it?
Yes, it will. This door will close.
Where's my ammo gun?
Health can, health
What?
can.
No, it won't despawn. Not at all, no.
You are doing well, but you could be doing better.
I've totally had them close before. That fire thing you got going on is pretty cool, though.
Oh, so far, so good. Let's definitely turn up the heat.
What? Have you perishing me stealing my ammo?
Damn, dude, pox bursters are some bull.
I dropped the ammo can.
I'm down. Nice, thank you. Bro, like, I can't get away quick enough before these pox bursters pop on me.
Justice Minor is 1-4. He wants
Ooh, my criticals consume no ammo. I can shoot for days now. I love it.
My range now has 60% rending.
Stephanie loves flames. So pretty, so bright.
gotta get hot! Protect your friends! Gameplayer! Lovely, lovely end!
Oh yeah, you guys, good looking out.
You have convinced her to stay.
No. No, of course not. An unwilling hand is a burden, not a help. But still...
You sound uncertain.
Don't talk about things you don't understand, Karib. Have humility. Then again,
Perhaps I should take my own advice.
This is a place worth protecting, don't you think?
Oh, Trapper got me. I don't know from where. Nice, thank you. Looks like all the trappers are coming out now. Oh yeah, you guys. I need ammo.
Here, choose a Majoris indulgence. Stephanie thinks you have earned it.
Yeah, good looking out. Thank you. Now we have an ammo box there. Yeah.
Can we get one of the med packs down there? Okay.
Med pack, alright. I'll put mine down right here. Wait, did you mean your med pack or you want me to put down a med pack?
A med pack,
right.
a heal pack.
It's down, right where your green thing is. Oh no. Nice, thank you. Snipers everywhere. Fucker. Nice, you guys.
Get your useless self back here!
Nice, you guys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
For the master of mankind!
There's the boss man. Oh, Trapper got me. Just, yeah. Thank you. Good looking out, you guys. Nice, you guys. Hell yeah.
Stephanie never liked the Mortis rally, so Stephanie yielded gladly.
Hey buddy, I need you to listen to this in the ending area. Like how long I can hold the trigger. It's dumb.
Okay.
Alright, I start now.
I'm gonna grab one.
Yeah.
Alright, I just grabbed one.
Alright, listen to this, man.
Bro. That was quick. That was a quick reload.
The rest of us. We continue the work. After all, what else can
Damn, dude.
embrace humility? Accept your fate.
Do you ever find yourself needing that, or are you okay, like, not for the most part needing it? Probably in harder difficulties you need it more, right?
For the best that Magali is gone. It removes
I mean, you can only get it in here like that. That's like
That's
that's
awesome.
ridiculous.
You have triumphed.
Hell yeah.
Yo, Galena, we're all playing on a YouTube channel called My Streaming Buddy. You should come join us.
Yeah, we do it every Tuesday. We usually do watch parties like movies and TV shows, but Tuesdays and Thursdays we do some 40K. Hell yeah. Got a level up too. We got a level up, you guys. 2 in the morning. 7.5 hours deep of a stream. Bro. It was a long one. It was a long one, and I played GTA before this.
Yeah, but it was a good one.
Yeah, dude. We got some good gaming in. We started our Inquisitorial agents. Pretty good.
Yeah, you did a cool conversion.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for the help with that guy too. Yeah, it came out all right. Well, you guys.
It came out looking real good. In fact, I think it's cooler than the original sculpt.
Wait, what?
I think it's cooler than the original sculpt. That auto pistol that guy has, that's lame.
Yeah.
And it's weak in the game. I mean, so's a hand flamer, but a hand flamer is so much better.
Yeah, no, it's more badass.
Part of your requisitions just come in.
Why?
It's much more.
Why shoot him and
he
kill him
looks
when I can
more like an
burn him?
Inquisitor now.
Yeah.
Yeah, purification by fire.
Yeah.
Eat that, bitch.
Cleansed by fire, reborn as the
That's
phoenix.
right. How better to treat witches and heretics.
Burn them to the stake. Well,
There ain't time for that. Just burn them where they stand.
that'll work for me. We'll name our next character Vlad. Vladimir. All right, you guys. Well, it was a great time. Zone X, Francois. Appreciate you guys.
It was a good time. Have a good night.
Yeah,
guys.
dude. You too. You as well.
Yeah. Have a good night.
You too, Zone X. Have a good day. I know you're getting your day started right now. But yeah, dude. We'll get some more on Thursday if you guys want, and you guys know the schedule for the most part, and I'll catch you guys here soon.
Good night, watch party crew.
Yeah, buddy. Have a good night, pal. Later, Zone X.
Yep. See ya.
Later, buddy. All right, you guys. Do we have any viewers still? Is anybody still watching? Adrian River, you're still here, bro. Damn, bro. Thanks for holding down the chat. Holding down the chat. Oh, all right, you guys. Yeah, Francois, appreciate you, dude. Thanks for all the help on the miniature building and kicking ass in the game. Zonix, thanks for kicking ass also. Appreciate you. Adrian, thanks for holding down the chat. Appreciate you. Odin, you as well. Thanks for holding down the chat. Let's see who else was in there. Vietnamese style, thanks for cruising by. Area 51, thank you for cruising by. My chat only goes so far, I think. But David, thank you for cruising. Geistcom, thanks for rolling through. Phil, thank you for being here. And anybody else that lurked on through, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow for the Stargate Watch Party. We got 2 episodes of SG-1, 2 episodes of Atlantis. And then Thursday, we're going to play some more games, either some GTA, some Return to Moria, or something else. We'll see. I'm not too sure. And then Friday, we got a movie, 2 movies.
You'll see.
You'll see. Yeah. You guys, you guys know. You guys know how it goes around here. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be back. We'll be doing it. And I will catch you guys here on the next one. Peace.